All right, hello. Good morning. Oh my god, it's earlier than 11. Can you imagine? Unreal. Hey, Stricken, what's up? And there were so many news. So many things happened. What's going on? Patch today as well for an A, I guess, right? 2.0.7. Unbelievable. All the things are happening. Good morning. All right. Before we look at 10.1 stuff, let's take a look at 10.0.7. I kind of know what's going to happen, but let's watch the video anyway. Let's watch Mr. GM's video. See what he has to say.
And more specifically, we're going to take a look at everything coming in this patch, which launches
Perfect.
on March 21st in NA and March 22nd in the EU. But before we jump into all the features of this mini patch, just want to shout out my Twitch, twitch.tv/MrGM. So you want to see me stream World of Warcraft, Dragonflight, Dragonflight PTR, Wrath Itching Classic, and more, I'm over on twitch.tv/MrGM every single day, right? So yeah, patch 10.07 is coming extremely soon, or it's already out depending on when you're watching this video. And there's actually a ton of features in this patch, which is pretty great for a 0.7 patch. Obviously 10.1 has now been announced and all the features of that have been revealed, but 10.07 is going to be our stopgap before
what are you doing with the rest of
10.1 Embers of Neltharion. So let's get into all of the features of this patch. First and foremost, the kind of biggest feature here is of course the return to the Forbidden Reach. So in 10.07 we are going back to the Forbidden Reach.
You mean in 10.1, right? They're not moving things around in 10.0.7, right?
The Dracthir Evoker starting zone. This is now an
I didn't even know they're reworking the Rasta tree.
End-game zone with various things to do. Really, it kind of acts as like a catch-up thing for a lot of alts or characters who primarily gear in the outside world. However, there is some activities for geared characters as well. So firstly, there will be a campaign quest on the Forbidden Reach. We currently don't really know what happens here because it is encrypted on the PTR, so we will find out what happens. But obviously,
hidden lore?
A prelude to patch 10.1.
Oh my.
So there's going to be some exciting things here, some cutscenes, some voice acting, and a lot of cool things happening. But again, we can't really test it right now. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that storyline once the patch launches. Also, there is a massive amount of renown catch-up on the Forbidden Reach. So if you haven't capped out your renown, there is going to be some great systems here to catch up with the renown, including a new envoy system where you pick a faction to represent for the day. That will unlock some daily quests as well for that specific faction, and that will also give you a 10% buff to that faction for 20.
And what? Oh, but these are just the ones that we have already. Okay.
24 hours. So every day you can pick a different.
Okay, so just new.
And that will give you a renown catch-up buff.
Renown things for the current factions again.
As well, which do give reputation for the current renowns, but also gives reputation to the Dracthir city reps, depending on if you're Alliance or Horde, the Obsidian Warders or the Dark Talons. You'll be getting reputation with them. So if you just want to get another reputation to Exalted, go and do the quest on the Forbidden Reach because you do get quite a bit of reputation from that. Beyond the quests and things like that, there is just a ton of elemental overflow on this island as well. Rares are dropping up to 1,000 elemental overflow. General NPCs are dropping up to 50.
What's elemental overflow again? That's where you buy. Is it the gear that you can buy, like the low level outdoor gear? I think it's that, right?
It's really crazy. There's going to be so much elemental overflow here. So if there's items that you haven't obtained through elemental overflow, this is going to be...
Hey, Gamer, what's up? I know, right? It's way too early.
There's going to be a massive amount of elemental overflow on the Forbidden Reach. It comes from dailies, rares, everything. Basically everything on this island.
I killed this guy.
Overflow. For
on
gearing
PTR.
on the island, they've also added some new tokens, some 385 tokens. These are tradable to different characters. They're account bound for different armor types, and these will unlock the 385 Primal Storm gear, the Epic Primal Storm gear. So if you're
Okay,
after
and just
some
a bunch of world
transmog or some
content, yeah.
catch-up gear on your alts,
Maybe do it
this
so.
is going to be the place to do it. That drops some chests and rares and things like that once again. But with this patch, you can also upgrade this gear to 395. So there's a new item which is also dropping on the Forbidden Reach, which will allow you to upgrade your current 385 Primal Storm gear into a new 395 Primal Storm gear, which uses a new green coloration for all of the armor type. If you're interested in getting 395 gear or just a new transmog, that will be available on the Return to the Forbidden Reach. Also on the Forbidden Reach is a new feature called the Scarer Vaults. The Scarer Vaults is just kind of a side
about where I
activity.
get the
It's
ring.
a bit of fun. Essentially, the way it works is that you go in there with vault keys. The vault keys are obtained through rares or quests or anything really on the Forbidden Reach, and you open up doors. It's essentially just like a big puzzle. So some doors you'll just have like an NPC to kill, and you open a chest, or there'll be like a puzzle in there, or something like that, or Bejeweled, or anything really. There's a lot of different things in the Scarer Vaults. It's not really too complicated at all, really, but the kind of main feature of the Scarer Vaults and the reason it exists is for the Onyx Amulet. So the Onyx Amulet is a new feature of patch 10.07, which is going to be relevant for pretty much everyone. This is a brand new ring akin to the Mechagon Trinket. So if you remember that had the 3 kind of sockets, and the way that this works is, yeah, it's a ring with 3 sockets, and in these sockets you can add different primordial stones which have different effects. These can be upgraded all the way to 424 item level as well, so you can have a 424 ring with some really fun effects. There's a ton of different primordial stones you can put into this with some really interesting effects that are going to really affect your DPS. This is essentially just like a catch-up for Season 1 to make it a little...
They will really affect your DPS, just in a very negative way.
bit more fun as we round off the season. So the Scarer Vaults are going to be your kind of main source of getting these primordial stones for the most part. So you just open doors, open chests, and some of these stones will sometimes be in there. There's also some mounts and pets to obtain as well. I believe there's 4 new mounts on the Forbidden.
Alright, so this ring is currently really bad for almost every damage dealer. I'm not sure if tanks and healers can actually use it, but for damage dealers it's really bad. There's only a few specs that actually want to use it. Moonkin is not one of those specs. This is The Sims. So this is without the ring, without the new ring, and this at the bottom is the different kinds of stones. So the best one is a minus. The best one is a 3% damage loss, which is obviously or at 2.8%, which is obviously a lot. So yeah, you shouldn't be wearing that ring, of course. I would say you should still farm it, I guess, because I mean they might buff it.
Forbidden Reach, which are going to be obtained through various activities, such as buying it through Elemental Overflow, found in the Scarer Vaults, and then some drops from rares as well. So yeah, quite a lot to do over on the Forbidden Reach in 10.07. But if you're interested in more of a deep dive into the zone and the mounts and the rewards and everything in the Forbidden Reach, I do have a video which I'll link below as well. Beyond the Return to Forbidden Reach, there's also some other features, including monks and brand new monks for Goblins, Worgens, and Lightforged Draenei. That will be available on the launch of 10.07, so you can either race change your characters or you can start a new one. There will be new Goblin, Worgen, and Lightforged monk NPCs in the cities as well, so it makes it feel a little bit more immersive. There's also going to be some new ones in the starting zone if you go into there. So yeah, lots to look forward to for monks in 10.07. Also in 10.07, humans and orcs are getting some heritage armor in this patch. So some brand new heritage armor is coming to the
well, at least you're getting a new puppy. That is pretty awesome.
So once the patch launches, we'll have a look at what is going on there, but it sounds like a lot of fun. Really interested to see what happens in these quest lines, and the armor looks really great, so looking forward to that on 10.07. Also for orcs and humans, you're getting some brand new customizations. So some brand new
there's some dragon riding stuff, Winterfell for reputation,
so some kind of like really
friend update, plain Battle quest line,
and blues for some pretty sweeping class changes. Not going to go over all of them, obviously. Some pretty major changes to Retribution Paladins. There's a whole list of class changes listed.
What's the profession updates?
And finally, we're going to talk about professions real quick. So professions are getting some changes in 10.07. So crafting orders will no longer need all reagents. So you can now put crafting orders in if you don't have all the reagents. So yeah, if you get lucky,
cool.
You can put a crafting order in and hope that someone makes it with all their reagents if you give them enough money. Be interesting to see how that works out.
That's nice.
In 10.07, but yeah, that is going to be a change. patch. It was originally a change in beta, but now they've kind of like brought that forward. So yeah, that's coming in 10.07. Also, the profession window is now smaller as well. So
oh my god, let's go.
Size. It was really big.
Perfect.
It is slightly smaller. Not as small as it used to be, but still a little bit smaller. And finally, this is kind of my white whale of 10.07, Zul'Gurub. Yep. Zul'Gurub. We're talking about Zul'Gurub. So Zul'Gurub has got really interesting things going on in 10.07. I think it's encrypted or just not implemented. I'm not really sure. So there's 2 achievements. One to fish up a cache in Zul'Gurub, and the other to learn the secrets of Zul'Gurub. Now, the reason I'm talking about this with professions is that they're adding back a lot of the old transmogs from Zul'Gurub into professions. So leatherworking, blacksmithing, all those professions will now be able to create older appearances from Zul'Gurub from some ancient patterns, but we don't know where these patterns come from. Presumably they are fished up in Zul'Gurub. I've been fishing on Zul'Gurub loads on the PTR and with no luck, but hopefully once the patch launches, this will be implemented and people can start getting that. It is account wide, so once you've done it on one character, once you've unlocked the kind of Zul'Gurub
no, sparks
patterns,
will not be able to be provided by other people.
For all your characters. So yeah, interesting stuff going on.
The whole reason why the profession system can exist the way it exists is because sparks have to be provided by the person that uses the item in the end, right? So they won't be able to be provided by the crafter. I could see it maybe being a thing in 10.1 with the previous sparks, because in 10.1 we get new sparks for that patch. So maybe it's possible that crafters can create items with the season 1 sparks for other people. Like maybe they're not soulbound anymore. That would make sense, I guess, if people want to craft old stuff. Hey Frank, big fan as well. Oh my god. How you doing, Frank? All good? Alright. What did you two make? Sorry, it's not my fault that people come here and just get hurt. What can I do? It's these WoW players out in the wilds, you know? It's like, what can I do? What a coincidence. Go visit Kara, get hurt. Yeah, I already talked to Johnny. Johnny basically said, because Johnny came here too, right? And I mean, he didn't really get hurt, but I guess he was like really exhausted from skiing that day. And then he like basically says that he got hurt as well. So now he's saying that I'm doing this on purpose and getting people here to get them killed. But I didn't quite succeed yet. So this plan of mine is not working out quite yet, apparently. Frank, do you want to come here? You wanna like visit me? Sounds great. What could go wrong? Bring your protective gear. Class will the ring be good on? I don't know. I heard about rogues. I heard about it being good for rogues. I guess I can check some class discords. See what they're saying. Let's see. What is this? Warlock. Oh my god, what are these sims? I have to copy paste them. A Warlock Discord. Unreal. Okay, so for the Warlocks, it's the same amount of damage loss as for Moonkins. At least for Affliction. Let's see for this. Same for Demo. Same for Destruction. Okay, and then what is this? This is Rogue. How does Rogue Discord work? Oh, here. Now, even for Rogue, it's bad. At least for assassination, it's bad. Let's see, what is this? In 10.07, we're getting a new ring, blah, blah, blah. There are a lot of gems, but most of them are pretty bad. This ring is exceptionally strong for a single target at around 3%. Okay, there we go. For Outlaw. But only for single target. For single target, you are going to want to run the Freezing Ice Stone. Blah, blah, blah. Condensing, blah, blah, blah. But they don't have any sims specking this claim up. So apparently for rogues, a 3% damage gain, but there's no numbers. And for, what is this? Sub-rogue, it's also a little bit of a gain for single target. For AoE, it's a loss again. Then what is this? Warrior. Damage loss for Warrior, for arms. For Fury, also damage loss. Then Havoc. Havoc. Let's see, what do they have their stuff? Dude, the Havoc Discord is something else. It's a special place. Okay, Havoc also bad. Then this is DK. Let's see, Frost DK. Don't see anything. Frost. For Frost, it's a 4% damage loss, the best one. Jesus. And Unholy. 2.2% damage loss. Hunters. Don't see anything for Hunters. Hunters, I don't know. Let's see, Red Paladin. Red Paladin, don't see anything there either. I don't know. Elemental Shaman. Best raid primordial. So they link the best primordial stones, but it doesn't say if it's better than anything else. I don't know. Let's see, mages. Arcane. Don't see anything there. Fire. Fire just as a fucking opener as the first pinned message. Okay. Check FAQ for answers to currently asked questions. Research. Is it under research? No. I don't know. Man, this is difficult. Windwalker. Wind discussion. Nothing there either. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. I'll show you the sims that I did find. So this is the Moonkin sim, right? Keep in mind, this is always like single target. These, so as far as I'm aware, all of these primordial stones are bad for AoE. For single target, they are better. But for AoE, they're always really bad. So this is single target, okay? So for single target for Moonkin is minus 2.8. This is obviously like, this is normal rings. And this is the primordial stones. This is Affliction Warlock, minus 2% loss, 2.8. This is Demo, minus 2.5. Destruction, minus 2.8. This is Affliction, the other ring. I don't know what that means. This is Assassination Rogue, minus 1%. So this is Sub Rogue. So it's a little bit of a gain, actually, here. Actually, it's a decent gain, because this is without the rings. So there's quite a few rings that are better. Best is 0.7% better. And for Outlaw, it's 3% apparently, but there's no sim that I found. So for Outlaw, it's apparently really good. This is for AoE, first up. So you can see for AoE, it's not good. Or Dungeon Slice is this. This is Frost. Frost Decay. minus 3%. And this is Unholy, minus 2.2. So these are the numbers that I found. So the only class, or the only specs that it seems to be better for is Outlaw and Sub. And only for single target. And didn't find any other spec that it would be better for, but I also didn't find numbers for all of the specs, I guess. Yeah, so I don't know anything about tanks or healers, because I do think there's some defensive ones. But I absolutely have no idea if some of them are actually good for tanks and healers, because obviously when it comes to tanks and healers, it's a little bit more of a feely crafty thing than anything else, because you can't necessarily value survivability versus DPS, for example. It's not something that has an actual value, because it depends on the content that you do. But, I mean, yeah, maybe there's some usages for it. The biggest problem, of course, is these rings don't have secondary stats. So if you lose so many secondary stats, the effect would have to make up for it, and they're just not doing that at the moment. For most specs, that is. All right. Now let's see what else they announced. Is this just catch-up gear for those that aren't bis already? I mean, that would be weird, because you can just craft 2 rings and they're better. Right? I don't see how it would be a catch-up system when it can just craft. Well, to be fair, I guess it's harder to craft 418 rings than it is to farm these primordial stones. Because 418 requires you to have 2 concentrated primal infusions, which you only get by doing 20 plus 16 dungeons, right? Or something like that. So I guess if people can't do that, then it would be easier to get these stones. Yeah. I guess, I mean, they're not going to be completely useless, I guess, but they're not best in slot, because that is what Ian kind of said in an interview, right? I think Ian said that every spec or every class wants to equip them, which is clearly just wrong. So I'm not sure if they're going to buff them still, or if Ian, or they just changed the idea. You know, it's also possible that in the interview, Ian said, hey, or they were thinking, hey, we should make this best in slot for everyone, and then maybe they changed their mind later, or I don't know. I guess you always have to consider as well, like, what do you do with this ring in 10.1? Because that is a question, right? Because if they make these rings, this primordial stone ring, much better than the current rings we have now, then the question would be, well, when 10.1 comes out, will those new rings then be better than this primordial stone ring? Because if they're not, then that will be a problem, right? So they're basically working with a thin kind of percentage. So technically speaking, if they want this ring to be used, like to actually be best in slot in 10.0.7, then they would have to, because right now we have 418 rings to like 4, I guess some of them are higher. Let's say 418 to, these are the best in slot rings, 418 to 4, what's the Diona ring, 430? Let's just say 430, whatever. So these are like the rings we have right now, the best slot rings, right? And then we will get new rings in 10.1 that aren't like that much higher, right? The new crafted rings are gonna be what item level? What's the maximum item level that you can craft next patch? I forgot. Does anyone know by any chance? 424 is the highest crafted next patch? That could be. I'm just gonna take, it's 447, okay. So let's say 447 to, I don't know. What would be the highest ring that drops? Let's just say it's the same difference. Well, this is a special ring, though. Let's say it's 424, comparisons of 6 item levels higher. Let's say like 530, 553, approximately. Doesn't really matter exactly. But yeah, let's assume this is patch 10.1, highest ring item level, and this is 10.0.7, right? Now, if they want this amulet ring to be better than these, they cannot be better than this though, right? So they would have to be like in between here. They would have to be better than this, but not better than this. Which, to be fair, is kind of like a hard like percentage to hit when the things on the rings are effects. It's not such simple math to figure out, because it's not just like a value. If it would be secondary stats, then it would be easy, right? They can just make a ring that is like 435 item level when it sets, right? And then that will be in between and it will be fine, right? But since those rings do not have secondary stats, they have effects on them, that is a little bit harder to hit that like in between kind of spot here, right? Because if they make them too good, then people, and they would be better than this, then that would be bad, because that would mean that people that start in the second season, they would have to go back and farm a previous season item, which is never a good idea, right? Because if I didn't play season 1, but some ring from season 1 is best in slot, then I would have to go back and farm that ring, which is bad, right? So, I mean, technically they could just nerf it later, but that's always a little bit weird. People don't like it when things get nerfed that they have equipped. So yeah, they kind of have to hit the spot, and I guess they just didn't for a lot of specs. For a lot of specs, they just ended up here, the rings, right? Like they're just worse than this. So yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, I don't know. Hey, Matt, thank you so much for 59 months. What's up? How you doing? How you doing? Thanks for 3 months, Mario, as well. Thank you very much. All right, well. Nice. Skiing trip for a change tomorrow for the week? Nice. Enjoy. skiing trips in March are always nice because it's like warm. You can, you know, you're not freezing to death, but it's still nice. Hey, Lucas. Okay, then we had this interview yesterday in the U Discord with Ian. Let's see what he said. Alright, so Ian reiterates that the goal for the Onyx Analyst is that it should be an upgrade for everyone. He said that again. But do they not know that it's not? Like what I'm a bit confused. If they need to buff things in order to make sure that it happens, they will. Okay, well, that just means that they're gonna buff it, right? Okay, so basically they're saying that they want it to be better, and they're also saying that they will nerf it if it's too strong. Okay, so that makes sense, right? I mean, this just means they will buff it now, and then they will nerf it in Season 2, is what it means, right? Looking for feedback on other specs that are currently saying it's currently an upgrade. They want to fix that since it's meant to be an upgrade over current gear. They are looking for feedback on other specs that are currently saying it's not an upgrade. I guess there is a possibility that Blizzard currently thinks it's an upgrade, but the community's theory crafters think it's not. And that they're just waiting to see who's wrong. Because if they are under the impression that it is better, and the community theory crafters think it's not, then somebody must be wrong here, right? So I guess maybe they just wait for the patch to come out, for people to farm the primordial stones, and then get the actual live server data. Because it is possible that, you know, somebody entered the information wrong. Either theory crafters entered the information wrong into SimCraft, or Blizzard has some wrong numbers, or whatever might have happened. Either way, I guess they're just waiting for things to come out on live servers and see what's going on. Okay, well, that's good to know, in a sense that people should be farming these stones, even though it seems to be a downgrade for almost every spec right now. But considering that Ian is saying that they want it to be better, it's very likely that they'll buff it, if that is the case, right? So everyone should be farming this ring at least. Then, professions. Catch-up in professions is something that they're continue to discuss. Sure that someone who picks up a new profession doesn't feel hopelessly behind. Okay. However, there's no catch-up for the full suite of profession mastery. And the person who has been working on their profession since day one will have more options at the max proficiency. I think that makes sense. Thanks for 3 months, Hope. Thank you, thank you. Because the weird thing with that with the points in professions is, because World of Warcraft is a very seasonal game now, right? Where you have Season 1, Season 2, and they're all like individual kind of seasons. And most of the time, Blizzard tries to make them very divided. So if a person starts playing in Season 2, they don't feel like they have to do things from Season 1. Like, Blizzard is trying to do that to make sure that people don't, you know, get discouraged from starting to play later in a season, in an expansion. Which is good. But then, partially for some things, it also feels a bit bad, especially for stuff like these profession points, like the knowledge, right? Because if I'm a person that farmed a profession the whole expansion long, it feels a bit weird if in Season 3 it's all useless and everything you did before has been like like wasted, quote unquote. Like it doesn't really help you anything further. So I guess I can kind of see why they wanted to mean something that you did stuff before. And so I guess that makes sense. But it shouldn't be on the other hand, you also don't want people to be like the mafia when it comes to professions, where they're the only ones who can do everything, and other people that start later cannot have no chance of catching up to them. You also don't want that to happen, right? Because otherwise you have this whole issue with, you know, people being annoying. And it's important that there is some diversity in what crafters bring to the table, which is what he thinks is a key part of specs and an efficient market. If everyone can make everything, then crafting is just how it was in the past, but there's a middle ground. Okay. I mean, if they don't want crafters to be able to craft everything, if they don't want crafters to be specialized in everything, then they would have to hard cap the amount of knowledge you can actually spend, right? In my opinion. Because if you don't hard cap the knowledge you can actually spend, then there will be people that will have it unlocked, all of it, right? So if you want crafters to not be able to craft everything, then you have to hard cap it, in my opinion, at least. I'm not sure if people are going to be happy about that, at least. All right, so workers are server-based, so blah, blah, blah. Everyone knows who the first person who could make the lariat on their server was. Not really, but yeah, whatever. That person very good and profitable experience. Things were not server-based. Suddenly you don't get the feeling of being special or anyone knowing your name or giving a personal order because it gets much larger. That's fine, I think. What do you think about that? I don't necessarily care that the profession system is server-based. I can see how it might be causing some issues for like smaller servers. But I mean, it shouldn't be that big of an issue. Because on smaller servers, you also have a bigger chance than on being the crafter that can do it then, right? Like on a big server, it's going to be hard to be the only one that can craft lariat when there's so many people, and it's going to be multiple people that can craft it. And on a small server, you might have a better chance of being the one that can craft it, you know? So I guess you have like, it has like pros and cons. And I think almost every server managed to get lariat pretty early on, right? Like even smaller servers had people that specifically wanted to craft it. I don't think, at least I've never heard a story about smaller servers having much issues with the crafted items. Maybe some people had issues with like more specific items that weren't like commonly OP. Because the lariat, for example, was pretty obviously OP for almost every spec in a game. That's one thing. Like almost every server had somebody who could craft it eventually, right? But when it comes to more specific items, so let's say you play, I don't know, Red Paladin, and you want a two-hand strength weapon, which is not commonly OP for every class, then that maybe was more difficult. Like being able to get a very specific item maybe was much harder on smaller servers than getting something like Lariat. All right, so they're looking at solutions to the work order space and deleting contenders NPC work orders. NPC periodically posting their professional work orders on the market, which aren't going to be the very best, but a good baseline. If you want to fill a work order to get skill up and complete your quest, there should be a way to do it. It's just being empty isn't a good experience for everyone. Okay, so that's interesting. So they're acknowledging the fact that people don't put a lot of work orders out there, and it's hard for crafters to actually improve their profession if there's no work orders that they can fulfill. So now they basically want fake work orders to be posted by NPCs, which I guess is fine. Class balance and tuning. Should a priest have significant changes coming in 10.1? The level of rework that went into Repel is not something other specs are likely to see over the course of the rest of the expansion. Class changes will still occur alongside live tuning, but not necessarily an overhaul. The level of rework that went into Repel is not something other specs are likely to see over the course of the rest of the expansion. Okay? Interesting. Because red is the only DPS option for repellents, they want to make sure it's solid. Yeah. There's slightly more tuning to go out alongside the 10.7 patch. They're now playing standard, blah, blah, blah. They just where it makes sense to have bosses drop weapons or other things. Yeah. So there's one thing. I think a lot of... Okay, so... I think... Like, some people are very upset about this sentence here. I've seen people post about this sentence here, where they're saying stuff like, oh, but there's other specs that are also the only DPS spec for that class, so why isn't that one getting the same treatment? Like, why aren't they updating Windwalker Monk? Or, because Windwalker Monk is also the only DPS spec for that, or Havoc Demon Hunter. You know, like, there's a lot of DPS specs that are the only DPS spec for that class. So why is he saying it like that? But I think, like, I personally always hated when people are really, like, taking something that a dev says, like, word for word, and they don't, like, logically, like, try to understand what he meant. Like, obviously, Ian is aware that there's other classes that also have only one DPS spec, right? I mean... Obviously, Ian knows that, right? So people are upset because they're saying stuff like, oh, why is Red Paladin getting this? And why isn't Windwalker Monk getting this, right? Like, I understand where they're coming from, but I think it's a little bit stupid to take, like, one sentence that a dev says and then just, like, you know, like, what is the word? What is this, like, analogy that I'm trying to find? Like, when you take a sentence and you, like, take a scalpel and you, like, you know what I mean? Because I think the truth is that a lot of the specs that actually have been reworked during Dragonflight kind of have been reworked because they were running out of time during beta. And it's the same thing. It's kind of similar with Moonkin and Shadow Priest, where some people are super upset that these classes are getting reworks. But the truth is that we just didn't get many reworks during the beta cycle, while other classes did get more reworks there. And Blizzard literally ran out of time to rework them. So they have to do it now. It's just, like, way too late. You know what I mean? Dissect is the word, yeah. And it's... Like, is it actually really good that our class is getting reworked mid-of expansion? I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if this is necessarily, like, a good thing. People praise these reworks as if it's, like, the best thing ever, and their classes are getting, like, special treatment. But in fact, they were just too late in the beta cycle to do it there, and they have to do it now. Is my opinion, at least. For example, the Druid tree, the Druid class tree, hadn't been changed since the very start of Alpha of Dragonflight, right? Like, Alpha was announced, Dragonflight was announced, and they showed the new talent trees as an example, and they had the Druid tree there as, like, the first tree that was announced. And that Druid tree never got changed. The Druid tree literally was just that. While other classes and other specs had their trees announced, and then they were changed multiple times during the beta cycle. Like, I remember the Hunter tree was changed, like, 3 or 4 times throughout beta. And not to say that the Hunter tree is good now or that it's perfect or whatever, but I'm just saying that there's classes that had, or specs that had their tree changed multiple times during the beta cycle, and other specs just did not get changes, right? And then I remember that the Druid tree, they literally said, yeah, we think we want to change the Druid tree, but they literally said we don't have time anymore, and we're going to do it in 10.1. Like, they literally said that. And is that necessarily a thing? I don't know. And then they also said something similar about the Moonkin tree, because the Moonkin tree did not get iterated on for most of the beta cycle. Like the Moonkin tree was really bad for almost all of beta. And Moonkins were complaining, it's like, hey, hello, can you like update our tree? You haven't been doing anything with this for like 3 months. Hello, what the fuck's going on? And then they changed the Moonkin tree at the very end of the beta cycle, like at the very end, right before the game came out. And then we were not able to really give feedback anymore, because if your tree gets completely changed at the like a week before it gets released, right? We just barely had any time to give proper feedback and test things or anything. And then I remember there's some sort of feedback talk, and they said something like, yeah, they understand that this was like blah blah blah, and it's like late and blah blah blah, but they cannot change anything at this moment. The next time they would address these issues would be 10.1. And that's what they are doing. They are changing Moonkin 9 10.1, but they said they will do that. So I don't necessarily agree with people when they say that these specs that get reworks now are getting special treatment. I think they literally were just forgotten during the beta cycle or pushed so far back that they just ran out of time. So in fact, it's the opposite of getting special treatment. It's literally just they were running out of time during the beta cycle, so they had to do it during the game, right? Which is not necessarily good. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying it's bad either, but people are making it out as if people get the changes they actually asked for, when I don't think that the Moonkin changes that we're getting are necessarily things that the people like really asked for. It's just kind of these changes that Blizzard didn't manage to fit into the beta cycle anymore, and they just kind of did it now. I don't know. It just seems a bit weird. Like, I'm obviously not saying that you know, like they didn't do anything that we asked, but that's kind of, because I mean, I can find this post, right? Where was this post? Let me try to find it. I'm not sure how I can find this. Let's see. Yeah, the thing with Shadow Priest is also a little bit weird, like, because some people, like, I don't know enough about Shadow Priest, but some people are not really happy with the Shadow Priest changes. And it's not necessarily the same thing for Moonkins, but some changes that they're doing to the Moonkin tree is not necessarily like something that people really like. Because, like, it depends on who you're asking. Because I think if you ask the high-end Moonkin players, then they're kind of not super happy with the changes. When you ask again, like a more casual Moonkin player, then they're probably going to be happier with the changes, because the changes are making things a little bit easier with the way the class works. And I don't think the changes are necessarily, like, I personally don't think the changes are bad. It just makes the playstyle easier, which is something that some people aren't happy with. But the things that they are changing to Moonkin spec do make sense. Like, they're basically like, it makes sense in relation to like the functionality of the spec. Like there are just things right now with Moonkin that literally just don't make any sense. Like it's completely unintuitive for especially for newer players. Like the fact that you enter Lunar Eclipse on single target and you cast Wrath in Lunar Eclipse. You know, like stuff like that. That really just makes no sense at all. It's just completely not how the spec is supposed to be played in Blizzard's eyes, right? And those things are being changed, which I personally don't give a shit, honestly, that we enter Lunar Eclipse and cast Wrath. Like, I personally don't care. Blizzard is only changing these things because it doesn't make sense. Same goes with Starfire Cleave doing more damage than the actual main target is getting. This is also just a functionality issue, right? Like if someone says, hey, I want to try playing Moonkin, and then I tell them, hey, if you want to do more damage to one target, you should be starfiring the target next to it. Because that would do more damage to the main target. You know, like that's... those are just like functionality issues that they're trying to fix, right? Which... is that necessarily a good thing for the Moonkin players? Maybe not. Like maybe the high-end Moonkin players, they know what they should be doing, and for them maybe it's not that big of an issue. But I understand that if the spec doesn't function like it's supposed to function, that they're changing it, right? Hmm. I can't really find this post where they were saying they were talking about this rework. Hmm. Oh, it's here. Where? Yeah, so this is like... because Moonkin obviously got the talents announced very early on in alpha, right? And then we didn't get any changes until this post here, which happened on 28th of September. So the 28th of September, we got this rework for our spec tree, spec talents. And they removed like a lot of stuff. Like they literally just changed the whole tree. And that was one of the latest complete changes on a tree. Like literally like a month before the game comes out. And then obviously with such a complete change, it's not that you read the changes and then you know, okay, this is good or this is bad. You obviously have to see what actually, you know, how things work, and you have to test it and implement it into SimCraft and whatnot. And it took a while for that to happen. And then I remember there was like another feedback post about later, and they just said they don't have time anymore. They didn't actually say they don't have time anymore, but they kind of said that another change would happen in 10.1, or that would be the earliest that something could change again. Basically saying, okay, they're running out of time. But I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was Moonkin? Balance? Oh, you know what? I think it might have been in an interview where they were talking about the solar beam issue. Maybe it was that. Yeah, so they basically were just saying that we wouldn't be getting a rework, but this was for all classes until 7.1. Yeah, so they're saying we really feel like those season boundaries where we blah blah blah. So that really feels like a great place to make more major adjustments versus smaller tuning tweaks. Which makes sense, right? So they don't want to do class reworks in between like bigger patches. And he was asking about solar beam specifically because Moonkins couldn't pick up that talent, right? And that was one of the major issues that happened because our rework of the talents was so late, right? Like the Moonkin rework happened really, really late in the beta cycle, and they didn't manage to fix major issues in that tree with the solar beam thing, for example, right? But they did say they could fix it in earlier than 10.1. Maybe better. I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. I just think that whatever Blizzard is doing right now with these rework things, it's just I don't know. It seems like all of the things that they're doing to the class trees right now and to the spec trees, I think all of this should have happened in beta, you know? Because think about it. Why do some of these spec trees have to be reworked in the first place? Well, because the classes aren't functioning properly. Like I mean, I obviously don't know details about every single spec in the game. I literally only know a lot of things about Moonkin. But the Moonkin tree reworks, the major reason why it's happening is because the class literally just doesn't function the way it's supposed to function. And that should have happened in beta, right? Like, there's just absolutely no way that the spec should have ever went live like this with the major issues that it has. With, entering the wrong eclipse, casting the wrong spell, doing more damage to off targets than to main targets. These kind of issues were supposed to be fixed in beta. So the fact that they're doing it now is obviously messed up. And I don't think any player or any spec should be jealous of another spec just because they get changed now. They should be mad at Blizzard for not doing this earlier. And if you play a class that has major issues with their specs as well, with their functionality, then that sucks too. And they should have also fixed that in beta, right? But the whole reason we have these class talents is that they should be like a baseline thing moving forward, right? That's what Blizzard said about the class talents. Blizzard said, hey, we're gonna have these class talents because we don't want borrowed power anymore. We want class talents to be like the basic like talents of your class, of your spec, and they should be like moving forward into the new expansions and whatnot, right? And if that is your goal with the class talents, then it should clearly be working properly and not be really like messed up and unintuitive and whatnot, obviously. But they clearly didn't manage to do so with a lot of specs. 10.0 confirmed open beta. It kind of is. It kind of is for some of these specs, for sure. Should the expansion be delayed 3 to 5 months for classes to be fully done? I mean, I personally think so, yes. I do personally think that if they need to put more time into an expansion, they should just do that. I don't care about their fucking fiscal year and about their revenue. I personally want a finished game to be released. I know. If Blizzard have found out that Balance Druids would cast out of the Riot Eclipse if they had more time, though? Yes, they already knew that almost immediately after they posted new things. The Moonkins figured this out really fast. This is not something that we only figured out recently. It's just something we figured out pretty fast. I don't know how long this goes back. Let me try to find it. Shit, I just found posts from 2018. I think that might not be it. Okay, so I think it was... Okay, wait, that's crazy, yeah? This seems to be like end of September, which is when they posted the rework. Okay, wait, so this one is from 27th of December. Okay, so we figured it out in December. Which, to be fair, at that point the expansion was already out a month, and we only figured it out then. But you also have to consider the fact that the changes were posted so late in the beta cycle that when the expansion comes out, there's obviously less testing happening because you're leveling your characters and you're doing open world content where there's not much data that you're analyzing, right? So I feel like if the game wouldn't have came out when it came out, then I think we would have figured this out earlier. The thing with the Wrath and Lunar. So we figured it out like December, and they posted new changes end of September. So it wouldn't have. So it took us around 2 months to figure out this Wrath and Lunar thing, which is a long time. But yeah, I do think it probably would have happened earlier if the expansion wouldn't have been released in between, right? Because obviously the expansion releasing will slow down any kind of theory crafting and data or whatever, because people are busy doing things that don't necessarily is testing your class. Hey Betos, what's up? But anyway, let's read some more stuff that they announced here. I mean, I do think that this sentence is a little bit weird though, because he's saying the level of rework that went into Red Paladin is not something other specs are likely to see over the course of the rest of the expansion. Like, what is it that Red got that was so different? Because there's other specs that got a pretty big rework in 10.1, right? Like Moonkin and Shadow Priest and Guardian and Feral. Like, they're getting some bigger changes, right? So what did Red Paladin get that is so much more different than these other specs? Is it more? Is it just more talent changes, like complete reworks of talents? Because I mean, the changes that Moonkin got is mainly just buffs and nerfs of existing talents and like slide reworks. Right? Like the Moonkin rework is not like, it's not like they changed the whole tree completely, I guess. Like they added a talent for Stellarflame, like a choice node. And then they changed some numbers on the actual talents, right? Like they buffed this and this. They changed this cosmic rapidity a little bit earlier. They changed Soul of the Forest, but they kept the talents like the way they are. They didn't really change any positioning or whatever, so it wasn't like a big rework. They reworked everything for Red. Okay, new spells, changed the way existing spells work. Okay, well then maybe that's just what he means then. I guess he doesn't necessarily say that specs are not going to get a rework anymore at all. He's basically just saying that you won't get like a complete overhaul of the whole thing, right? I guess that's what this means. Because he says the level of rework that went into Red Paladin, right? So I guess something like these changes that the Druids are getting and the Shadow Priests and whatever, I assume that's something that other classes or other specs could be getting too in the future if it's needed. I don't know. Like, that's not necessarily something that he's saying is not going to happen anymore, right? And yeah, this sentence is obviously just, yeah, whatever. Then, rates. They think that Season 4 Shadowlands was successful and they are likely to do something similar at the end of the Dragonfly. Okay. I'm not sure if the fated structure and affixes were necessary though. Yeah, I don't think the affixes were needed. I would have preferred if the affixes were not there, honestly. The affixes were a little bit, they were just annoying in my opinion. What's your discussion on that? What do you think? Like the Season 4 in Shadowlands, do you think the affixes were good? To me, it just kind of felt like, I mean, the reason why I didn't like them so much was because they basically made damage irrelevant. And not that I necessarily would have cared about damage in the first place in a Season 4 like that. But it did feel a bit awkward. Like you're re-clearing these raids, and then you have like 50 billion motes that spawn, and whichever class can do the most damage to these motes is gonna do the most damage on the fight. Which, you know, like, not that I cared that much about it, honestly, but it did feel, I was like, what's the point of this, you know? And it lagged everyone the hell out, and it was just like, ugh, whatever. It was pretty dumb. So I wouldn't mind if they bring the rates back again, but maybe without those affixes, it would probably feel better. I don't know. Because yeah, the whole affixes and the rates, I don't really care for it, honestly. The one thing that I would kind of like to try is maybe, I'm not sure if people would even do that, but like increasing difficulty, just to see how it would feel like without affixes. You know, if there would be some sort of like increased difficulty, kind of like in plus with key levels in Season 4, just for fun. What do you think about that? Like, it would be something to do if people want to do it. I'm not sure if it's even possible to do a scaling rate. I don't know if it's really like a thing. But I mean, that's technically something they could try if they want season 4 to be something special. They could say, hey, if you do Mythic, it's Mythic 0. And you could try to do it one level higher, and then it's like a little bit harder. And you do it 2 levels higher, it's a little bit harder again. And there shouldn't be any rewards for it. Like there shouldn't be like higher item level or anything, because that would be dumb. But just like it's like an extra difficulty for, I don't know, for fun. Maybe you get like some weird title if you do it. I don't fucking know. But there shouldn't be any affixes. It should just be like the tuning that changes. Because the affixes are not required in our raiding environments. The boss itself has the abilities. You don't need to add affixes to it. Wasn't that what they were trying to do by adding the fated affixes? No, fated affixes were not scaling difficulty, no. Plus for a Mythic Jailer would one-shot tanks with autos. Well, I mean, it just depends on how they would be scaling it, right? Obviously, certain abilities they wouldn't be able to scale up. But I mean, they managed to do it with M+ as well, right? It's not that in M+ all of a sudden a boss one-shots a tank, right? Like the way they scale M+, they scale it in like a smart way. Same with one-shot mechanics. When there's a mechanic that does a lot of damage all at once, it usually doesn't like straight up one-shot you on higher keys. I mean, some of them do, and you actually have to use defensives to survive, but it's not, like they don't scale so insanely, certain abilities, right? Yeah, I'm not sure how much effort it would be for Blizzard to actually scale the raids, because season 4, this season 4 idea is obviously something that Blizzard wants to do because it's less less work for them, right? It's just like in between season that is not that much work for Blizzard to create because they're just taking old content. And I'm not sure if scaling the raids up would require a lot of work on their side. I mean, I don't know. They also could make it so there's no ID for it as well, right? So they could maybe say, hey, the mythic version of the raid is the normal mythic version, like we have it now, and then you have like an extra version without an ID, and it doesn't drop loot, and it's just, I don't know, for fun. So you can do it with other people. Maybe you can do it with 10 people already. That'd be interesting. Maybe you can do it 10 man. And then it's like some scaling difficulty. There's no ID. You can do it whenever you want. Maybe you can even choose the boss that you want to do. So maybe you can just straight away do, I don't know. Maybe you can just go and straight do Rastagath if you want to, instead of killing the other bosses. I don't know. I mean, there's some ideas, right? But anyway, they heard over the course of Shadowlands that some of the raid tiers were just exhausting, partially due to tuning, but progression through raids of a certain size starts to have diminishing returns, and more isn't always better. Do they mean like more isn't always better in regards to the amount of bosses there are in a raid? Is that what they mean? Thanks for 3 months, the Kalasar. Thank you so much. I do think that, I mean, I don't know. I don't necessarily care about really long or like big raids with lots and lots of bosses, because in the end, the more bosses there are, I always feel like the more like shitty bosses there are too. You know what I mean? Like if you have 6 bosses in a raid, then maybe only like 2 or 3 are super easy and the rest is like fun. But if you have 10 bosses, then there's like 4 that are horrible, or like either it's super easy or super dumb, and then the other ones are fun. And then it just feels like, ugh, I just have to kill these 4 really dumb bosses to do the funny ones, you know? So I wouldn't necessarily mind if they make less bosses and make them more interesting instead. Thank you, Kalasar. Alright, PTR testing and secrets. They have considered giving certain rewards to players who test things, but it would require public beta. Currently, WoW betas are invite only, and that feels unfair and wrong if they were to give special rewards, obviously, yeah. There's something that requires a lot of testing on to make it sure, blah, blah, blah. Okay, sure. There's content that is encrypted, Blizzard's trying to keep as much as they can secret. Even just things that are unexpected haven't been seen. They want every patch. This is also like a really interesting subject, I think, when it comes to Blizzard not testing certain bosses at all. Because some people are really excited about it. Like, some people really want Blizzard to not test any raid bosses on the PTR. And other people want Blizzard to test them all. And I personally am like, I don't really care. Because to me, it really doesn't matter that much. I think I personally prefer it if they test them. Just because then it's less of a, like it's less stress for me to get a little bit of an idea of the bosses before I actually do them. Because what's the upside of not testing bosses? The upside of not testing bosses is that they're a surprise. But in what sense are they really a surprise? You gotta think about it that way. How are the bosses that are not being tested a surprise to me, personally? To me, personally, they're not a surprise for myself. They're a surprise for, like, the NA players that get reset on Tuesday. You know? So for me, it's just like, oh, well, I didn't test the boss on PTR, but on Tuesday, when the raid comes out for NA, then I can watch a Twitch stream and someone does the boss, and then I can see it. And it's like, okay, cool. Did that really, like... Was that, like, a cool experience for me? To watch this NA guild do this boss for the first time? Or would it have been the same experience if I would have just tested it on PTR myself or would have watched a video afterwards? I don't know. Because I do understand that it's exciting for a guild to see the boss for the first time. I get that. Like, if I would go into the raid and I wouldn't have seen these bosses before at all, and I go there and I see them for the first time, that would be cool. But the reality is that that is not actually happening, right? The reality is that almost all of the players don't experience the bosses themselves for the first time themselves, no matter if they were PTR tested or not. Almost every single player sees the bosses being done by other guilds for the first time. No matter if it's PTR or if it's race to first or if it's whatever. So to me personally, I don't get any benefit from them not testing the bosses, really. I personally don't get any benefit. In fact, it's a little bit of a downside for me because I have less time to prepare myself for these bosses, and then I get more stressed out because I have to do it all in a smaller time frame, especially because normal mode, heroic, and mythic gets released at the same time. So everything happens all at once for me, right? For me, it's like, okay, the raid comes out, plus Mythic Plus comes out, so I already have a shit ton of stuff to do in game, right? So technically speaking, I would have to play the game all of the time because I need to get upgrades from M+. I need to raid. I need to do all of the other things that are related to the patch, right? So I would have to play the game a lot. And additionally, I would also have to learn the bosses that were not tested before, so because there were no videos. So now I have to do all of those things, plus I have to learn these new bosses that were not tested, plus I have to find weak auras and UI elements for these bosses to be prepared for them. Plus, I also have to cast the Race to Will first, which is, again, just a me problem. Obviously, that's not like a common problem. But I would also have to cast the Race to Will first, and I would somehow, like, have to make content and guides and whatever, and it's just like, to me personally, that's not a fun thing. I'd rather have it that I have this information about the bosses before already, so I can prepare for them before the raid comes out when I have more time, right? So yeah, to me personally, not testing the boss is not necessarily like a big, I don't know, like it doesn't affect me positively, at least. But then some people really want this to happen, right? Like, especially, I think the biggest voice for not testing things is Scribe. Scribe from Echo. He constantly says that he doesn't want bosses to be tested. Which I understand because, right, Scribe is in a race first guild, and for him it would be nice because he then discovers the boss for the first time and can actually figure out all of these puzzles himself, right? So I understand his point of view. But the fact that it really only affects them and not anyone else is it really worth it at that point, right? Anyway, returning cosmetic items. They want to add ways to get appearances that exist in the game that are no longer available. They want to hopefully get to a point where, okay, so they make these crafted items. Okay, cool. Alright, so what else is new? Alliance Hall of Fame for World of Incarnate now full? Really? Now? Alliance guilds. Okay, Blizzard has released a massive blog post on tier set acquisition, including plans for Season 2, which include an Omni token for tier and one guaranteed tier set piece per character by showing mastery and raids. Oh? Okay. New post was added to the thread, going more into detail about blah blah blah. Okay. Okay, let's read this. Give me a second. I'm gonna be right back and then we'll see you. Right back. All right. Okay, hey everyone, with 10.1 on PCR and rate testing in full swing, we wanted to catch up on top, blah blah blah. Update comes here. This will include changes we're making to the rival catalyst, class set acquisition, raid rewards, as well as some of the history behind how we've arrived to our current approach and how those philosophies are evolving over time. This post will already be pretty long, so for now, this is going to focus entirely on class sets and catalysts. Okay, first off, let's talk about the rival catalyst and how we got to where we are today. Early on in 10.0's development, we knew we would keep the catalyst unlock timing of 6 weeks after the season begins. Certainly wasn't the most popular decision, but let's talk about why. Generally speaking, when iterating on a system, we try to be careful of not making too many changes at once, so as to better discern and analyze the impact of those changes individually. And with something as big as the catalyst, making too many changes at once could jeopardize our ability to balance its place in the gearing ecosystem in the future. If we'd made it unlock even 1 week earlier and discovered that was a mistake or didn't align with our goals, it would be even more disruptive to players to say oops and rewind it back. Let's talk about what did change, because coming from Shadowlands, Catalyst was introduced. There were a number of compounding issues that made the experience of assembling your set as frustrating as it was. Sepulchre, the first ones as a raid, was notoriously more difficult than intended. This meant that even very competent and committed guilds found it hard to take down Lehim, Halandris, and especially Anduin. On top of this, Sepulchre released in segments, with Lords of Dread and Raglan 2 other very challenging bosses sporting class set tokens weren't even available for people who did clear the first week. Special trading requirements. In the world of personal loot in raid, you needed an equal or better item level, in particular, just like, yeah. In Amazon 2 specifically, there was an even further restriction, meaning you needed to have a high enough item level set piece. This meant that there were many cases where people who had normal set pieces couldn't trade heroic ones that dropped for them right after, or players who had their set... Great Vault accessibility. While it was a benefit that the Great Vault allowed all players to get set pieces at all, the rates weren't at all favorable compared to your chance of non-set items appearing. Additionally, many of our tests and projections were expecting that a lot of players would meet the raid threshold of 3, 5, 8 bosses killed each week, which, as mentioned above, didn't happen regularly for quite a while, given the high average difficulty of the raid. This meant that from the very first week, the vast majority of players were behind our initial expectations for acquiring tier set. Okay, so that makes sense. So I think what they're trying to get to, I'm going to read the rest of it soon, but what they're trying to get to is that because Sepulchre was so different than what 10.0 is, that they wanted to test the catalyst being 6 weeks again, just because so many other things changed with the loot system, right? We had group loot instead of personal loot. The raid released at the same time, blah, blah, blah. Mythic, Heroic, and Normal mode was released simultaneously. And all of those things kind of affected the tier set acquisition in itself. And they didn't want to also have the catalyst change as well to understand what would happen with the loot, to be sure what is like impacting it the most, right? Because if they would have changed the catalyst to be earlier too, and it would have ended up being like a bad thing overall, then they wouldn't have known, okay, was it bad because of the group loot? Was it bad because of the catalyst being early? Was it bad because of all difficulties releasing simultaneously, blah, blah, blah. I guess that's what they're trying to get to here, right? So that was the World of 9.2. We're highlighting these factors alongside the 6-week release timing of the original catalyst to hopefully show the snowball effect acquisition and reward systems can have. Players weren't killing as many bosses early, which meant they weren't killing the rest of the class at bosses, which meant less people had them appear in their Great Vault, which all meant less trading across your raid group to fill out slots. Furthermore, this delays the power spikes those bonuses would give, which makes it harder to progress past certain walls within the raid. And so the cycle continues. Even guilds choosing to clear normal and heroic bosses for extra chances at set tokens were still running afoul of the trading restrictions, which didn't help much either. Okay, and then they changed in Dragonflight that you can just trade things around, obviously. And they increased the appearance of class set in the vault. And you could also get tier sets even if you haven't killed the bosses that drop it, right? Knowing the 6-week catalyst unlocking time would be controversial, we held fast due to the other incoming changes to get a look at how things would shake out. And as it happens, our data shows that these changes had an even bigger impact than anticipated. Without peering too much behind the curtain, we were able to see that the vast majority of players filling between 3 and 6 Great Vault slots either had their 4P set bonus before the Revival Catalyst opened, or were set up to complete it that very week. Players were killing more bosses on more difficulties than before, which led to more vault slots and more gear trading, which in turn led to progressing deeper into the raid earlier, which continues a positive loop of more players getting geared faster. That said, some readers will correctly identify that there's groupings of players who still were left out of this bounty. These are players who engage only with Mythic Plus and only with PvP, with zero rating at all. These players still on average had decent luck getting some set pieces via the Great Vault change, but were extremely unlikely to complete their 4 set before the Catalyst. Okay. So that's the basics of Season 1, but we'll still think that we can do better for more players. So let's talk about what's changing in Dragonflight Season 2. First, we're reverting the weekly quest system to get Catalyst charges in favor of how it works in Shadowlands Season 3. For those unaware, this is very simple. Every week, all characters on your account will get a charge. No action required. We wanted to experiment with making the acquisition of charges require some more effort and investment on players' part in lieu of having a currency cost. But in so doing, we ended up taking a step backwards on one of the founding goals of the Catalyst system itself, mid or late season catch-up. Okay. Whereas Snap and 2 system would greet fresh 60s with many Catalyst charges ready to craft an entire class set for a hefty Cosmic Flux fee, level 70 players in Dragonfly Season 1 quickly found that if they were late to the party, that was it. It would always take 6 weeks to reach the charge cap. And if you failed to turn in the quest for any reason, you couldn't gain another. Dude, I'm pretty sure I forgot to turn in this quest multiple times. It's not a total loss. This entirely new, truly account-wide quest is something we've been able to use in the future, but not allowing catch-up was a mistake, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So in Season 2, upon the Catalyst opening, all players will receive a charge for every one of their characters. This functions the same as they always have. If your main spends a feud, blah, 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 it doesn't impact you. Okay. And like in Shadowlands Season 3, there will be no costs associated with the charges. Okay, no Cosmic Flux, no Dragon Out supplies, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So that's obviously good, right? Second, we're adding a new seasonal achievement, tentatively titled Dragonflight Season 2 Master. You may be aware that in 9.2 and 10.0, we've had some achievements that would require you to clear the Mythic raid or obtain a very high Mythic Plus or PvP threshold to obtain a reward. In Season 3, it was a special item to upgrade all of your conduits, yeah. And in Dragonflight Season 1, it was a cosmetic item that gave you access to the previously Mythic-only visual effects for all colors of your class and appearance. We're keeping that style of achievement and reward moving forward, but want to experiment with more seasonal milestones to hit as you progress towards your goals. Here's how it will work. Season 2 Masters awarded for clearing Aberrus, the Shadow of the Raid, on Heroic, obtaining 2002 Mythic Plus rating or 1800 rating in PvP. Doing so awards that character a Draconic Mark of Mastery, an item that can be turned into a vendor for any Heroic level class set item of your choice. Okay. This can only be earned once per character, but it's available the day Dragonflight Season 2 begins. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. The item received from the Mark of Master is also fully upgradable with Shadowflame Crescent. Okay, so this is a little bit... so I do like the idea. But I feel like it's going to be a little bit awkward. It's not going to include trinkets. No, this is set. Only set. Tier set. So I like this idea. The one problem I can already see this creating is the fact that, like, which tier piece do you buy? Considering that you don't know what you're going to be getting next. You know what I mean? So let's say, yeah, okay. I mean, it seems a bit weird. Wait, you can buy the last boss item? Well, let's just read it and then I'll talk about it. This achievement and its reward serves a few functions. We're interested in adding a non-raid method of obtaining a guaranteed set item for those players we mentioned previously. Additionally, we're interested in testing the waters to see how players feel about being able to earn relevant power rewards for their progress and performance within an even season. For the most skilled and coordinated players, this token will be something they could earn within a matter of days or even a week. For others, it's a medium or even long-term goal to push for that would provide items otherwise out of their typical reach. Lastly, and this is raid specific, Scale Commander Sarkarath, the final boss of 10.1 will drop an Omni token. But like the market, blah, 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 any player in possession of it will be able to take it to a vendor and purchase class set item, level upgrade, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Also worth noting before we talk about the raid rewards charges in full is that some time into the season, either with the reopening of the revolver cards or blah, 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 we'll be adjusting how often set tokens drop in raid as well. At present, class set tokens drop at a ratio of 1 per 10, scaling up to 2 per 20 and 3 per 30. We'll be reducing this number as the season progresses. Oh, that's good. As we've heard feedback, the players making late season runs at Mythic Progression are very often already have their class set, and often at an item level that's seasonally above or comparable or those dropping. This can take those bosses, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, I still don't understand why they don't make them separate drops. Because they want to reduce the amount of loot you're getting. Hey, Seblo, what's up? I mean, that would be the much simpler fix, but they just want us to have less loot, so... Because they could clearly just say, hey, on a tier boss, you just get more overall items. Just because the set is, like, separate. But they don't want to do that, because then that would mean that we get more items overall. And they don't want us to get more items, right? All in all, it's been about a year since class sets have returned, and we hope the above changes represent a shift towards making them more accessible for our players. We want to acknowledge the feedback that having raiding be the primary way of all players shifting, blah, 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 stuff, blah, blah. Given that they feel something that should be universally available to all styles of play, we're eager to see how Season 2 plays out, and we'll be looking for more ways to level the playing field in this regard as we continue to iterate. Yeah. 6 charge cap on the rival will not go away. Item from past season will be able to catalyst for no cost. The tier army token dropping from will be intended as an extra pierce, not affecting the rest. So who said that you will be able to get other items from this? It says an item that can be turned into a vendor of any heroic level class set item of your choice. This is just tier set, right? We're talking about tier set. I'm not seeing anywhere that you would be able to get other items. Tier sets, okay. Yeah. Just here. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so like the only issue I can see with this is that people might, if you cannot exchange it, that people want to wait with it, which I guess is not, like, it's not the worst thing that could happen, I guess. But the one thing I can see happening is that, let's say a person has one tier set. Technically, and you have this token. So let's say you got one tier set. Let's say you got tier gloves. And you have this item here. So let's say you cleared the heroic raid. And you have this item, this Mark of Mastery. And you have one tier set already that you dropped from the raid that you got. So now technically getting this item from the vendor would give you 2 set bonus, which would be an immediate upgrade, of course. But people don't necessarily want to do that because they want 4 set, right? So I'm sure there will be a situation where a person could get 2 set with this item, but they don't want to do that because they want to wait until they have 3 tier sets to get the 4th, right? Scarsard said he's fine with people waiting with it. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be the end of the world for sure. Yeah, I mean, I kind of assume that the guild leaders would, like, if you're in a guild that does group loot properly with master loot, then it would be beneficial to the guilds if people would use this token immediately. Yeah? But you want to coordinate it within the group, I would assume. Right? Like, you don't want every person that's in the same token to get gloves. Because that would be weird. So you could, I guess, coordinate it and say, hey, this mage gets the gloves and the druid gets the chest and this other person gets the helmet. Because, yeah, that would make more sense than if everyone gets the helmet and then the helmet drops and no one needs it anymore. And then the gloves drop and everyone needs the gloves, right? So, I mean, kind of weird. Omni token is kind of weird by causing raids to break down into groups of 10 on last boss for efficiency. Huh? How does that make sense? I'm not sure I understand that. It doesn't matter if you do one raid with 20 people or 2 raids with 10 people, right? It's the same thing. Omni token is bonus loot. It says that? It's intended to be extra loot on kill, not something that takes away from the loot table as is. Yeah, but then you would still get 2 for having 20 people, no? And 1 for 10. Specify something that doesn't scale with... Oh. Okay, well then that would be weird. Hunting is a job for your group, not per player. Some seem to think you'd only have to kill Sarka 4 times to complete your bonus, which isn't correct. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's per kill, however, and not a one-time bonus. It's just an extra item. So, I mean, it doesn't look like they know already how it works. Because they say it's possible. It's something that does not scale with group size if it remains bonus loot. Like, I don't think they're sure themselves what they're gonna do, right? But yeah, it would be weird if it's also, is it guaranteed or not guaranteed? I don't think they know themselves. I think they're still working on this. Thank you so much for 3 months, Kaselovich. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, but it's not implying that necessarily prophecy. They're literally saying they're not sure, right? Like, it says that maybe you would only get one. You would only get one no matter how many people you have in there. Like, it does say that, of course. But they're not saying that that is how it's going to work. They say it's possible. So they're obviously just like, I mean, they're thinking about how it should work. Also, I guess they're not really explaining if this is like something that will happen all of the time. At least I don't see that being explained anywhere. Like, does it always drop? Or is it just a chance of it dropping? But yeah, it obviously would be really weird if you would always get one guaranteed, no matter the rate size. That would be really awkward. Because yeah, then it's exactly true what you're saying. You would want to make the rate groups as small as possible. And that would be really weird if that was the case. I saw what you said, Sabla. I'm just trying to finish this blue post. I mean, it does say it is per kill. But that doesn't mean it's guaranteed per kill. It could also just mean you have a chance to get it per kill, right? Like, I don't think this sentence means that it's guaranteed. This is running idea the recent amount of set tokens later on dispatch would adversely affect raiders that show up later. The D here is at the time that guild that probably does normal, let's say moves forward, blah blah blah. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. The tuning down of set tokens with frequency would not remove the set tokens from the boss. All seconds still drop from the raid as they have his blocker and blah blah blah. In addition to blah blah blah. Okay, the 2 wing bosses. From the wording earlier, the Omni token is guaranteed. Which wording? Oh, here. Lastly, in this blah blah blah, the final boss of the Tempered One will drop 1 Omni token per defeat on all difficulties. Guaranteed. Okay, yeah, okay. It does say here, yeah. Okay, yeah, that is, I think that's good. But yeah, they definitely have to figure out how that's gonna work with raid size. Man, why is Twitter so bad with threats? Oh, I hate Twitter. I don't see. Did he delete the threat? Thanks for 2 months, Big Suno. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. I don't understand where this Twitter thread is supposed to be. Did he delete it? We're talking about Skarsgård, right? Or are we talking about someone else? And the only thing I can see I just can't. I don't know what this. Did he delete it? Like, he's replying to Skyzard, but I don't see the post. I guess it's gone. Because, I mean, JB is responding to something here, but I don't see what it is. So I guess we can't read this. Yeah, the interesting thing about this, I mean, I was already thinking this, and this is, I think this is something that people never necessarily consider. And the catalyst is the same problem. So right now, the problem with the gear acquisition, with the tier acquisition, seems to be that raiders always get the tier first. And some people were suggesting that they should give us the catalyst earlier to not have that be happening. But that literally does nothing. Because if you want the gap to close between raider tier acquisition and M+ and PvP, because currently raiders get it earlier than M+ and PvP players, right? But if the catalyst gets released earlier, that still does not change that at all, right? Like, raiders still would get it earlier, just even earlier, right? So the catalyst being available early doesn't necessarily mean that this gap here would be closed. It would mean that everyone gets a tier earlier, but the raiders would still get more tier at the same rate as they do now. And I think the only thing they're changing in Season 2 is the fact that M+ players and PvP players can now get an achievement to get 1 free token, right? So you get 1 free token now, and the rest is Vault. And then later it's Catalyst. Now what do raiders get though? They also get 1 free token for clearing Heroic. So they also get this. This is the same. They also get Vault. They also get it from the raid. And in addition, they now also get the Omni token. Which, to be fair, is the same as the raid, but yeah. And then later they get the Catalyst. So not to say that I don't like this. Like, I think this 1 free token is really cool. I like it a lot, right? And I also like this Omni token. But they specifically said in a blue post that the biggest problem with tier acquisition is M+ players and PvP players, right? And the gap between the raiders and this, right? And I think these specific changes they make are not necessarily closing this gap, right? I don't know, like, the problem is also that I don't think there is a way of fixing it without giving the raiders access to it, right? Because think about it. How do you give M+ players tier set without the raiders also getting access to it? It just doesn't work. Because you can say, hey, tier set drops in M+ now. But if tier set drops in M+, well, then raiders are just going to do M+ to get tier set as well. In addition of also raiding and getting all of the other ways of tier set, right? So I don't think this is necessarily like a super fixable problem. unless they would literally just remove tier sets from dropping in a raid. You could cap the tier acquisition, like hard cap it. But I don't think people would be very happy about that, right? But I think this is fine. I mean, we'll see how it works, how it's gonna work out. It still, of course, means that like in Plus players and PvP players are gonna get their tier slower. Still. But I don't think it's necessarily gonna be that big of a problem because there was this one dev interview, I think it was with oh shit, was it with I forgot. I think it was Max that talked to a dev. I don't remember which dev he was talking to, but he specifically the dev that talked to Max specifically explained why Blizzard thinks it's okay that M+ players and PvP players get their tier a little bit later in comparison to the raiders. And I think it did make sense the way he explained it. He was basically saying that when you look at the season, then so if you look at PvP and Plus and raiding in a separate way, and you look at the timeline of a season, then it is true that for the raiders, their gear is the most important at the start of the season. While for Plus players and PvP players, the importance of the gear is more at the end of the season. Right? When you think about it. Because what does a raider do? A raider tries to clear the raid as fast as possible as soon as it's released. Right? But when you look at M+ players and PvP players, their rewards is the end of the season. Right? Their rank 1 title, their rating, and all of that kind of stuff is more like an end of season thing. Like, you do not need your gear, as an M+ player, you don't need your gear to necessarily be best in slot at the very start of the season, because you can still get your rank 1 title, like, at the very end of the season, right? You don't need it at the very start. Of course, it's better to have gear at the start, but it's not necessarily gonna make it easier for you to get the title, right? Like, a player that gets a lot of gear at the start doesn't have an easier time getting the rank 1 title in M+ than a player that gets their best luck gear later on, right? Because the ranking that you have, the rating that you have, only matters at the end. It doesn't matter if you had higher rating at the start. It only matters at the very end. It's a true statement, but that still isn't a reason. How can it be a true statement and not a reason? I'm not sure I understand. It doesn't make raiders more important. I mean, no, that's not the... Like, that is not what that statement is trying to say. That, like, no one's saying that one or the other should be more important. It's just that the power curve that you require is just at different points of the season. So the importance of getting items early is higher for a raider than a M+ player than a PvP player, right? Which I think is, that statement is true. Doesn't necessarily mean that an M+ player doesn't want set early, right? Everyone wants gear as early as possible. Of course. Every player wants gear as fast as possible. But it has less impact on you as a player if you get it later, is, I guess, the statement. But it is, though. It is still a reason, paper coats. Like, just because the players want it earlier doesn't necessarily mean that you have to give it to them. if they have the whole season to play, you know what I mean? That's only if you're pushing. If you're not pushing and just want to have fun. But why is it so important? I mean, I don't understand. Like, I understand people want to have fun, right? But you can have fun without getting all of your loot instantaneously, right? I mean, you do understand that this is also like a reason to keep you in the game as well, yeah? Like, this is also like a... Here's the thing. A lot of people don't want to admit it, but the longer it takes you to actually get best in slot, the longer you have motivation to play the game, right? That's just kind of how things happen. And if people that play in Plus or play like high rated PvP would get their gear as quickly as like a Mythic Raider does in comparison, then they would probably lose interest in playing in Plus a little bit earlier, which is not necessarily something that Blizzard wants. I'm not saying that it's necessarily a good thing, but you cannot deny that that is true. And the thing with raiding is that it already happens kind of naturally when you're done with the raid, in a sense. Like, if you're a raider, once you cleared the raid that you're aiming to clear, let's say you're a heroic raider and you don't want to do mythic at all, you just want to do heroic. Let's say you're a heroic raider and you cleared heroic. At that point, your motivation to play the game kind of goes down already a little bit because the goal that you're trying to achieve, you already achieved. And at that point, the fact that the gear maybe doesn't impact you as much, because as a raider, your goal is kind of like clearing the raid, and farm raids are not as interesting to raiders anymore because they don't have like a goal that the gear is needed for. You know, like it affects players mentally quite a bit. When you have like a goal that you're trying to reach, let's say you're a Plus player, right? And you want to reach a certain rating, or you want to get rank 1 tel, or you just want to be better than Plus, right? Then constantly getting upgrades for a longer period of time will kind of increase your motivation to be pushing because you have constant improvements. You know what I mean? Like, every week you can do like maybe a key level higher because you got more gear, which definitely affects your motivation. And I think that is definitely a reason why M Plus generally has like a slower like gearing curve compared to a raider. Again, I'm not saying that I'm not stating that any of this is good or bad. I think I'm just stating what I think is true. Because for raiding, it's very different. Like, let's say this is a season, right? The timeline of a season. At the start, I don't know, let's say you do a plus 10 key at the start. And then you can do a plus 11. And then you do a plus 15 because you got 4 set. And then you got a plus 17 because you got a trinket. And then you do a plus 19 because you got this. And then you do a plus 22 because blah, blah, blah. And then it just keeps going with your power curve also going up from your character. So the more damage you do, the higher like you can go, right? And if this wouldn't be true, if your power curve would already be done here, right? So like, this is the start of the season. So let's say you gain gear, you gain gear, you gain gear. Let's say I'm best in slot at this point of the season. Now at this point, the power curve wouldn't be maybe going up like this. It would be like plus 10, plus 11, and then plus 20 here. And then maybe you do again plus 20. Maybe you're just stuck in your progression for a while. You know what I mean? Maybe for 3 weeks you can only do plus 20. And at some point you can maybe do a plus 21. But then again, just plus 21. And then maybe you get plus 22. So, because if you are best in slot geared, your progression is gonna like slow down a lot, right? Because when it comes to M+, of course, the gear will impact you, but also your experience as well. But the combination of the both will give you like a bigger motivation, I guess. And it is somewhat similar in PvP as well. It's not exactly the same in PvP, but it is somewhat similar. And I think Blizzard just kind of wants this curve to be like a bit lower to keep you motivated, you know? To keep you playing. Because if you're stuck at some level, your motivation is gonna like slow down quite a bit, especially if you're not getting any more gear. So they're kind of like influencing you by giving you more gear. So you have the illusion of like getting better when maybe you're just like being able to do higher keys because you have more loot. So it doesn't look like you're just like halting your progression. And for the raid, it is quite different, right? For the raids, of course, you do have a progression curve for the raid as well, but it stops much earlier in the season, right? For a raider, your progression curve ends when you kill a last boss, which people don't want to last the whole season long. Like, I think people don't want the raids to last until like the very end of the season. People want to be done like here. So for the raiders to get their gear a bit earlier is also just to keep them progressing, to just not stop their motivation, because raiding is not as versatile as M+ is. Like, raiding is pretty like, you do the same thing every single week. It's not that you play a different boss all of a sudden, right? So raiding is a little bit less like, you don't have different affixes every week. You don't have different levels that you do every week. It's always the same, right? So raiders will lose their motivation a little bit earlier, which kind of makes me believe that Blizzard wants raiders just to have their gear maximum a little bit faster, so they can clear this earlier, so they actually do it, so they don't just stop at some point. I'm stuck at 3.3 because I don't rate, and I mean, do you really think that's why you're stuck, though? Do you think these like 1-2 items that you're missing are causing you to be stuck? Because I'm not sure that that is really true. Like, I'm not saying you're lying, because obviously having more gear is always better. But do you really think that those couple of items that you're missing are actually going to be that big of an impact? Because, I mean, I'm also at 3.3k. And I'm also missing items from the raid. And I am a mythic raider. I clear the mythic raid every week. And I don't have Icon. I don't have a 421 other trinket either. And I'm still missing a couple of items from the raid. But I don't think necessarily that I could have more score if I wanted. If you know, like, I could definitely have more score. I could for sure have 3.4k with the character that I'm playing. I have no doubt in my mind that my character would be able to get 3.4 score. So I don't, like, of course, with the gear it would be easier, but I don't think that it's like the main factor that is holding me back, you know? But my character is fresh and 2 weeks of M+ and Valor upgrades. Well, okay, but that's a different story. Now you're saying that your character is 2 weeks old. How on earth would you have good gear even if you would be mythic rating? if you've been playing your character for 2 weeks, you wouldn't have the mythic items anyway, even if you would be mythic rating. I don't think that whatever you're saying necessarily makes sense when it comes to raid versus and plus loot, right? Oh, you're saying that your character is not 2 weeks old, but people that would level a character now could have the same gear as you. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I just think that the impact that the gear has is not that insane. I mean, again, if you look at my character, like I'm 419. I am clearing the mythic raids every week, basically, yeah? This weapon is from M+. This is a 415 trinket, another 415 trinket. I have 2 crafted rings, crafted boots. I have these 421 mythic legs, but anyone could get this from the vault and catalyst it. I have 415 belts, 415 bracers, another vault chest, vault cloak. I have the 424 shoulders, which this is not something you would be able to get if you're not a mythic raider. I have lariat, and this you also wouldn't be able to get. So the only items I have from the mythic raid that as a non-raider you wouldn't be able to get is shoulders and chest. Like, this is the only difference, right? So to say that a raider necessarily has like much better gear or whatever is, I don't think that is like always true. I think the difference between like an M+ player's gear and a raider's gear is not that insane unless you have any special items. Like if you're an evoker, then the evoker stuff is obviously a big difference. If you're a melee player and there's a really good trinket in a raid, then of course it's also gonna make a big difference, right? But it's not true for everybody. Like sometimes it's like my character where I just don't even have the trinket myself that drops in a raid. Even though I am raiding, I just don't have it, right? So I'm not necessarily or if you're a hunter, of course, then it's also going to be a big deal if you don't have the weapon from... If you don't have the bow, that's going to be a big deal for you, right? As an M+ player, if you don't have the access to that bow. But it's not necessarily always true that like a raider by default just has like much better items or something. I don't think that's true. At least not at this point in the season. Earlier on in the season, like when the raid is fresh, then I think it is for sure true. But at this point, now that we have the catalyst, we had weeks and weeks and weeks of the vault. You know, at this point, I think the gear between an M+ player and the raider is pretty similar. I don't think it's like a world's difference anymore. But yeah, the start of the raid is obviously... it is a decent difference at the start. Yeah, Lotus is a Moonkin that is almost 3.5k score, and he doesn't have any mythic items other than 424 lex, yeah. So, I mean... I think the gear isn't really holding people back, honestly, yeah. At least not as much as people think. We're not really talking about the last month of a season, but I still think that we should, though. Because, as I said, I think the fact that M+ players are complaining so much about like not being able to get gear and stuff, I get it. Like, you don't want to rate. I get it, right? I understand. You don't want to rate. I get that. But is it that big of a deal that you don't have best slot gear within the first 2 weeks? Like, I just don't necessarily understand this crying so much. Because I don't think it's as big of a deal. Because as the M+ season lasted 6 months, it's literally like 6 months of a season. And 2 months into the season, you basically have the same gear as a mythic raider, except certain items that are maybe important for you. But outside of those like very specific items, you're not necessarily missing out on anything. And what does it matter if you don't have that like super best luck gear at the very start. I don't think it matters at all. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Thanks for 29 months, Anita. What's up? Hello, hello. And it's like some people think that if you're a mythic raider, you just have instantly best slot gear in the first week, which is also just not true, right? Like, you get the tier set earlier, that is true. Raiders for sure get tier sets earlier. But everything else, like, sometimes I've had weeks upon weeks where I just didn't get a single item. Like, that's just happened, you know? It's not that as a raider, you just get 5 mythic items every week. You know? Like, the amount of effort and time you have to put into the raids and the amount of things that you get returned to you, I mean, that just happens when you have PvE be shared between Plus and raiding. Like, I honestly don't think it's as big of a deal as people are making it out to be. People in Plus just want to have everything. And I get it. But Blizzard already closed the gap so much between what you can get in Plus and what you can get in a raid. It's barely even noticeable anymore 2 months into the patch. Like 2 months into the patch, it's like people with Plus gear are the highest rated in Plus. I mean, if you look at the highest rated Plus players, some of them have full Plus gear. Like, it's not that it's impossible to get high rating without it, you know? Like, look at Kia. Look at the items that Kia has. Not a single 424 item. There's 415, 418, 418, 418, 418, 418. There's a lucky thing from the vault. Alchemist Stone. Like, it's an Plus Paladin, right? 3,493 rating. Like, I don't think... I don't know. Like, I understand, like, I'm not denying that there's a difference, right? I'm not denying that at the start of the season, that raiders have access to more gear and more tier sets. I'm not denying that fact. But just how important is it for you to have it at the very start as a Plus player? Just how important is it really? And understand you want the loot, but if you really want the tier, well, then just fucking raid. You know? Like, I'm not saying you can't complain, because you can. But if you want your tier set, if you're the Plus player, and you want your tier set earlier, well, then just fucking raid, you know? For a couple of weeks. Is it really, like, that difficult? Or is it really that much of a burden if you have to raid for, like, 2 or 3 weeks at the start of the expansion? Until you have your tier set, and then you can stop again, you know? Or you just wait until you get it from the vault or the catalyst, right? And if you really want your tier set as an Plus players, well, then just fucking do normal mode for 3 weeks. Until you have 4 set. You know? Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. You just have to play the game. A raider also has to play in Plus all of the time, you know? Do you really think that raiders don't have to play in Plus? They have to do that too. It's just how it kind of is, you know? If a raider wants really good gear, they also have to play in Plus for the first couple of weeks. Some people make it out to be as if Plus players are like super fucked and they have to raid for best luck gear, and raiders don't have to play in Plus. But that's not true. Raiders literally have to play a lot of in Plus. Raiders literally have to spend their all day in Plus if they want good gear at the start of the season. Right? It's all the raiders have to do, really. Because the raids don't drop infinite upgrades, right? But Plus does. At least at the very start. So the amount of Plus people play at the start, even if they don't want to, is pretty, like, insane. Raiders have to do Plus, but only to the bare minimum. Yeah, and then a Plus player also just has to raid for the bare minimum. Because what do you need to raid for as an Plus player? For a tier set. early, before the catalyst is there, right? And you can get tier set even on normal or heroic. It's not gonna be that big of a difference early on. And later you can just get it from the catalyst. I do think that PvP is a little bit of a different story because PvP and PvE are completely different aspects of the game, right? So telling a PvP raider to do a normal mode raid is, in my opinion, a little bit different than telling an M+ player to do a normal mode raid. Because I do think that M+ and raiding are still closer to each other than arena is to raiding. Like, I do think that PvP is quite a bit different. So I understand the PvP players a little bit more, right? But M+ players sometimes are just such, like, I play M+ myself as well, yeah? And I don't necessarily like farm raids and stuff either. I do like progression raiding, but I don't like split raiding. I don't like doing normal mode raids. I don't like doing heroic raids. I don't like doing farm raids. And yeah, I mean, I do it anyway. And yeah, I don't think it's going to be the end of the world if an M+ player has to step foot into a raid at the start of a season for a couple of weeks. Like, you're making it out to be as if it's like the end of the world. It's a really bad take though, some people cannot raid. I'm confused. What do you mean some people cannot raid? There's literally pucks that raid at any point of the day. Maybe you cannot join a guild that does scheduled raids. That I can see. But if you can play in plus, then you can also raid. I mean, I know in plus players that pug raids. There's really high rated in plus players who are just pugging all of their raids. They even pug mythic raids. Put a lot of emphasis on it not being so bad to have to raid. I mean, that's not really what I'm saying, yeah? But what is so bad about someone doing in plus not having to raid? Tell me what would be so bad about people who raid to not have to do in plus? Like, I'm not saying that, like, this whole people having to raid is not even true. That's the point that I'm trying to make in the first place. I don't think an M+ player has to raid to get high rating. And I think we literally have proof of that by the highest rated M+ players not raiding. Like, I have literal proof that to get high rating, you do not need to raid. If you look at the highest rated players, some of them don't raid, right? So there's literal proof there. But then people are complaining, well, okay, so I can get high rating, but I would still like to have my gear faster. So people are basically saying that at the start of the season when a raid comes out, that they want their gear as fast as a raider gets their gear without raiding. Which is nonsensical, because a raider that wants gear fast plays a lot of M+ in addition to raiding. But the M+ players are saying that they only want to do M+ and not raids. Even though the raiders have to play M+ and raids. But the M+ players should somehow only be able to play M+ and not raids. You do understand that if that was the case, if you could get tier set as fast from playing M+ as if you would play raid and M+, then what's the point of raiding at that point for anyone that cares about gear? You understand? It would completely remove the purpose of raiding completely. Except, obviously, if you only do it for fun. Which, let's be honest here, if there was no incentive for things in the game, then the amount of people that would do it is just obviously gonna be very bad. The only, like, there is just no real solution for this problem that affects no one negatively. Because I understand what you're trying to say. Like, you're basically saying, hey, I want my Implast gear to come from Implast, and I don't want to do anything outside of Implast. Like, I get that point of view. The reason why Blizzard doesn't want to do that is because they don't want to divide Implast and raiding from each other more than it's already divided. Because people don't want a division between, like, people don't want to lower the amount of people that do either of those things. You know what I mean? And it would also, like, increase the barrier of entry of one or the other. Like, there are negative things that happen if you divide the two that some people don't maybe think about. If you divide Implast completely from raiding, then automatically what happens is that if you are a raider, you're gonna have a much harder time getting into Implast. Because the gear that you have from raiding is gonna not be so good for Implast, obviously, because that's the only way how you could really divide it properly, right? So the barrier of entry would be higher for both raiding and for Implast. It would be harder to do both simultaneously as well. Because right now, if you're a raider, you can do Implast, and if you're a Implast player, you're a raider. You don't have such a hard time doing that, right? If you're an Implast player, it's not going to be that hard for you to start raiding with the gear that you have from Implast. You're not going to have a huge disadvantage because it's really similar, right? And if you're a raider, you're also not going to have that much of a hard time doing Implast, because you can use the raiding gear for Implast, and you can use the Implast gear for raiding. If you divide the two, that would mean that either Implast gear is only good for Implast and not good for the raid, or raiding gear is only good for raid and not for Implast, or something along those lines. Because otherwise, you're always going to have like an overlap there in some sort. And no matter what they do, there is going to be negative consequences that maybe people sometimes just don't think about. Because, as I said, barrier of entry, it's going to be harder to do both. You're going to have to farm different gear sets for the different things. There's going to be less people raiding and less people doing Implast. Because right now, this is what PvE looks like, kind of. Like, this is Implast players. And this is raiders, I guess, right? And this is people that do both, right? It's probably gonna be a bigger overlap. I'm not sure exactly. It's probably gonna be a bigger overlap. But you know what I'm trying to say, right? And if you divide those two, then obviously the people that do Implast and do raid are gonna be smaller. Like, there's gonna be less people here because there's no overlap anymore, or a lesser overlap. It's still possible there's gonna be an overlap, but just like a smaller one, right? And the smaller the overlap, the less people there are in both sides of the pool, which is not necessarily like that great either. That is something that Blizzard at least has to consider, right? Because the less people are playing a certain aspect of the game, the worse it is for them, at least. Maybe if Rate Gear and Plus Gear would have their own tier set. Rate Gear tier set bonus would have more single target focus. Yeah, if you do that, it would cause the exact problem that I just mentioned, right? If you have separate tier set, if you have M plus tier and you have PvP tier and you have rating tier, then what would that mean for a player that wants to do both? If you want to do an M plus player and a raider, then now all of a sudden you have to farm 2 different sets. You have to farm an M plus set and you have to farm a raid set, which automatically increases, as I said, the barrier of entry for either of those 2 aspects of the game, right? Because farming 2 different sets obviously takes additional time, and it would also cause people to just maybe not want to do it. Like maybe some people are just like, oh, well, I'm not going to start raiding if I have to farm a raid set. And a raider is going to be like, oh, well, I'm not going to do M plus if I have to farm an plus set. You know, like it just creates like a little bit of a difference, or like a higher barrier of entry, which is not necessarily like, I mean, it is a bad thing for sure. Maybe some people don't care about it, but yeah. You cannot be a top and plus player without rating. But again, this is just not true. I'm gonna show you again my score. I have 3,320 in plus score, yeah. Which I would consider high score. That is definitely a rank 1 title, yeah. And if you look at the gear, yes, I'm a raider. But look at the gear that I have. I don't actually have much rating loot at all. I have 424 shoulders and 424 helmet, which is 3 item levels higher than an item I would get from my vault, from the catalyst, right? And I have nothing else. I don't have icon. I don't have a mythic weapon. I have 415 bracers, 415 belt, crafted boots, crafted ring, 421 legs, 421 gloves, 421. This is from the vault. This is from the vault. This is crafted. This is from the vault. This is in plus upgrade and plus upgrade, right? So the only items I have from the mythic raid that you cannot get outside of mythic raid is these 2 items. And you're really telling me that these 2 items are the reason why I have rank 1 title? No, it is just not. So saying that it's impossible to get high rated without rating is just wrong. Like, it's just not true. That's literally just made up. You're a streamer? There's other people who are not streaming who have really high rating, rank 1 title at least, without having a single and plus item. Why are you making up these facts when you can literally check them on Raid.io? Like, you can literally go to Raid.io and look at the people, and you'll see that there's people who don't rate. Again, Kia, 3,493 rating. Look at the items. Do you see? Is there any mythic rating item in there? No, not one. Not one. I mean, yeah, it's right here. 2 out of 8 mythic, right? I don't think the argument is so much you can't reach high radar without rating. Well, I mean, I understand that there's people that argue for different reasons, but there's some people that specifically are saying that you can't get high rating without rating, and I'm just saying that's not true. Like, there are specifically people that are saying that currently. There's specifically people who say you cannot get high score without rating, and I'm just disproving that. But yeah, I understand that there's different reasons for it. I understand that there's people that basically just argue that they should divide the two aspects of the game. And there's basically people that say raiding should be one thing and then plus should be one thing. And a raider shouldn't have to play in plus, and then a plus player shouldn't have to raid. That's what people are saying. Like, and I get that. And I'm just trying to point out some problems that would cause if they would do that. Which I think a lot of people don't necessarily look at the consequences that would cause with the player base. Thanks for 29 months, Pote. Thank you very much. Have a nice day yourself. Now, Kia doesn't raid. The paladin I just showed you, he doesn't raid. I mean, I don't... But I mean, again, I mean, I can literally just show you my gear. And as I said, I only have 2 items that are from the mythic raid, which has very little impact on my damage. Right, so even though I am a mythic raider and I cleared the whole raid, there's nothing that I got from the raid that would impact my damage in a major way. I'm sure only a plus rogue player, not being a streamer, plugging with no rating gear, would compete in the top 10. Why are we talking about top 10 though as well? Okay, sometimes chat is tilting me so much. It's the same with balancing as well. People always talk about like the highest possibly rated people and think that anyone should just be able to do it. With the like when people say stuff like, "Oh, I should be able to be rank 1 Raider IO with a survival hunter." And I'm just like... like, what do you fucking mean? The funniest thing is maybe it would even be possible. You're just fucking lacking the skill and you should just fucking admit it. Like... Sometimes people are finding like the worst excuses possible. It's just like, oh, well, you know what? I gave up on playing Mythic Plus because I am not raiding and I play a Survival Hunter, so I have no chance of getting rank 1. Fucking blizzards. And the funny thing is, it's just not even fucking true. You probably could get rank 1 title as a Survival Hunter without raiding. You probably could. It's probably possible. Let Gingy play Survival Hunter. He might be able to get rank 1 in a plus on his fucking Survival Hunter. You know, you have to stop trying to find so many excuses and just fucking play the game. You know.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that there's some, like, I said this earlier, I guess that you guys just missed it. I know that there's some items in the raid that are really important, but, and I hate that. Like, I think that is really dumb. I don't think items like the Hunter Bow should exist. I don't think there should be items that drop in a raid that are so good, because I think it's bad for everyone. It's not even better for raiders. Like, some people think that it's like a really good thing for raiders that they get a Hunter Bow on Rasagath. But ask any hunter, they probably fucking hate that this bow exists, right? Because if there's an item that drops in a raid that gives you a 20% damage increase, it's horrible. It's horrible for everyone. Not just for plus players, it's also really bad for raiders. Because what if you don't get it? Because just because you're raiding doesn't mean that you're actually getting the items that drop in a raid, right? It's not guaranteed drop or anything. It's the same with the Evoker stuff. Or Grief Torch. Right, the fact that Grief Torch, Evoker Staff, and Hunter Bow are that good is just dumb. It's just stupid. And I 100% agree. Like, I don't think those items should ever exist. Because getting items in a raid or like trinkets that are good is fine. But there should never be an item that is literally like a legendary. Like there should never be a trinket that has the same value as if you have 4 set equipped or not, right? I think so much borrowed power should never come from an item. No matter if it's from the raid or from plus. It would also be stupid if it's from plus too, right? Like imagine there was an item that drops in plus that is like the hunter bow or like the evoker staff. That would also just be as stupid, right? That would be similarly bad. So the fact that those items exist are horrible. Yeah, there are some plus items that are really good, but they're not. I don't think they're as good as. I guess I don't think so at least. Like the Court of Star String. I don't think it's as good as like the Hunter Bow, right? It's obviously good and people want to farm it as well, but it's not that good. Feather is also not that good. Feather is not the same as like Grief Torch. It's not. Puzzle Box, I guess, is also really huge. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's actually a little bit better for those items to exist in a plus compared to how it is in a raid, because in a plus at least you have infinite chances. So it actually makes it slightly better that certain items like this exist in a plus. I don't think they should ever exist in that extent. Like I don't think there should ever be an item that gives you like insane power. Like much better than any other item in that slot. Because I think that's literally just stupid design. Like that's just bad design. But if those items exist in a plus, I think it's a little bit better than them existing in a raid. Because in plus, at least you have infinite tries to get it, right? So if you really want it, you'll just farm it all day, every day until you get it. In raiding, that's not possible. Yeah, Aztecs, I also don't get it. It's pretty dumb. As a non-cutting edge player, I really enjoy especially powerful chase items personally. Yeah, I personally hate it. Because, I mean, I think there always has to be, because like I do understand the benefit of having these items, right? I mean, that's the whole reason why they exist. The whole reason why we have a hunter bow or these like special rings, the evoker stuff, like the only reason why we have these items is for people to chase after. It's like a goal, right? It's like the MMO thing, right? As soon as like if you have something to go for, like a goal that you can reach, then it motivates you to keep playing. Because like, oh, I really want the hunter bow, so I'm just gonna continue to play until I have the hunter bow, right? Like that's the purpose of it. But I think you can have this feeling, you can create this feeling for a person without it being like insanely good, you know? So let's say, for example, there's trinkets, right? You have like trinket A, trinket B, trinket C, trinket D, and fucking trinket E, yeah? If this trinket is like a 20% damage increase, and this one here is 5%, and this is 4.8, and this is 4, and it's 3, yeah? Well, clearly that's stupid, right? If this trinket A, would be like this special item, and it would be like a 6.5% damage increase, that would already be insane, by the way. Let's make it less of people. Let's make it 6%. Let's say this would be a 6% damage increase. I mean, a 1% difference is already so big that most people would already want to chase for it after, like anyway, right? Like I think special items don't need to be like so powerful that it's like making or breaking your class in a sense, you know? I think it can be a 6%, it can be like a 1% or 2% higher damage increase than the other things, and it would still be something that people really want. So, like, you don't need this to be just like 20% damage increase over the other items, right? In my opinion, at least. I think that people would still want to chase after the item, even if it was less OP. If it's still the best. The power has a direct impact on how good the drop feels to get, though. Yes and no. I don't think that the average player knows exactly how good an item is for them in comparison. Like, if a theory crafter tells you you need this item, is super good for you, much better than any other item, then I think that already conveys the message. And a theory crafter will logically look at the numbers, and a smaller number will already make them say that, right? Like, if there's a trinket in the game that is 2% better for me than any other trinket in the game, then people will say that. It's the same, the feelings people have towards Rage Feather, right? As a caster. Like, how good do you think Rage Feather is? Twitch chat. Like, how good is it? From a scale to 1 to 10 for your class. I think almost every range player thinks that this trinket is like the best trinket ever, right? Which is true. It is the best in slot. But if you compare Rage Feather to Grief Torch, it's not even comparable. Like, Grief Torch, in comparison to Rage Feather, it's not even the same universe, yeah? And there's some other trinkets like that as well. Or Hunter Bow. If you compare the Hunter Bow from Rasagath to this Rage Feather trinket, it's not the same. It's like a different, completely different scales we're talking about here. Because I can replace this trinket with another one, and I'm not going to be doing 0 damage. It's not that insane. But if you look at a hunter, and they would have to replace their bow with another bow, all of a sudden they lose 20% damage, yeah? Like, there's a little bit of a difference. So I do think you can convey the message to people that this is like an OP item you want to chase after without it being broken. Because I don't think the average person, the average player, understands the difference between like just bow giving you like a 20% damage increase or the bow giving you like a 5%. I don't think people really get that. Yeah, Nagini's dead, D3. Don't worry. We'll work on it soon-ish. Maybe. All right. When does patch come out for Renee? In 3 hours? Why do people keep calling enhancers enchanters? Stop it. There's no C. There's no C in between the N and the H, guys. Oh, downtime until midnight at you? Oh. I could queue up to this 25 Academy for the third range DPS. Do love a triple range setup. Mystic instead of mythic, yeah. Yeah. Artsy. I haven't actually been looking actively. I've just been talking. We had a just chatting stream for 3 hours. I haven't actively been queuing up to any groups. We had to complain about things. It was important. Sometimes you just gotta complain about things for 3 hours. And start a fight with Twitch chat. It's what you gotta do. I stopped paying attention to the whole conversation. Me too, actually. I also stopped paying attention halfway through. I was just saying random words. So what do I need again? What is it? Tyrannical. I need... Wait, it is tyrannical, right? Oh my god. Oh yeah, I need 25 hulls. Do you think that's gonna happen? Wait, when did I do 25 academy? I don't remember. Should I try 25 hulls or should I try 26 no cut? Actually, oh my god, I need Court of Stars. I forgot. I still only have 25 courts. That's so sad. I just need a 26 court. 27 would be better. Oh, 25 halls, but this group doesn't look very promising, does it? There's a 25 halls as well. I mean, let's... What should go wrong, really? Wow, I just got declined. To 25 halls. Satch. Actually, it has been delisted. It would be nice if I just get invited to a 26 court. I already have a Moonkin, that's a little bit of a problem. Also, didn't want an enchanter, and I'm jewel crafting and blacksmithing, so... Guess that won't work out. Yeah, Kitsu. Alright, I'm gonna be right back 1 second, and when I come back, there will be a lot of keys that I can queue up for that are gonna be good for me. That'll give me score for sure. It's gonna happen. I'll be right back. Man! Still no keys. What are we supposed to do? How am I supposed to get score like this? Wait a minute, at 26 Cordville show. Okay. Oh. It's an academy. 26. I mean, maybe? Plan anyways to kick the current Moonkin? That's so BM. I mean, we could play some, we could play Nagany. Ah, I don't want to gear Nagany. Oh, man. Why is my guild doing split race? This is just a fucking disaster. Oh, gearing 2 characters. Oh my Jesus Christ. We don't know anything about season 2 balancing. We don't know what's gonna be good and what isn't. Can I find a way to get boosted by Tomathan? He won't mind inviting Nagani. No, it's not mirrored characters, it's just alt characters. I mean, Nagani's a rogue. Nagani's a warlock, not a druid. Mirror characters means you're playing the same class multiple times. But I don't think people are doing that. Outside of race wolfers. Season 2 will be in like 2 months. This next spec group filled way too fast. Hey, Jerry, thanks for 4 months. What's up? I mean, there's absolutely no way this key is gonna get timed. Should I queue up anyway, though? The chance of this key timing is very low. 10%. Whatever. I'm also looking forward to ninja pulling stuff with my fairy dragons. It's gonna be great. I do love it when my fairies pull stuff. I'm kind of confused in why they're not inviting me, actually. Who did they invite? Well. Thanks for Prime, Dirty Poem. Thank you, thank you. Maybe Kenix is in the queue, yeah. Maybe Kenix was queuing up, yeah. I don't think they want a Moonkin. Like, that would be weird. Shadow Priest Mage Moonkin is a bit int. It's not super int, but it's a little bit int. You care for this, but I have a 25 temple and I don't want to play it. I don't want to play the temple. Hate the dungeon. I think I don't necessarily hate the dungeon, but with these affixes this week, I don't know, it just feels ugh. Tyrannical Raging Temple is like ugh. So annoying. I mean, I can queue up anywhere. Maybe we get a different key that's not mine? Well, we got invited to something. So at least we're not AFK in Valdrakken anymore. That's already a little bit of an improvement. Rip Nagany. Oh my god, they have a Halls. And 27 Asher Vault. Let's play those keys instead. I don't like to play any alts. I don't like gearing multiple characters. Agreed, Scalander, agreed. Oh, they actually want to play my temple? Ugh. That's so annoying. Mm-mm. 27 volts isn't really that hard, right? This week? Alright. Tyrannical raging storming, right? Or what affix do we have? Is it raging storming? There's 11 27s. That's not that bad. I mean, that's not that bad. You compare it to 26 halls. Okay, there's quite a lot more 26 halls than 27 AVM. I mean, I don't care. I just really high tempo. Dun, dun. Oh, they need 25 tempo. Ah, okay. That's why they're playing the temple, because they need it. Whatever, I guess. Let's do it then. Ich bin hier geboren, Scum. Alright, well, let's do tempo. I did curse you. Better watch out. Fresh fries, oh god. Ooh. Did you guys play some dungeons on PTR? Some Plus? Because I do have to say, Moonkin does feel a bit, a little bit boring. A little bit boring. Very much reminds me of Shadowlands gameplay. Moonkin right now on PTR. Shadowlands and Plus without a covenant.
Hello there.
Hello there. I'm reading some reading some comments on YouTube. So a long time ago, I made a video that says our mythic race too hard. Can Blizzard fix the system? I made this video after Sepulcher came out. There was this whole debate on why, like, mythic being too hard, right? In Sepulcher, the first ones. And I made a video on it, basically talking about mythic raids being that hard. This is obviously a long time ago that I uploaded this video. And some guy apparently just watched it now and commented under the video, "You literally use add-ons that play for you, and you're complaining that raiding is too hard. I could say something about typical women and not knowing how to do a goddamn thing, but holy shit. Your whole community's a joke." Wow, I mean, there's just so many things to unpack in this comment here. So many things. First, add-ons play for me, then I'm a woman not knowing anything about anything. I mean, it is a struggle. So there's another person. Like, there's some people who just really disagree on the fact that Moonkin is like complex to play right now. And it is a little bit weird to me. Like, I think almost everyone can agree that Moonkin is a little bit complicated right now. With the amount of things that are happening. Not just complicated, but also like really like counterintuitive, I guess is the right word. By counterintuitive, I mean that you have to enter Lunar Eclipse as a single target and cast Wrath in Lunar Eclipse, stuff like that, right? Targeting off targets and blah, blah, blah. I do think, like, I think the amount of people that play Moonkin optimally right now, currently in the world, is probably less than a handful. And I'm not one of them. There's no doubt in my mind that there's less than 5 people in the world that play Moonkin, like, actually optimally. And if that is true, then I would say that the class is pretty complicated right now. Don't you think? But there's some people who are adamant that Moonkin is not complicated right now. Someone's saying... blah, blah, blah. Might be because I've made Moonkin for a while, but I've heard this take a lot, but doesn't seem like there's any complexity to it at the moment either. Pretty straightforward and easy to play. I don't know about that. Oh no, I definitely do not play 100% optimally. I mean, if I would want to play 100% optimally, I would have to do some really like cursed things. I just don't want to do them. Because it's messed up. Like the whole thing with Starfire, for example, like targeting off targets and stuff. Like, who's really doing that optimally? Like, the amount of people that do that is actually very low. Very, very, very low. Then you're off target dice mid cast, yeah. I mean, whenever people talk about the complexity of a class, I would assume they're talking about playing it optimally, right? At least that's how I see it. Otherwise, you would have to specifically mention the base. I mean, because there is a difference between learning a class initially and between, like, min-maxing it. Some classes are really easy to learn initially, but kind of hard to min-max, and it could be the other way around too. But when someone doesn't specify what they mean, then I kind of assume when they talk about complexity that they talk about, like, playing it optimally, right? That's what I think, at least, that people talk about when they say that. And when someone says that Moonkin is easy to optimize right now, then I think they just don't know how Moonkin works. Like if someone says that right now, they probably just don't know how the class works. They don't know how it's played optimally then, I guess. Because if they knew how it's played optimally, they wouldn't say it's
5,
super easy, right?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright, let's see how this goes. Good luck, have fun, everyone.
Zephyr.
Oh, we are playing both, okay. I like it.
The elements answer to me!
Oh my god. So, for a second I thought we were not gonna drop this.
The elements answer
That's double?
to
That's double?
me!
Aw, should have line of sight of that. I'm just gonna beam this now. And I will not soothe the water guy, okay? Oh! Took that, almost went through actually. That was kinda close. Oh, we actually lasted. I mean, I guess it's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
You will drown.
Ow.
Do not run. It only delays. Marked by lightning.
Storming's so annoying in this fight.
Come in. The water is fine.
I guess we have a DK with AMS to clear it though.
The power of torrential water.
Oh my god.
Then wash over. Let death wash over. Marked by lightning.
That storming scared me. Oh, that's storming. Go away from me.
Let this wash over.
Marked by lightning.
Behold the power of torrential water. Come, the water's fast.
I kind of want to save my beam.
Let death wash over. Do not run.
I mean, yeah, when I was talking about like the optimizing thing, I was mainly talking about in plus, because I mean, the single target rotation, I don't think that's ever like super complicated. I do think that the single target rotation right now for Moonkin is a little bit, like, it's definitely a bit weird to know all of the like small things about it.
You there? In the
But it's not
rafters,
like rocket
my
science,
sacred
and it
library
never
has
really
become
is for any
possessed by
class.
the Shah.
Classes usually get a lot more
See how
complex
they
when
pour from
you
every
add more
letter of
variables
these
to it,
sacred
which is
scrolls,
what in plus is,
corrupting them,
right?
defiling
There's just
them.
more different scenarios there.
Marked by
But I'm obviously not talking about single target,
Zephyr.
right? I have to go bear farm for these strats, I think.
Time dilation.
Oh, I got time dilation. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, we killed them so nicely. Do you see that? They died so slowly. The wonders of not having a Havoc team hunt in your group, I guess. Oh my God, amazing. Hey, Akoda, thank you so much for 28 months. What's up, what's up?
The elements answer to me.
I beseech you, kind strangers, cleanse this place of their foul presence.
Dude, my character's
They
small again.
are stones to rest.
Oh. Wait, this guy's dying a little bit too fast. The scroll. Well, maybe it's fine though.
You must destroy the source of the corruption. Quickly.
I guess Shadow Priest
before our
did it as
cherished
well.
History is erased forever.
I'm gonna soothe this guy. Don't have cooldowns for 40
It is
seconds.
not yet over. From what I see, we face
Marked by
Oh, wow.
lightning.
as the tale
Cauterizing
goes,
flame.
the young
Ooh, I got
boy
cauterized
was
again.
traveling across the Kunlai
We
Plains
good?
when suddenly he was ambushed. For the ancients!
Zephyr.
The young Gaul attacked the beast with great determination.
I'm gonna switch
and
already. I'm
ferocity.
scared.
Yet, the more he attacked, the more fearsome the beasts grew. However, when he let it alone, the beast shrank to near nothingness.
Ooh, I got the buff. Nice. Oh, wait. My healer took it. Wait a second. My healer.
Marked by lightning.
Five, four,
I'm switching. This guy's gonna go immune for sure. Actually, maybe it won't. Oh. Amazing.
Time dilation.
Oh, nice.
Marked by lightning.
Stop, I guess. Or can we kill it? I don't know. Maybe? I can
Five.
try, I guess.
4, 3,
No, not really. We should have stopped, I guess. Oh well. Well, I guess that's what happens when half the people stop and half the people don't.
For you see, strife feeds on conflict.
I really dislike this shaman. He says, question mark, question mark. You can't stop like human or what?
Else to roam. You have my thanks.
Maybe if he wouldn't have stopped, we would have killed it.
To this sacred.
Before it went immune, huh?
Now, off with you. I require meditation before I begin the restoration ritual.
Oh my god.
By lightning.
Dude, that was just, they just died so fast.
Zephyr.
I'm so slow. Why am I so slow?
Time dilation.
Help. And plus, some in plus players are just such divas. It's insane. Oh, is our tank alright? Nope.
The elements answer to me.
Can I dispel this guy? Oh my god, I'm inting? Sorry. Thankfully, the God Healer kept me alive.
Zephyr.
That one tiny Sha is not leaving me alone.
The elements answer to me!
Oh. Well.
5,
Fuck. Resting? Oh no. I don't know how we're still alive, but we're somehow alive. It's incredible. I'm a bit scared for my life here. Oh, the tank died. Well, that is really bad. So we do not have a rest.
Marked by lightning!
Fuck. Hmm. 12 minutes? I mean, maybe? The new season doesn't start until like May. For a long time. Yeah, it's pretty over, I guess. Well. Rip my key, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna be in May. I mean, people are confused because a lot of 10.1 things got announced. And this 10.07 comes out. So people are just mixing up 10.0.7 with 10.1, right? Come again. I can't believe they just depleted my key and then they just leave. Not even doing another key. The hell? I really wouldn't mind that 26 Court of Stars. I have to say, I wouldn't mind that key. Yeah, you have all of the time in the world, guys. Literally all of the time. If you want to get rank 1 title in the Plaster in Season 1, you can still do it right now, even if you have 0 score. Like, yeah, you have all of the time in the world. Just do whatever you want still. No! Hey, bro train, thanks for 3 months. What's up? What happened to the 26 cord? Why is it gone? Why is it like that? But why? Okay, well, I guess we're doing 25 AA. Oh, like it's Kitsu. Demon Hunter just asked me, do you still have a Temple 27? And yeah, I mean, I still do have a Temple. It's not quite 27 anymore, though. Not quite. Wow. He didn't invite Kitsu? What the hell? Right back 1 second while we form this group, I guess. This one is time for sure. From now on, I'm always gonna time a key, deplete a key, time a key, deplete a key, okay? So since we depleted a temple, we have to time this. I don't make the rules. Right back. right. I'm gonna go for dinner with Makes later. I know where to go though. Yeah, I don't know why no one's playing a game. It's Wednesday. Shouldn't people be playing games? Where's everyone? There's no one here. Yeah, I mean Tuesday is what I meant, yeah. The day before the reset, you wanna play keys now? Really? People try to avoid keys before reset? I feel like the end of the reset is always the best time to play keys. Because people are used to the affixes, right? The worst day to play keys is Wednesday. On EU. Because on reset, people always forget how affixes work. People forget how Fortified works. The tank goes in, pulls 3 packs together, dies, and it's like, oh, I forgot Fortified trash this damage. I'm talking about high keys, I'm not talking about weekly keys. Obviously, no one's gonna do a 25 for a weekly key. I mean, people do, but it's like... Jokes on you, I don't know what any affixes do. Oh, I don't have any mounts. I don't farm any mounts. I don't have any. I have some cool mounts though, if you care about that. I just don't have many of them. I have the Spell Tome, of course. I have this guy. This one. That's about it. I have this one too. This mod is so ugly. Oh my god, look at it. So ugly. I also have this one. And this. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, yeah. 25 halls sounds good. Ah, Sebla, that sucks. Oh. Looking for a key holder for a 26 cost. Same. All around. I'm gonna try not to poison makes, okay? I'm gonna try my best not to do that. See you later, Marcos. Have a good one. Cyber is trying to get 3k on a Guardian Druid without a healer? That seems, that seems interesting, I'm gonna say. No healer keys on a tank that is not a paladin. Huh. Five tankies? I mean, if you don't want to time them, I guess. Good morning, Galadriel. I guess you could get 3k score on 5 tank keys if you just deplete some really high keys, right? You can just deplete 16, 25 keys. Well, you have a 3k score then, right? I think. Oh. You got invited, let's go. Actually, it depends how much overtime you are. Maybe you're too much overtime with 5 tanks. Maybe not, though. I mean, you're gonna be overtime, but maybe not even that much. Nah, if you deplete at 26 key, you do get more than a plus 20 timed, right? I don't know how much it would equal, but a bit higher than a 20, no? I know that they changed it, but it's not 6 key levels lower, right? Wait, they hard capped it at 20? So if I deplete a 30 key, I get a plus 20 score or what? Okay, what? That makes no sense. Yeah, that's so stupid. I don't think I've done... Did I do halls this week? I don't think I did any halls this week. But usually in Tyrannical you want to play the Drake with the stacks, right? I don't really care, but... It doesn't really matter, maybe. And you didn't make this up, yeah? It's hard capped at 20. This is not made up, yeah? Oh yeah. Sometimes people make up things. It happens. Sometimes if you don't know, you just make it up.
Only by strength in battle can you be measured a champion. Let my Stormforge begin your test.
Shit. Okay, guys, we're doing the thing. We're doing the thing, okay?
Long have I awaited noble champions to enter my realm. Behold, the halls of valor.
Just bear with me. Give me an hour and a half.
This place will test your mettle. And if you are found worthy, the Aegis of Agramar will be yours.
Should I startle an accident? I startle an accident. Ah! Don't worry, we're fine. Is there any option in WODs to see which spec is the class queuing to apply for multiple spec classes? No. Because when you sign up to a key, you're not specifying your spec, just your role. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could, if you're the key holder, or if you're the person that makes the group, you could ask people to specify the spec. But that won't work. I mean, if you want to sign up to a different group and you want to see what spec they have, and the group holder did it, or the group creator didn't ask for the note, then you won't see it, right? What's the mushroom slow again? It's not that much, right? 50%, okay, that's not too bad. Do you ever see survival hunters in a key? I don't think I've seen a single survival hunter in keys. Not one this season. Yesterday twice. How did that happen? You haven't played with a single hunter at all? I did play with the hunters a few times. I mean, I did encounter them once in a while, but never a survival hunter. I mean, you're not wrong, Keith, so you're not wrong. They actually, I mean, I guess they do a really good single target, I guess. Like, in Court of Stars, it might not be that bad, right? I mean, they're kind of squishy, though, for Court. I don't know. They can also open the trap in Court, but I blacksmith can as well, so... Can't believe this hunter hate right now. Okay, I mean, we need to find an evoker that can actually heal Harsha. How hard can it be? Hey, Gummy, what's up? Yeah, people are dooming a little bit on the evoker changes, but I don't know how bad it really is. I don't know enough about evoker healers to know that what the changes are really gonna do to them. People are definitely dooming it a little bit. They're basically saying they're unplayable afterwards, but is that really the case? Who knows? I don't know. I mean, Fenrir is not that bad. You just need a rogue. And people that can get rid of the bleed, right? Rogue makes it a lot easier because you just have the double vanish. But it's not necessarily... It doesn't have to be a rogue, you know? It can also be Shadow Melt classes. Or people that can just remove the debuff afterwards once they get it. But, of course, if you have a class that removes the debuff, you need multiple classes that can do it, so... But yeah, I personally would never queue a high Halls without a rogue. Because otherwise you have to coordinate Fenrir so much. Because technically you can have a lot of tools against the debuff. You can also cauterize it with an evoker. But then trying to kill the boss takes so long, so eventually... I mean, it's possible to run out of stuff if you don't have a rogue. Nobody in this game Sooth. I mean, people that don't press Sooth, but if they have it available to them... I mean, sorry, but then you're just bad at the game, no? It's like saying people don't press interrupt. It's like, yeah, okay, there's people that don't press interrupt. But, I mean, what's that supposed to say? Then they're just bad, right? Same as if people don't use purge. People don't purge, well, yeah, maybe they exist, but then they're just bad. I mean, what do you... I'm not sure what that statement's supposed to say. It's like saying, oh, some people don't press the rotation properly and do no damage. It's like, yeah, okay, that's true, but what do you want me to do about it? I guess there's also like a misconception about Sooth, though. I mean, there's literally people that don't understand that Sooth has a fucking cooldown. Like, some people just don't get it. It's like, okay, why don't you Sooth every fucking mob in this pool? Like 10 mobs that rage at the same time. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, I guess. Like, I forgot I'm an evoker with a pressure roar. Like, you know. And it also depends. Like, sometimes I don't Sooth on purpose. If there's 5 mobs that all enrage at the same time and they're all equally dangerous to the tank, then what's the purpose of me soothing one singular mob? The tank still has to kite. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, if there's a mob that does group damage or whatever, then you're gonna soothe it. But if there's 5 champions, for example, like in halls, let's say you do a halls pool, and there's 3 champions and 3 shield maidens, and they all enrage, why the hell should I be soothing one of them? Like, it's one GCD that the mobs die less, like, slower. It's like it's run anyway, so... I mean, I'm gonna soothe a Thundercaller, right? Or I'm gonna soothe a dragon or something, but... I'm not gonna sit here soothe shield maidens and champions. Oh wait, the paladin's flying here. I cannot summon. I can't leave this key. I'm gonna lose my pulsar stack that I worked very hard for. I cycloned that mob like 20 times. Thank you, Daywalker. Yeah, I mean, this seems fun. Would you do your own 0 to 3k radar rating on a new character just to show us the progression of a new balance to it? Nah, I wouldn't. That's, you know how much of a time investment that is? And why, really, you know? It would be a cool YouTube video, but it would take a really long time for not much reason, because I would have to gear that character, obviously. Yeah? And I mean, I did do it on this character, right? It would be some content, yeah. But I have to like gear the character and stuff. Ugh, that sounds horrible. I mean, if people would be super interested in it, I would do it, but it's not like I got the score in this character with a set group or something, you know? Like I did I packed all of my keys in this character, so
5,
it's
4, 3, 2,
so
1.
It wouldn't be much different, right? On a new character.
Defend these sacred halls.
You would kind of just be the same what I did on this character. Just packing keys all day.
The halls of valor. This place will test your mettle. And if
Hey,
you
Petit
are
Doo, what's
found
up, what's
worthy,
up?
The Aegis of Agramar will be yours.
Wait, do we...
The elements answer to me!
Sorry, we have a thundering?
5, 4, 3.
Somebody coming out to me? There we go. I really think I didn't play Halls this week at all. Do I have to bear form the horn?
Strike riders, to me!
Well, that hurts quite a bit.
Let your worth be measured in blood.
Eh. That's a decent amount of damage.
The elements answer to me!
Let your worth be measured in blood.
5, 4.
Zephyr.
Oh, we've severed this.
Do not let the gates fall. I will bleed the weakness from your veins. The blood of the unworthy will flow through these halls. I will bleed the weakness from storm drakes at
Marked by lightning!
I will bleed the weakness from your veins.
Oh, my coin is gone. Yikes.
I will bleed the weakness from storm drakes at my side. The blood of the unworthy will flow through these halls.
The elements answer to me!
The blood of the unworthy will flow through these halls. Drake Riders, I call upon your aid.
Why is the middle one always first? What? Dude, what did he just die to? Bubbles Hunt? No.
I will bleed the weakness
Huh?
from your veins.
I'm very confused. Doesn't really matter, I guess.
will bleed the weakness from your veins.
Boss is low enough. That was just weird, though. Oh, was it the blades? Because of grief strikes?
Do not let the
Zephyr.
gates fall.
Okay, that's pretty good. Or? I don't know.
The blood of the unworthy will flow through these halls.
The elements answer to me!
I think it was a deadly tornado. No,
Weakness from
I get
your
it.
veins.
tornadoes most difficult ethics actually.
The path forward is open. Before you lies your next trial. Defeat both Persia and Fenrir, and you will have proven your worth to me.
I'm just gonna see this rune carver.
The elements answer to me!
Is Hank just face
5,
taking all of these
4.
enraged mobs? Alright then, alright. And I do have cooldowns for this. I guess I see the thunder color.
Marked by lightning!
Oh, we didn't interrupt this.
Through great deeds of courage and valor, Persia has earned this most sacred of rights. She shall ascend as one of my chosen Valkyr, and her name shall echo in these gilded halls for all eternity.
Shit, we don't have the rest.
Nervous, Persia? It is understandable.
I am not nervous, only
Let's do this guy.
excited. All my life has led to this one glorious moment.
I guess we just finished up the Thundercaller here.
True Valkyr. Mortal intruders approach.
I witnessed their deeds in Stormheim.
I see the room
Their
card
kind
right
has
here.
no true honor, no true virtue.
Marked by lightning.
The ritual is not yet complete.
Five, 4, 3,
Hey, Falcrix, thanks for 2 months. What's up? What's up? Okay, Naroka's back. Thank you. Love that.
Marked by lightning.
Is that a visual bug? There's no way that frontal was towards me, right? Because I was like directly in it.
5, 4,
Vortex stun for you. Watch it. Oh shit. Wow. For a second I thought this aspirant is raging. We're not lasting the mini boss, right? We're lasting Harsha.
You sully this ritual with your presence, mortals. You will not deny Harsha's ascendance.
The elements answer to me.
Is this guy gonna enrage halfway
Zephyr.
through? It will, right? I got it. I'm doing this. Okay, we're fine. I don't have cooldowns for
Harsha,
pool.
the fury of the storm
Sucks a
is
bit,
yours
but-
to command.
But I will.
The light shines eternal in you, Harsha.
Skin Blur first, Vigil Darkness second. Sounds like a plan. I mean, I have Bark Skin every time, but yeah. Oh, we're doing the
I will not
The
fail
reversal?
you, Aegir. Be gone!
The storm gathers. Strike now, Harsha.
Thunder.
5, 4,
The light embraces you, Harsha.
Be gone from these hallowed halls!
Oh wait, I used Vigil. Uh-oh. Ah, whatever. We reverse out. What should possibly go wrong? I'm sure we're fine. Vigil's not that strong after all, whatever.
The storm gathers! Strike!
You will pollute these halls no more!
As long as we don't get any doubles.
Marked by lightning.
Five.
Light embraces you, Hersha.
Zephyr.
Okay, we're fine. So far.
The storm gathers!
Oh, I got double.
Strike
Oh.
now, Hersha!
Oh my. Thank God I had a pot still.
The elements answer to me.
Oh, resting? That I think.
The light embraces you, Hersha.
I'm somehow not that.
Sacrifice.
Oh my God. These healers are gods.
Storm gathers! Strike!
Be gone from these hallowed halls!
The light
I am sorry. I have failed you.
That was a little bit spicy. Alright. What did I do with my cooldown? I think I just have to use it. Actually, no, I'll save it for Fenrir. Fuck it.
The elements.
So we do Fenrir right
answer
after
to
this.
me.
Right? Shit. Okay, let's not pull the Drake.
The mighty Fenrir stalks these
Alright, looking good.
grounds. It will take cunning and guile to slay this beast. A perfect test of your worthiness.
A perfect test of your worthiness. We don't have any vanish stacks. Actually, we have one now. Maybe we shouldn't use too many on the first phase? I don't know. Let's see. Okay, we don't have one here anyway. Oh wait, the evoker dodged it.
Marked by lightning.
I think he just hammered it.
Five, four,
Right? Or did he cauterize it afterwards? Can you even hammer it? Maybe you can. I don't know. Okay, we gotta vanish. Dude, that claw hurts me so much. Without bear form. It's pretty messed up. Don't have
Marked by lightning.
Cauterizing flame.
Yeah, I got cauterized. I still burst through this claw, I guess. Yeah, let's do wolves first. I think that makes sense. So we get less for Fenrir. But it's still 3 minutes. Still long. Oh, I jumped past it. Give me a second. Okay, so I don't have cooldowns for this, but I don't think it matters. Let me vortex this so our tank doesn't die. I wish I had a pulsar proc at least, though. Can slow them in a second.
By lightning.
Alright, slow up. I guess we don't need my slow. We already have another slow.
Five, four, three.
I'm glad that storming didn't knock us off of the fence. Thanks for 22 months, Lucid Disaster, by the way. Thank you so much. We vanish this? Yeah. Nice. Thank you. We still have one vanish stack, so we can vanish the next one too. Nice. Okay, now we're out of vanish.
Zephyr.
Five, four,
Oh, he should have melted it. Let's go. Huge gamers.
The elements answer to me!
Cauterizing flame.
Oh, he cauterized it all. Let's go. What bleeds? What fucking bleeds? Thanks to the Prime, Nick. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
I look forward to meeting you within the Hall of Glory.
Amazing. I hate that these Grizzlies never have my dots properly jump. So annoying. We didn't pull this guy here. Okay, I have cooldowns now.
The elements answer to me!
I have slow in a sec. No.
5, 4,
Hey, next Subu, thanks for 5 months. What's up? Man, the start of this game was a little bit questionable, and now we're all of a sudden we're professional gamers. Oh, we pulled the drag. Wait. Does it reset? It doesn't, right? I think the paladin has to go and die. Oh, are we doing Quadra? Because I guess we didn't assign who takes which beer. Oh, we tried it already. Do we have 3? We have 2. Oh, we're missing 1. We only have 2. Right? We only have 2. The rogue doesn't have 1.
Throughout your trials,
Yeah, we only have 2, so we have to play them to bed too.
Strength, skill, and intellect. Traits share.
Your cries of anguish will echo through eternity.
Hey, Paramount, what's up, what's up?
I deem you unworthy.
Do you use my cooldowns here? I guess I do. But these guys end range as well, right? Oh, they do. Fun.
I embrace. I will take joy in crushing you.
The elements answer to me!
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Oh, we knocked it up and knocked it back at the same time.
Seems where they failed, we will succeed.
Oh, he got meleeed. I guess we rest.
Marked by lightning!
My strength fails.
740. I mean, that's enough, right? How long does the 25 Scoville take? The double evoker root?
You have bested me.
I mean, we should have time, right? Maybe,
If these false champions will not yield the Aegis by choice, then they
Odin is
will
really fast.
surrender it in death.
boss fight takes no time whatsoever.
Give up the Aegis or die.
We also have one rest, but one rest only.
By flame be scourged.
The elements and
Now the Aegis is where it belongs.
Why is this boss like this? Why does he always turn so randomly with his shield? What's his problem? I will just starve all these ats that actually die, I guess.
You will die in agony.
Ooh, what if you get hit by a tornado here as a tank with the shield? What happens then? Does your shield get interrupted? No, right?
The power is mine.
It does nothing? Okay.
the elements
That'd be hilarious.
to me!
5,
'By flame be scourged. Now the Aegis is where it belongs.
Marked by lightning.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Ah. This weight does quite a lot of damage to me, apparently.
Perish in
Jesus.
never-ending flame.
Is he gonna stand in this
The Aegis calls
fire?
to its rightful owner.
Fuck. This is just so annoying. Alright.
Brought to ruin.
Yeah, we don't have time after all. Fuck. I mean, we can do Odin really fast. I think we have lust and everything.
I never thought I would meet
Rank 2
anyone
pots.
who could match the
Rune up.
Valajar's strength, and yet here you stand. There is one.
I guess. I mean,
final
we can.
trial
I think we can do it. This boss doesn't scale, right?
Should
It's
you
tyrannical.
triumph, I will carve your names in the
We would need a
sacred
lot of
halls
damage, though.
myself, and grant you
I would need PI. We need a fire mage with PI.
It has been ages since I've...
Marked by lightning.
Also, do you have to bear from second sphere already, or do you have to bear from only third? Probably only third, right?
5,
Fight for me, Valajar! Fight for glory! Yield now, or I will call upon my true power!
Oh.
Let us see if your wits are as sharp as your weapons.
Alright, let's blast. I'm just gonna bar skin this second sphere here because I wasn't sure if I have to bear. I don't think I do have that.
To me, Valajar! Prove your worth! Be warned, champions! I will hold nothing back! Every opponent has a weakness. I will
I'm
find
dead.
yours!
Fuck me. Nay! Fuck. What's the cast too? Okay, shit. Nah, fuck me. We could have made it if I didn't die, maybe. I mean, it would have been really close, but...
Time dilation.
Didn't really have much damage. Or I didn't have,
Fight for me, Valajar!
Fuck, that does so much damage.
Yield
Jesus
now,
Christ, the
or
fucking
I will
spear
call
spawning.
upon my true power!
Marked by lightning.
I don't even know if we can kill this boss like this.
Every opponent has a weakness. I will find yours.
That's...
Do not be ashamed. You fought with courage and honor.
Did this boss so fucking much damage with this spear spawning?
No.
Shit, did you guys get ads at the very end? Well, I mean, it was close enough though. I think we did pretty well. I mean, we lost a little bit of time at the very start of the key, but I mean, other than that, I think it was pretty fast. Maybe I should save the second. Maybe I should save Roar actually for the second brand instead of the first one, because I think the first brand is much easier. I guess maybe I mean, not that that would have saved me, because obviously I got stunned, but I think I should still save it for the second brand instead of the first one. Yeah, sorry about the ads. I didn't play them on purpose. It just happened. I'm sorry. I'm playing Weaver. And I think on Odin, so I think I do want to use Incarn on the first wings. And then I want to use Roar on the second brand. And I think I also want to save a Pulsar proc. Like, even if I have to, like, super scuff it, it's probably still worth it, right? I'm not sure. Yeah, it should be. Hey, Roguster, what's up, what's up? Why is triple spear OP? I mean, it just does so much damage. I don't know why. That's just how the boss was coded, I guess. It does... Wait, you can see it on the Evoker Death. It does 140k per spear. And there's 3 of them that spawn at the same time, so... So if you cannot survive that amount of damage, you just die. Yeah, I guess the biggest time loss was just not taking the 4 guys. Yeah, I guess so. Other than that, we didn't really do much wrong, I guess. I mean, we did have a damage dealer dead on the first boss, but that wasn't really that big of a deal, I think. But yeah, I mean, I think Odin kind of has a little bit of a end range anyway, because at some point you just add to triple spear because you run out of defensives. But that boss doesn't scale, so usually you do have enough damage to kill it before the spears kill you. Because it takes quite some time for there to be 3 spears. Need like 8 minutes for 2 bosses. Yeah, I guess so. I don't have a timer for Odin. But Odin takes like 3 minutes or something, right? Maybe a little bit less. But Skovald takes 4 minutes. If I had better cooldowns, maybe I could have used my cooldowns twice on Skovald. And then have Incarn for the second brand instead of the first. Maybe that's actually better. But then I can't use my cooldowns on the 4 kings. But I guess that's not that big of a deal. Yeah, maybe I should time my cooldowns differently. So I have it at the start of Skovald and at the end of Skovald. And then I'll have it for second brand on Odin. But if we lost the first brand, then that's also kind of bad. But yeah, I guess if I play with a Demon Hunter, because Demon Hunters also have 3 minutes, and we could line up Lust with our 3 minutes instead. Yeah, that's probably the best play then. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I didn't know Skull is gonna be so long, but I guess that I guess it's a tyrannical boss, so yeah. 4 minutes is really fucking long though. Fucking 4-minute boss fight. I mean, I guess it would have been faster if I used my cooldowns twice. I just didn't have them on pull because I used them on the mini bosses. This Omni token not scaling with group size will surely get changed, right? I mean, it looked like they were not sure on what they're... Because they didn't say that it won't scale. They just said it maybe won't scale, right? So I guess they're not really sure what they're going to do with it. I think I understand their concern. Because if you get 3 Omni tokens with 30 people, they probably just feel like that's too much. So I don't know what they should do. And they can't really scale it any lower either. They can't say you only get 1 for 20 people either, because that would be weird. So I don't know what they could do if they want there to be less tokens, but still have it be normal scaling. I don't know. Yeah, like I understand the issue if it's only 1 per kill. Like I understand that if it doesn't scale with group size, I understand the problem. But I think the reason why they're considering to not have it scale with group size is because they probably think it's too many. They think 1 for 10 is probably too many. Otherwise, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't scale, right? Because otherwise, you could just bring 1 for 10 people, and then if you have 30 people, you get 3. If you get 20 people, you get 2. Like, it would be easy, right? So I guess they have an issue with that. I assume, at least. I guess they just think 1 for 10 is too much or something. But it would obviously be really awkward if it would make more sense for you to split the raid in 3 instead of doing a 30-man raid. Like, that's obviously really weird. Yeah, if they make it personal loot, then it would just be a chance, I guess, right? I mean, personal loot won't change anything about it unless you make it just a chance of dropping, right? So at that point, it would not be a guaranteed drop. It would just be a chance of dropping for everyone. I don't know. I'd say guarantee 1, but with a 5% chance. Yeah, I guess they could do that. They could make 1 guaranteed, no matter the rate size. But you have an additional chance to get another one if you have more. I mean, that wouldn't really fix it, though, right? I don't think that would necessarily fix it. Because then people would still just go for the guaranteed one. Because having 3 guaranteed is obviously better than having 1 guaranteed and a chance of getting 2 more. Right? So I don't know. Thanks for Prime Pulitzer. Thank you, thank you. Ah, shit. Sad we didn't time this house. But yeah, I mean, they could just make it not guaranteed unless you have 15 people at least. and just like a lower chance if you have less than that. I don't know if that would be super awkward. And if you have 30 people, you get 2. So you get like 1 per 15 guaranteed, and then just like a lesser chance depending on how many people less you have. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't think I saw anything about that, Rila. Did you guys see if they specified if it's a token per player or literally anyone? Yeah, that's a good question. Like this Omni token, is it for any class? Or is it like an Omni token Vanquisher, Omni token Protection, or whatever they're called? Thanks for 3 months, Lotus. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Omni would mean all. Yeah, but Omni just means it's for any slot, right? Like, it could just refer to the fact that it's any, like, Omni set, as in it could be helmet, gloves, or whatever, right? Because that would also refer to Omni, right? I interpret it as being for any class, any slot. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I was thinking too, but it doesn't have to be the case necessarily, I guess. But did they say that in a blue post, or are you guys just assuming Togek? Because I don't think I read anything about it, but I also didn't really pay attention. I don't know. Maybe they don't know either yet. Because, I mean, they are still saying they don't know the specifics. But they do say any player in possession of it will be able to take it to a vendor and purchase a class at item of level and upgrades. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess they don't specifically say that it's not class specific, but they also don't say the opposite, so I don't know. Thanks for 59, White Widow. What's up? What's up? I mean, they also say here it's just an extra item that lives on this loot table. That kind of refers to one item and not multiple different Omni tokens, right? I guess. I don't know. It's a little bit far-fetched, but yeah. Anyway, we'll see. Get lockout on 10 alts, kill boss 20 times with 1 main. Everyone gets token. I mean, if that is how it works, then technically yes. Technically, I mean, you don't even have to do that though. You don't have to be locked, right? I mean, screw blue. You can literally just give it to those people. Right? I mean, you can literally, those alts that you're locking, you can just do the, like, you don't have to do that, right? because it's group loot. You can assign it to anyone you want, so they don't need to have ID, right? Thank you so much for giving a sub to Harper. Appreciate that, never knew it. But yeah, I guess, I mean, that would be pretty dumb. Yeah. I mean, how do tier sets work right now? You get 1 tier per 10 players, right? And I assume they don't want that to be the same for the Omni token because it's better. So they don't want 1 Omni token per 10. And I guess you're trying to figure out a solution for it to be less often, but still guaranteed and not be awkward. I don't know. I can't really think of a good solution for that issue, honestly. I can't think of anything they could do that wouldn't be awkward. Thanks for tuning a bit, Sim. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Sammy, for the 14 months. Thank you. It will drop if 9 players are locked and 1 isn't. I mean, we kind of assume... I mean, we don't assume how it works, but if it's a bonus loot that always drops on kill, then yes. Technically, yeah. I mean, it's really weird because even a normal guild that isn't a raceable first guild could abuse this, right? Because what you could do, so let's say you're a normal guild that doesn't do like split running or anything, but you could kill the boss on like as many ults as possible and bring as few mains as possible. And then the mains that are locked are just staying on their main while they bring their ults, you know, while the other people bring their main, you know what I mean? So you could just kill the same boss 10 times with the same people, but you always bring new characters in, you know what I mean? Like technically, you don't even need ults for it either. What you could do, so let's say you can kill the boss with like 7 people, I guess. 7 main characters without any ults whatsoever. So you kill the boss with these 7 people, get an Omni token, right? Then you bring in another main. You bring these 7 people again, and you bring another main, a new one. That one gets a guaranteed Omni token. Then you bring these 8 people at a 9th person. That 9th person gets a guaranteed Omni token, right? Because it's the only person that isn't safe, then technically you should be getting one. And you do the same thing again with 10, 11, 12, 13. You know, like you could guarantee like a shit ton of Omni tokens this way. If you have the time, of course, to kill the boss that many times, but that would be pretty awkward. So they have to do something about this. Because that would be pretty stupid. Thanks for 3 months, Jace. Thank you, thank you. Dun, 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 dun. I would think guarantee means if you have a full 5 people eligible for it, not just 1. But why? It doesn't imply it anywhere. It specifically says it's per kill. And it doesn't scale with group size. So technically, if 1 person kills it solo, they should get 1, right? Because that is kind of what it's implying. But yeah, I mean, they will obviously assume, like, I assume at least that they understand the issue here. And that they're gonna do something about it. I don't know what they can do to prevent people from doing degenerate stuff, but we will see. Yeah, but it is a normal loot, never knew it's bonus loot. It specifically says it's bonus loot, it doesn't scale with group size. It says here, right? It's intended to be extra loot. It's not part of the loot table, it's extra loot. And it says it's possible, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't scale with group size. And it also says it drops for your group and not per player. And it says it's per kill. So that to me sounds like if you kill the boss, you get an Omni token. No matter how many people there are eligible for it. Like, no matter if there's 30 people eligible or just one, that's what it reads like to me. But I mean, yeah, it would be really stupid if that is how it is, so I'm sure they'll address it in some way, right? Certainly. If it's just bonus loot, you could, in theory, all be locked and get loot. No, just because something is bonus loot doesn't mean that you can get it if you're locked. If you're ID locked, that means you cannot get any loot from a boss. No matter what kind of loot it is. Even if something is a bonus loot, you still don't get it if you're locked. That's not how it works. Bonus loot just means that it's not part of the loot table. That it's extra. That's kind of what bonus loot means. So it just means that, I mean, you kill a boss, you get 5 items. On the first boss, you kill the second boss, you get 5 items. You kill the third boss, you get 5 items. And then you kill the last boss and you get 5 items plus an Omni token, so 6, right? People are just really confused about the fact that they're saying that it doesn't scale with group size. Because loot usually scales with group size. Except on Mythic, of course. But in normal mode and heroic, loot almost always scales with group size in some way. So people are just confused because they say that this might not scale with it. Oh, it's at 26 halls. But det är väl munken. Oh, look, it's Robin. It is Robin. Just need it anyway. Last boss anyway, doesn't matter if they kick you. True, good point. Yeah, you can't lock any tokens anymore, right? That's the good part about the way group loot works. Is people cannot lock items in a pug. Because you just need on it. If you win, you win, right? I mean... But yeah, I'm sure they'll figure something out for it. It is definitely very weird. Maybe they should also make it difficulty on. I don't fucking know, huh? I don't know. I don't know, this is messed up. Did they just kick it now? What happened? If you could have 9 people locked and still give one eligible person a token, couldn't you just sell the infinite Omni tokens? Yeah. Yeah, you could. But I mean, you can do that right now anyway, yeah? Oh, now I have to leave from the iPrac. Wait, when is MDI again? This week? No. Next weekend, right? Okay, next weekend I go. Man, I saw 26 Court of Stars twice today, and I didn't get invited. Come on. Pal and Ricky. They certainly want to play with Naguura, right? Certainly. Man, I kind of want to whisper this person and let me know when they find a 26 Court of Stars key holder. Because I need one too. Mickey whispered, Moonkin player opinion rejected. And be right back, one sec. Oh my god, they didn't find anyone else? Unbelievable. Ricky. Court 26, let's go. My points. Just get to hear me moan. We love Ricky moans. Okay, that sounded really wrong. Hey, Marcus, what's up? How was your coffee?
The Magistric's thugs are impeding Deline's efforts to distribute Arkwine. Find her in the canals and protect her as she feeds our people.
An illusion. What are you hiding?
Couriers deliver sensitive orders and information to lieutenants throughout the city. Intercept them and collect the correspondence they carry.
They still have war mode on. Oh, no, I don't. We do not have the new patch, nope. Oh, oops! I just put the recalibrator on Reiki and it turned him into something else. Womanable power, let's go. Didn't do it on purpose, okay?
You're on the point, Ricky.
Not
No,
that
I'm not on the
yet.
dot yet. Like I have like 1 more year to live before I'm on the dot.
Oh, this is the best year then, right? It's like...
But once I hit...
You're basically dead already, don't worry.
Okay.
Naguura, help me, they are saying horrible things.
No.
What the hell?
Yeah. If I was a woman, I would marry your old man. And I will
You can't leak this.
Please, stop it.
Oh my god.
You can't
Don't worry,
leak
I'm
it.
here now. I'm protecting you.
Oh my god.
She knows me. She knows that I would never say such a thing.
Thanks for Prime, Henrik. What the hell?
Give me 1 minute, I'm downstairs.
How does a Boomy player always manage to sneak into fun?
Excuse me? What are you saying?
You heard me.
Can you elaborate?
No.
No.
I'm not old enough for that yet.
Hey, Bloya, thank you, thank you.
But now I need to do this.
Oh yeah, I love it.
I've noticed people treat you differently when you play priest. Everyone is so friendly.
I know, right? Even to you.
Yeah, fuck off.
No fucking way. My Volterra!
You're not.
Oh my god!
He did the exact same thing to me before. I was Vulpera and he grabbed me to the recalibrator again.
Alright.
He hates Vulpera.
I mean,
My
mine
friendship with you is
but-
over.
Is it? Do you dare to fucking end the friendship with this hot-looking old man?
Is he rich?
He's
That's the point here.
Very wealthy.
I do love the glasses. They're pretty nice.
I'm surprised. Like I've gone bald, but I still have a bun.
Suspicious.
I like the arm hair.
Wait, if I do this.
Now you just look
Wait.
like JB.
The recalibrator is gone? What the fuck? Oh wow!
I mean, I'm not that hairy.
Oh wow! Gonna send a clip to GB now.
Men, women, and children. None were spared the Master's wrath. Your death will be no different.
Oh, recalibrator again, let's go!
Oh no. I don't have grip yet.
You will.
Look at the army of Vulpera that is coming.
Stop.
Need more Vulpera. Or female dwarf. What do you think about male blood elves?
They are okay.
I was a red paladin male blood elf main in Legion. That's all
Let's
I can say.
go.
Okay, yeah, I'm not talking to
Oh
you again.
my god. Well, I respect that.
And his name, the character was also named Mickey Martin.
Oh,
Oh no.
can't be true.
Oh, let's go!
Wait, one second. Can
I got a female undead. I'm gonna have to keep it.
No, Ricky, I see you. No.
Where's Ricky? Where's Ricky?
Hey, yo, Yoki.
Oh,
No,
shit.
fuck!
But wait, no, I can't!
5, 4,
Ricky's
3,
straight me to
2,
the
1.
Let's go!
What am I watching, dude?
I'm a Morgan, no!
I hate this guy.
No.
Thanks for 5 months, Elva.
Oh, we have Beam now. Oh, it's way better than Feral. I don't like cats
Huge.
I get
I can bug out the Inquisitors.
Yeah, I can die until yay.
Your arrival is fortuitous.
I think we're getting the hit AO
Tonight the
100%.
nobles have gathered in honor of the Grand Magistrate.
We're like
Just heal it.
cheap buggy.
I mean, it's so nice being a Boomer or Shadow Priest. You're not allowed to kick. You don't have a stun.
Our spies report
You're
that
just
Elisar
out
herself
there in the
will
range,
attend.
vibing.
Wait, you do have a
It's
stun, no?
a rare opportunity
I don't have a
to
stun.
catch her away from
Don't
her
you?
source of power.
Oh, that's
They
a
removed
talent.
that. Well, why don't you have to tell it? What the hell?
We'll take a
That's a
side
DPS
entrance
loss.
to the grounds.
Why
Turn
did
the
you
eyes
Why
on
did you not
watching
have
the
Beam
front.
first weeks of
Okay,
Dragonflight?
Ricky.
This is your
Easy
best
out,
chance to
Mr. Shaman.
eliminate the Grand Magistrates.
Oh no.
Good luck.
Is he old?
Can
It
you
seems
hear
the
me whenever you
Dustwatch
see me?
is charged with keeping
Kyle is
order
old
during the
now.
party. Might I suggest the hidden approach?
I don't want to talk about it.
Along the way, you will conceal
This
the
fucking
thoughts
tiger
and
jump again with the
ideas
vortex, I'm
raising the alarm.
deleting the game. What the fuck, man?
5, 4, 3.
I thought Boomer was good.
Yeah, okay.
Deciding on 3 mobs?
Hello.
No, not.
Eating. Let's make it safe. Keep doing that. Aggro is a bit problem.
I can tell.
Yes, sir.
Wait, what happened
I'm
to my
playing
rep?
the caps build for the healing.
Oh my god, what's going on with my spell? Fucking tornado.
We kick this nice.
Marked by
The
lightning.
tornado for Wiki.
Eating.
The sentry.
Ricky, you gotta kick construct.
5,
Come to me.
Yep. Right, you can TD now. You should get the sentries for me.
I will. Keep the saber.
Yep, bye-bye, I'm going. Man, we need you here, sir.
You lined
Yeah,
my
I'm
PI.
here.
Do you give it to someone else now? Or?
You lined me.
What the
Who the
hell?
fuck did you PI then?
Thanks for PI.
Only myself.
Oh my god. No fucking way.
I mean, I pressed my macro that is
5,
her, and then she
4,
lined me for half a
3,
second.
Oh my god. Shadow Priest.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Thank you soon, Shopus.
Imagine having a Shadow Priest and he only PIs himself.
Okay, I gotta get him. Run.
It's good.
Okay for now.
No trespassers allowed! The elements answer to me!
5,
Guards, to me!
We didn't land this time, let's go.
I'm here, I'm done. I do.
Hold on, next.
I can shield next, actually. Let me shield. Nice trust there. I see how it is. Man, to kick this, I saw orange.
Marked by lightning!
five, 4, 3,
Oh, yo, fly. Dude. I'm actually rolling.
It is dying.
Storm, man.
This is
the worst epic
flying
ever.
paladin.
Yeah, I need the wings back.
Marked by lightning!
five, 4, 3,
Trying to run away from me or?
This will even the
I'm gonna
odds!
book you again.
Nicely done! Coward!
Oh no, no, no,
wait,
it's coming
I'm
for you!
coming. Yeah, I'll die. You just go. You just go, I'll die. Doesn't matter. I can't even die, dude.
wanted to take the
can root it.
shortcut, I see.
Can you just play something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you guys finish this?
Think so.
Okay, just move.
I got a moon proc.
Or Tokyo with the...
Are they lying? What the hell?
And there is trap.
The save stops here, man. The healer stops.
I'll do this.
5,
And I said,
4, 3,
It's good. Okay, I'll do Incuster. But Naguura, I need your Typhoon on the second. I will call for you. Prisms. You're in Africa, I think.
You want me to beam Imps first or no?
Yeah, sure, yeah, we can do it. You can beam right. Divine Bolt, maybe it will go. You stop Mistress, yeah? Oh, yo, that was close.
of course.
I kick
Stop
again.
the imps as well.
Oh, you.
Yep. It's,
Someone has to stop the mistress.
Should I call the healer thingy?
you can, yeah. This is Typhoon.
Marked by lightning.
Cool.
Make
Make my
yourself
shield.
useful and take a look
I
around.
kick first. You do again, Mistress, yeah, man. Next is Typhoon on Ice Storm. You can TD me now. This is Typhoon. My kick.
Oh!
Zephyr.
I wish I could do it, but I'm not allowed to.
Get the stun if you need. Can we call
Stupid
one more
tornadoes.
time? I'm not sure. We cannot.
Elements answer to
Yeah,
me.
Pessimism.
Raging? Oh god.
Oh,
Holy.
Oh, mama.
One shoot.
5, 4,
you don't have to stop it, yeah. Cool.
I don't want to use my pulsar.
Yeah, let's do imps, then we go big. Where's imps? Perfect.
We have
there is magical
waterlogged
scroll.
scroll.
Let's go.
What's even that?
I don't know.
Or
I have
Can-
no clue.
can-
you can just instantly.
Ah.
And Matt stops after. I stop the guy, don't know. It's going down. I don't have the stop of the Inquisitor. I have some.
I don't know, stop
Then
for the
didn't take
mistress.
the scroll, man.
Mistress doesn't matter. I do Divine Bolt, maybe he'll get the hit, yeah? Make sure 100%. Minus. I can stop him. So.
Ricky?
Got him again. We need Typhon on next.
Yep.
Moving here.
Pressing.
You have to stop next mistress, yeah?
Oh. Oh wow.
Made a big cake.
Matt, can you pick up the scroll to see what it gives?
Yeah.
It's movement speed.
It's movement
What
speed.
are you
yeah.
waiting for? Check out
Only?
that noise.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good.
Let's play upstairs. I do the kick.
Marked by lightning.
I'm in combat now.
I do again. I do again.
5, 4, 3.
You do man. Actually, AO you do. I do man. Me again. I have the blacksmith right. I do.
I'll do.
I can do now.
Are you raging? Perfect timing again.
Again me. No mad, I'm going. Activate. You kicked her. I'll activate.
Oh.
Yo!
No.
It was close, that's what.
You! Have a look over there.
You don't hit him. Oh, yo.
5,
This
4.
guy is so dead.
I'm not using cooldowns here.
It's okay, you can hold Incarn.
Yeah, I'm holding them.
Did you just PI on that mini boss?
This one, yeah.
What is that?
It's okay, the next was super easy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's whatever, you know.
Cooldowns on cooldowns.
Let AO heal, it's fine.
Oh, we get thundering insta as well. Oi, oi,
Oh,
oi.
yo.
Huge.
Tag the boss, Ricky. Tag the boss.
Yeah, sure.
Who needs henchmen?
We go right side.
Yourself.
Process, I think it's insta dead, so. If you need to stop man, you can. You might need to do it and spread. I don't think so.
Okay, where did that go?
Maybe with the wine tool.
Mortal flesh, so pretty when it burns.
Your stops if you need one. And the one more, right?
Oh my.
I'm feeling positively radiant.
Like an AG in the next one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your wings as well. I don't have any stops here. That works too. Okay.
Alright.
I'm feeling positive.
The elements answer to me!
Don't have any stops here. Matt, do you have stops?
Yeah, I'll
Zara.
do two. Yeah, you can roar next.
Yep.
I'll do that one.
Mortal flesh, so pretty when it burns.
I have the land tool on this one. Hold now.
It will amuse me to watch you melt.
You can
stack
signal.
someone. Yeah. Don't have any stops. Only blinding legs.
I'll do first turn. Nice punish me as well. Can roar.
Mortal flesh, so
Dude.
Yeah, it worked out after all.
It was perfectly on my cooldowns.
No cape. I'm fucking going, dude.
I wish I could do a
No way you find it.
Go, Matt, go.
Let me find the pack. No, it's not there.
Okay, you do.
Upstairs. Upstairs, go.
You think?
Yeah, I mean, I have a shield. What do you mean?
No cape, light vest.
He says you think. Okay, right back. 100% here. Yeah, one of them. What's that? No cape. Short sleeves. Short sleeves. Male short sleeves. Boom.
Boom.
Hi, it's mine.
Yes, early.
Is he yours, huh? And now I have cooldowns now. This is so perfect.
Hell yeah, dude. You mean if I can delete them.
Then there's gonna
Wait,
be
I have
some
ink card.
upset German
Okay, didn't ask.
person. Italian, German, something. Gonna be mad.
You're just making it worse. Stop talking.
You what, me?
Just tornado.
No.
Stop it.
I saw myself dead. It's
Really?
casting on me, dude. No.
Need help on next up? No. Maybe I'll put it in.
One pool?
I do.
Can TD on next tank hit? Not too bad.
The elements answer to me!
Excellent. Now that we have the key, the way to the balcony should be open.
This was quite fast.
It's time to put an end to
Must you leave so
it
soon, Grand Magistrix?
Do you expect me to waste time chattering with vapid nobles even as my enemies close in? Look there, you fool. We are not alone.
Impossible. My
Am I
gods would
baiting?
never
Are you?
permit such an intrusion.
I'm baiting.
Yet another failure, Melandris. Consider this your chance to correct it.
Writing name of
Dispose of these outsiders. I must return to the Nighthold.
Don't pass the line. Wow, what the?
Finally, I'll make
This is not Tournament Realm, yeah?
Oh, sure.
If you blink, you bleed.
Mad, I've seen you passed the line.
Can spell.
If you blink, you bleed.
Watch out for this, watch out.
You can't counter what you can't see. I will speed you towards your
Spell up and
demise.
dodge.
I will speed you towards your demise.
You want me to bark this or next?
You can't counter what you can't see.
You're always barking.
I will speed you towards your demise.
Marked by lightning!
spell after dodge again.
Bleed for the Grand Magistrates.
Yeah, wings
The
again.
wind slices to the bone.
5, 4, 3,
If you blink, you
And
bleed.
spell after.
Oh no.
You. And spell after dodge.
Bleed for the Grand Magistrates. You can't counter what you can't see. I will speed you towards your demise.
Need to pass the spell here.
If you blink, you bleed. Death by
Zephyr.
1,000 cuts. I will speed you towards your demise.
Marked by lightning.
These tornadoes so
I will
annoying.
speed you towards your demise. Death by
5,
1,000 cuts.
4, 3,
If you blink, you bleed. I will speed you towards your demise.
Oh no no no! Can you buff me?
The wind slices to the bone.
Oh, we will as well.
I will speed you towards your demise.
You need to insta spell me.
I will speed you towards your demise. You can't counter what you can't see. If you blink, you bleed.
The elements answer to me.
If you blink, you bleed. You can't counter what you can't see. If you insult,
Nice score, nice score.
Let's see what it gets.
Academy. Oh no.
Oh, wait, actually, it's big. We have
We
two
may
tries.
have missed our chance at the Grand Magistrates
Let's go,
tonight,
Hmm.
but her time will come.
I mean, I got a 1
Sooner
score,
or
so
later,
I'm happy.
we'll find another way to settle the score.
You're a better player now.
Until next time.
You should have gotten minus points for PIing yourself earlier.
Is this how you want to talk when you have gotten a lot of PIs?
That
But
is
it's
true,
just
but he
one
also
click and
gripped
then I
me
swap
through
it.
the change thing twice, so
What did I grip you through?
the fucking appearance changer. What's it called?
The recall.
The recall, yeah.
I mean, I could have gripped you after a dispel on this boss in Incarn. But then you would just sit there stunned with PI in Incarn.
You're just fucking evil.
Yeah, I am. I'm not gonna deny it.
This guy.
Why do you have a 24 key? That is my question.
I don't want to talk about it. It used to be a 27 temple.
It used to be a 27 temple, and now it's a 24 shadow. It's a shadow moon, so that's something.
Do I lower my key?
The
or-
new ring is not very good right now, but they said they'll buff it if it's not best
Yeah,
of slot for
to be
people,
honest,
so...
I don't give a fuck what we do. I believe in 27 Academy.
I fucking
No,
don't.
no, no, not
No
with,
fucking shot.
You don't?
Oh.
No.
Not with
Why?
this attitude.
Yeah, what is this attitude? Like, what's the scary part?
Yes.
The scary part is like I couldn't finish any fucking academy the whole week, even 25.
We are here now.
Okay, okay.
I believe. We can use some tech on me and Kavo on the last boss. On the last part.
What's the tech?
Some bloodlust. I mean, you have been casting on the eye, you should know.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I trust you.
Okay.
I'm sure it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Lyra, thank you so much for 69 months. Oh my god, it's a funny number. Let's fucking go. Thank you. How are you doing?
With the fleet, then we go 26.
Finally not sick anymore? Nice. That's good to hear. Glad you feel better. Bold of him to assume MDI casters know anything? Yeah. Agreed, actually. Yeah. I'll be right back 1 second. Think I need a beer for a 27 Academy? What do you think? Yeah, right. Right back.
Paul?
All right. The disco drop is enabled, but it doesn't start yet until 6, right? So in an hour? The drops are in an hour, right? I think. Okay. I love all of these new Taylor Swift songs. That's cool. Bliss feed set today 10 a.m. PST. Well, that is... That is 6 p.m., no? Or is it 7 p.m.? 6 p.m., yeah. That's in an hour. Okay.
Well, how big is Venturi for you?
For me, for
What did
Paladin.
you say?
Yeah.
For Paladin, it's so bad.
So bad. I'm
I
not
mean, it's
complaining.
not so bad, but it's nothing.
single target.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Even.
If I have 3 stacks or an Umbral proc.
I'm trying to fix routing here. Mm.
I'm not using Alfei
unit.
because it's because I only use it for action bars and stuff, and I don't need that anymore. It's a huge add-on that messes with your FPS for no reason. Shouldn't use it if you're not reliant on it in a sense that you use like every single part of Alfei.
Let's see. We pretty much pressing W.
I love W. WoW feels ugly without it? I don't know. I mean, it looks fine, no?
3K, can you mine suit battlex and
I don't think the game looks bad. Like,
you know, the
it seems fun.
pack after Sentry, let's say.
The pack after.
No, I actually had Alfei.
I don't think you can mine.
I played with Alfei until Dragonflight.
Can we skip them though?
I removed it when they made the new UI.
The mana fin and battlex, we just go on the sides.
Yeah,
you just
that's
like
right,
the sides.
Yeah.
I never really play Guardian now.
Or maybe we should play. We have a good supply damage from Shaman. I'm not sure. Yeah, we can play with but I want to play Ravager on the boss side. Can't do like this, maybe.
There's not. I mean, yeah, the armrests are originals, but I put pillows over it. You can buy armrest pillows on Amazon. They're really nice. Because usually these gaming chairs come with like plastic armrests that are really uncomfortable. And you can just put a pillow over it. They're very cute.
It seems fine.
And comfortable.
Even overcount, okay. We can't have pots after bird boss, right? There's no way.
You probably can, since we left at the start, I think.
Yeah, I found something like this, but before pull 8, it's scary to skip this. So we just pull those two, whatever, I think. We can't really skip some of these, right?
Oh, right, we cannot do this now. That's yikes.
Yeah, we just W.
Sounds like a plan.
But pull 8 is questionable for me. Like how we gonna be there, you know, like how we gonna pass those through. Or I just bring them in, something.
We can have someone pull them with Bop. Because if they're the only ones in combat, they charge on them, right?
Yeah. I can do this as well. I can just bop myself and run through.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, we can just add them. It's kind of whatever, no? But we will have ore count. Like it's kind of like this. 2%. We can't really skip something though. Yeah, we just do this. I think we just pull them in. I don't think we die to that. So that would just should be okay.
Hey, lovely. Thank you so much for 41 months. What's up? All good? Hey, Varek. Yeah, obvious. What's so funny? Why are you laughing?
That's funny. Man, I need your help on that Lexus.
Am I toxic? What did I do?
Pretty much it. The second boss is scary. It's cool.
I don't have to take versatility to survive Veximus, right? Surely not. Surely I'm fine. Maybe. I'm sure I'm fine.
Do we need to kill the person at AU? I don't think we do, right?
No, we don't.
Five,
Most definitely fine, yeah.
That's
what I'm saying.
Yeah, same shit, Matt, you don't use your dwarf on first, but on set of bleed.
Maybe you can just root it out and let him be there, and not solo kicks. You can pretty much solo kick, right?
I don't think so.
I'm so sure Isham's gonna.
Welcome to Algathar Academy.
I just pull him in and think, but he'll get cleared, right? So, but I don't want to heal second wave of Lasher, so that's what I'm scared.
New students. How wonderful.
How
It has
wonderful.
been quite some time since the academy has
wait
been
a
Well, it seems like things are indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
Nah, it's not 27, it's 26.
Naguura, I want you to pull right for me. I'll tell you.
Sure.
Please, if you could,
You can pull
clear
it now.
them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
One middle. There's some small aggros here and there. My PC, yo.
Yo! Lads!
Big legs.
5,
Again, TD now.
4, 3.
Oh my god.
Clear it. Nice. Watch me for now. You can vortex them for fun.
Don't have right now?
No.
Oh, this is looking really good.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I just woke up from a lag, so.
Yeah. I'm
Oh my
lagging as fuck as well.
god.
Don't see you, Naguura.
Fuck. That was
You
a
were
bit
too
far.
far.
Yeah. I was really far. Man, I thought my bear form might save me. It was 24k overkill. The raging skitter flies are something else. So much damn.
Perfect.
I just checked the meter.
We are
Okay.
just about.
I mean, there was a boomy and a shadow priest doing 800k.
There's
Wait,
too much
you're
life
even
magic.
lower than me.
What are you doing?
I mean, there's like 7 times more targets than I can hit.
Nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Absolutely not.
Please, help us, new students.
Yo, the spell torso is in.
5,
Hey, yo.
4,
What?
3.
On ads, you're dispelling
one.
like when I get the debuff.
I didn't
Yeah.
understand what you wanted.
I woke
So-
up looking at poison this power.
adds no, she can spell. So adds giving me debuff, right? That the spell.
I can't.
I can.
Cauterizing
Really? There's no way.
I'm using it to clear everyone. I can't use it on you.
No. I mean, single the spell. I mean.
They can't do poison.
I can't. I have poison. You mean the small ads, yeah?
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I was confused about what you were talking. I was like, what?
Yeah.
1.
Wait, they can actually do poison?
Only tank has to clear. You don't need to run aside.
The elements answer to me.
I honestly didn't know.
Yeah, you can do it now.
I will do TD.
Yeah, sure. I'll dispel next.
5.
I have dispel now.
No, I do. Okay, you do. I'll
4,
do next one.
3, 2, 1.
Spelling now.
Oh, I'm slightly on the other side.
This doesn't matter really.
You're killing the slasher hard, right? This is slasher, you gotta focus.
Kinda no, but... Oh, you mean a small guy?
The branch on him.
A branch, yeah. We got a gang. Okay, this is gonna be scary bit for me.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just show me. Show me.
There's gonna be a lot of lashes.
Can
Zephyr.
TD even a bit of it.
I'm dispelling now.
Yeah.
TD.
I'll dispel next.
Marked by lightning.
Dispel now.
5, 4,
You can stun them.
2, 1.
Yep, stun.
This is whatever, just don't die. Dispel.
I'll AG when the guy spawns.
There's some still smallies who ganking me.
No, I pay my dispel.
I'll commit a big stuff here. I think it's... There's one other
Cauterizing
clapping me
flame.
actually. Okay, he's dead.
5,
We'll drive
4,
this here.
3, 2, 1.
Good movements. You insta TD me whenever you have it. Oh my god. TD whenever you have it.
Sometimes.
You can stun them. I'm fine now, my wings, my
5,
spell.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. I'll get ultimates. I don't know. Oh, we lost guys. We overlapped spells, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, always you and me. Like, you don't have to do second time. You just hold it.
I think we can't do this anymore.
You can win. Kill the branch though.
I think he'll spread.
I don't think it's happening, no. I don't think it's happening.
I'm killing him, dude. Grave Toads. Okay.
Okay, let's try on 25, I think, yeah.
Yeah, 25 should be fine.
Yeah, let's try on 5 and then we see how it feels.
I was padding my ass off to kill the lashers. They still didn't die.
Actually feels so useless. It's insane.
I mean, I have dispel as well, so I think we can just dispel more, no? As long as we don't overlap them.
I'm not sure what happened. Like we dispelled both together, but after that dispel, you instantly took 26 stack.
Yeah, it was, there's a timer it
Too
takes.
many odds.
So it's gonna be like always 20 when I have 20 debuff, right?
Yeah,
20
but I
stacks of
mean,
debuff.
the
You
instant
dispel.
26 after, that was like, we had too many odds. Like
Yeah,
this.
because we confused, right? So how are we gonna do? When I reach 20, 18, 22, doesn't matter. Dispel, you dispel first. And then second one, gonna be me. And then the other one, gonna be you again. We can just rotate with you.
Yeah, sure.
Any turnips?
Yeah,
I have one.
Yeah, I'm dropping.
Thank you.
Always.
So you want me to save Vortex on the Lasher Pool as well, I guess? For later?
Yeah, would be nice. Because like from some point I'm just hiding a bit.
Yeah.
It helps me a lot.
Yeah, you should just put it at the start so they don't jump out for damage, but...
Oh, you can. Oh, right. I mean, you can do this. Its cooldown is 30 seconds, or how much was it?
It's 1 minute, so it's a bit
Oh,
long.
1 minute. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm fine because like I'm burning out all my CDs, and then you will have it after a minute, right? So you can do it again. You
Yeah, if I
just
do it really
insta
early,
like
it
this.
might be up again at the end. Yeah.
You just we do the same. It was fine
Okay.
actually.
Shaman is really good for... I mean, looks like Shaman is not that good, right? If you look at the damage meter, Shaman is doing the same amount of damage as a tank. But Shaman is doing so much damage on the important targets. It's actually really crazy. Like, Shaman is actually really good. I mean, look how much damage the Shaman did on the boss.
It's time for
13.6 million on the boss.
Ooh.
Oh wait, I need this.
So, yeah.
That's the problem. Oh,
It's pretty nice. Okay, what race do we need to time this queue?
Space Goat.
I think we all need to be culturation.
What Jedi?
I actually need Kulturan, male.
Okay, what if everyone can choose a race for another person?
No.
That would be a contest.
I'm not gonna be some furry, stinky.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
hiding.
Dude. Fuck that shit.
I'm like peeking.
Yo,
from
this
the
is fucking
corner.
cute. Look at me.
I feel like a creep right now, like a big old man just standing there.
Looks like a
Oh my
catcher.
god. Just fucking peeking.
This is
from
John
behind the
Cena.
No, not Morgan, not Morgan.
4, 3.
Okay, male, night elf, whatever. This is what it
1.
is.
No.
On the bird boss, they
Welcome
show me
to
the spot
Algapar
to lost
Academy.
like
I am
I
the
tried.
delighted
It's a
that you
scammest
received our
thing you ever
invitation.
see.
I
That's
couldn't.
creepy.
Touch behind
It
That's
didn't
creepy.
work on me as evoker because I was too
students.
tall. I had to
I
get
tried
ultra
as
small.
Goblin.
It has been
To-
quite
to
some
make
time
it
since
work.
the academy has been
Well,
I think it's a
it
scam.
seems like
You just
things
don't
are
do it.
indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away. Please,
You can
if you
pull
could,
now.
clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
Run middle. Right
The
from here.
elements answer to me.
5 FPS, what is this?
So lagging so much.
You get PD. Oh
Where
my
is-
god, I
Okay, okay.
can't play.
Oh, damn.
PD me.
Yeah, sorry. There was some issue with clearing.
Yeah, I thought that. Oh my, it's actually 5 FPS.
I blame the boom kit.
Oh,
My
by
bad?
I don't have these FPS issues usually.
You have a NASA PC or what? I have nothing left. Oh, okay, they all died actually.
I can't see shit.
That was way
Has to
faster.
be some really pissed.
I wonder why.
I mean, Matt did like 2 times more damage this time.
Yeah, you used chucking disclosure potion.
Perfect.
That must have been the difference.
Okay.
It's legit like 40 my
It just
DPS.
does.
Fucking blasting, dude.
What are you doing?
That's so bad.
Me?
Yeah,
There is
that was
too much
fast, wasn't it?
nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your
The
fault.
pot is like 17% of my
Absolutely
DPS.
not.
Well,
Please, help us new students.
Let me get this. No. Oh no, wait, I got it. Haha. Let's go. I thought I lost my Weaver
5,
proc.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It's move better with the release. Oh my god, let's go. Gamer gang.
Pog! As
Zephyr.
if you...
Nice.
Mad gang. Just going.
Cauterizing flame.
Five, four, three,
Well, he's not casting
two,
today, I guess.
1.
Well, he's getting shielded all the way.
Ricky
You
not
can TD now.
cleaning the bleed.
Your dispel.
For some reason, Ricky, you didn't lose the bleed because I couldn't dispel
Your
your
dispel.
sword.
Me now.
I will dispel now.
No, it was mine.
But I didn't do the first.
4.
That was me.
3,
Oh, okay.
2, 1.
Oh.
Where's my chicken going?
Marked by lightning.
Can you bop Ricky?
Yeah.
King Ricky's dying to the debuff.
Yo.
Oh.
Bro, what was that?
5, 4,
Just shielding
3,
him.
Go on the top.
2, 1.
Oh my.
Storming shot. You can TD now.
King Ricky's love.
I'm dispelling now.
Yeah. Dispel next one. Waiting, dispel. Next is yours.
5,
Doing
4,
now.
3,
Oh, Naguura did. I still have.
1.
Dispelling
I
now.
do this, nice. Okay, I didn't even spec into it then. I love this.
I guess we can dispel earlier if we have 15 or whatever.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
The elements answer to me.
Naguura, you have the dodge, so you're gonna have to clear.
Yep.
I'm a little bit dry here, yeah, no cheat as well.
5, 4, 5, 3, 4, 2,
Should be fine with this.
1.
Here's thundering, inside. Oh, Naguura,
Oh.
Yo.
Oh, yo!
TD means that you...
That's storming.
My dispel now.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. This.
Yeah, I do next.
5,
No?
4,
I just do
3,
early.
Delay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fine. They have mine now.
1.
Right, this guy has to die now. I'm liking some
Kill it.
CDs.
No, 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 no.
I have to go boss, ignore the branch. Can you get the kick, man? Actually, I got him. Easy.
It appears some new students have trickled in after you. They seem interested in our sports field. Help them sort out
Yes,
clearance. It isn't quite a state.
Go back!
It was Vicky, what? No.
No, it was Naguura. Oh, again! Can you please come?
Yeah, we have that.
Don't move it closer, don't move it closer, she's gonna die!
5, 4, 3, 1.
Bubble second.
It's fine, it's fine. I did it too bad.
Move the guy away, Pat. You cannot tank it there.
Did you went back like
I can't play, I'm locked.
Oh man. when she saw the circle, she went back like, okay, goodbye.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Can you do damage, Naguura, please?
Naguura, do you see?
Classic buyer, actually. They're just having fun thinking it's all games.
Oh man, I'm crying.
Oh dude, oh shit.
The elements answer to me.
Oh.
Right, the one that has circle underneath, it's a boss enemy.
Okay, no going back, eh?
Wait.
I'm trying to
What's doing here?
No going.
What do I do with cooldowns here? I'm gonna have to use them, right? Fuck. And this is super awkward, but you can't just hold them forever.
Alright, let Matt do big sick thing. Don't bet. Well, I can't promise. I will.
What are you doing?
Doesn't matter. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not gonna dot them because I'm gonna be ethical now. This is fun.
Me too, me too.
I mean, you
Me too, me too, me too.
Yeah, I will too, yeah.
Now I have Shadow Crash, now I'm sending.
Blood and funnel.
Yep, blood funnel.
My funnel.
Disclosure. Let's go.
Okay, dude.
I did this
No.
Look at the fucking paladin damage.
The elements answer to me! So many birds! Help us get rid of them!
You okay, man?
5,
Okay, I'm clearing.
4.
Oh, flying.
Oh, the moon.
I think I'm holding the cooldowns for boss here. Yeah.
Yeah, we lost him.
Yeah, what lost on pull?
We won't have this.
We should do on the burn, yeah? I'd rather have it on Vexmus late, right?
I mean,
Well, we will
like
do on fire.
losing one lost. Or
We're not. Are we? I don't think so.
yeah, I think we
What do you mean?
If you don't last on pull, he says,
mean,
you're gonna lose a last.
No, you don't.
I don't think so. You just get it
It's
late.
about
and-
time. I thought about the where you will put it. It's just that we are quite fast, I guess.
What is the thundering timing here that you have to pull the boss on to get it during the fire thing?
I have no idea.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm staying
We
silent.
have thundering now.
Answer to me!
And then in a minute or so.
No.
All right. Now
Can't
we
even
need to
die.
clear out the
Ooh.
big one.
Use
I
the
will activate the goals for Lishra. That is Tarantos for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention. Huh? At least we know that works.
Okay, don't cleanse
Watch
first one. How
yourselves.
many cleanse you can do on me? It's
3 in a row.
3 in a row. Okay, can you do not first one? After
Sure.
that. Okay.
Yeah. So last is 22 seconds. Do I last in 20 seconds or not?
I think we do.
I think yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Call my sacrifice as well.
Do I bear? I don't have to bear second, right? I don't think I do.
So you can cleanse these 3.
Yeah. This PI is so unfortunate. Okay.
Yeah,
Big.
nice call. Didn't pay attention. I will Zephyr the third one.
If you're set for your third, I think I still have to bear it. Like actually go barefoot for it, not
This
bearing it.
one.
God damn it.
Okay, the next one I can't dispel it.
That's fine.
Zephyr.
I have wings.
Maybe I didn't have to actually.
Take these and use the goals.
Make sure we're clear.
Defensive.
This is for anyone needs psych or?
we are sending normal.
Yeah, we should do on tank it, if we tank it.
Shit, I need a
Ruby?
pulse of rock.
Oh, yo!
Yo, see that me?
Okay, I got it, I got
By
it.
the way, don't work out. Like, I would
Okay,
like,
so I saved you. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, that was weak.
Big.
That was weak. So, how many cleanses you can do?
3 again.
Okay, don't do first one.
Oh shit! I started it.
No matter.
Okay, I will do next. I hope I can hold, but I can't heal. Oh, it will go into stasis.
Oh god.
I'll wings now, so you don't have to do it now. I mean,
The next one I do triple. I can't hold it more.
yeah.
With this on the 2 next. Yeah. Oh no. I'm fencing on you.
5,
That was scary, holy.
Yeah, jag too.
This is scary a bit. But there's so much sustain.
I was like doing stuff without.
Trying one.
Double taunting.
Yeah. I have this spell again. Yeah.
I'll wings soon. You can dispel next one.
Do we set for next? Or do we save for the next phase again?
I have Zephyr.
I don't need it, but if anyone
I don't need it.
I'm fine.
Zephyr.
Sending now. Oh, mamma mia!
You're... yeah, thank you. Watch out, nice.
Thundering?
5, 4.
Okay, you can TD me on the next set, yeah?
Okay.
When can you cleanse me? Or you cannot?
Wait, in 6 seconds.
Okay, sure.
But I will do only... No, the fire man.
Gather up will be nice.
Is it safe?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, wings now, which don't worry about them. The wings again. Oh, you're weak. Okay.
I found a spot, guys. I found a spot.
Anything on the next set, if it's possible.
Oh my god, look, I'm not moving.
Yeah, that's fine.
Shit, now I have to move. Okay.
He's tired.
Huge.
I just want to stand still and cast.
Same.
It's so fucking awful. I press one mind play and then I travel 40 yards.
It's gonna be kind of hard, bro. So we go left here. We take some damage from them. We don't want to pull the Ravagers. We pull the 4 when they're fine, but I can't see them.
We need a far 2 as well, right?
Yeah. But we can't pull them right now. We'll get closer. I stop first, man. You do Scepter, yeah, man. Can someone watch them when it's fine? Okay, perfect. Have to move there. Moving. They will jump, yeah. Jump. Can't TD me now. Stopping this. Can you do battle X now? Nice up both of it.
It's not raging.
When we get the last 2?
We don't need them.
Okay.
Just making sure.
Inix ask me now.
So we got double.
I thought you fell down.
Go, we have to be fast. Run.
We're running.
No, we play them later. We got double kill, we have CDs.
Students have been here.
I'm waiting for us to
just
pass.
putting together my lesson plan.
I'm gonna be orange. Going soul. You can beam whenever. The next guys.
Yep.
And maybe do some random stops, right? You can TD me now.
Multiple stops.
I'll do better.
I have mine up.
The elements answer to me.
Nice, no?
Nice.
You just skip through.
What was that? Ah! Are you okay, man?
No.
Okay.
I was sleeping.
Can you watch the next train?
Which one? This?
I just beam.
Workers?
No trust, I was doing My wings kind of
Do we
wasted.
play something or it's bots?
Yeah, we play.
something?
No, we are playing. Yeah.
Here we are. Long ago, members
You
of
can
the
be in
Blue
melee, I would
Dragon
think.
Flight
okay.
accidentally overloaded an
need the
arcane
party?
element and
Okay,
created
no
a
pad on
powerful
Smois. Let him.
construct named Veximus
Oh.
that quickly started.
My bad, I'm petting.
I'll pull them to boss
Okay.
for his lane.
5, 4, 3,
I love this week storming. Yay.
Storming. Let me cast.
Range, can you play close until Smallies are dead? Would be nice if they don't jump so much. Link them. Going out.
With the mana bomb, please just stack together at the same place. No need to run far, you can even stun in the middle, it doesn't matter.
Like an agent, the first one.
Allow it to grow further out of control.
What?
Yep, we gotta be. I need your help, I can sword behind this.
Veximus began manifesting
Maybe sword on them.
powerful arcane bombs in order to drive back the dragons.
5, 4, 3,
As the dragons
2,
neared
1.
victory, Veximus unleashed its full arcane power against them.
Don't think about it.
Team?
Focus up! I need some help on something. I
Oh, we lost the turn?
Yeah. CDs, yeah. Good. There's one cast. I have Psych available whenever. You get phone
This is a
calls.
mini overlap, you're cool.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Inverser, nice.
I did the full spirit broom
Get
plus
the
rewind.
Sure. What's happening?
He did overlap in the opposite order.
Because the orb went through it.
Yeah.
I think.
Make sure we clear.
5,
Yeah.
No fucking storming.
You have to get this orb after.
Oh, I'm not gonna run this.
I'm gonna move it. Getting these two. Knock. I'll get these three. Actually, I can get all of them. I psych you, sir.
Oh,
Was
you
here.
were so far.
Yeah,
I even only you and not those.
I thought so.
Yeah, but the wheel went on you, but not on the toes.
Whoopsie.
Give it a ballsy.
One is coming.
I can't get it now. I can't get it.
I got it.
No, it's not all of them. Overs.
No. Not always.
There's one orb in behind.
I'll get that one.
Get this one here.
Zephyr.
Expo is
Oh, we're doing the
kinda
bridge, right?
sorry.
Yeah. Gonna keep this pulsar for the bridge, and then I
Maybe some
incarn
Malcolm
the
Button
other
Texas.
thing.
Veximus tried its best to defeat the dragons. It was ultimately
Bro, these griefs are no joke insane.
Well
Yeah.
done.
Do
So good.
we envy here or?
No, we just kill it.
Oh.
Okay, I will do orange, yeah. You can do the other legs. We do both.
Come on, where's my Umbral proc? Yep.
Nice stun.
I can also do that legs now.
Yeah, sure. We have friends, we should. Friends me?
The elements answer to me.
You want to ignore?
Good call, you can. Watch out, watch feet. Can you do Batflex now or should I do it?
Oh!
Okay.
I have no
Focusing
mana.
kicks. Yeah, that's fine.
Actually, low-key suspect without any cooldowns. I think we had 0. Pam, do you have both? I'm gonna take the Restorer. When I release him, I'm gonna ask for both.
I have it available. So this is big pull. Matt, you do Farcaster, I do close one. We can do this one. Roar would be nice for me. Summon Orange.
One more.
I can take second on Moon, okay?
Going stairs. I'm stop here.
Shit. I wasted a Umbral proc.
You can
Oh, I got
see
another
it
one.
now.
Let's go.
Beats.
Answer to me.
Need some Malcolm kicks. I have nothing left. I'm bubbling now.
What?
Yeah.
5.
Oh
Got the
man,
bubble
as
kick
soon as
one.
when they got
3,
Vortex,
Yeah,
so I saw
bubble
none
too.
of
1.
them.
I have to eat.
Well, that escalated quickly.
I missed
Jesus.
all
Oh,
my
they
souls.
mailed me. Because they got.
Because of the Vortex.
Because I was
Yeah,
melee
you do
aggro.
the boss. Let's go.
Because of the fucking
feels kinda
vortex.
bad,
Oh, man. That is just so unfortunate.
I have to pull them. Right, me into Matt. I'm just going boss, yeah. I kicked again for you.
Oh, no.
Matt, you're next. Oh, can you do AO?
I will do it.
I'll just pull the boss here. Can you pull Matt? I'm just busy with it.
No! It took the wrong
Just ignore them, yeah? Just do the kick.
These are sacred
I had the
halls
restore
of
in
learning. Only those registered may access
Going
them.
full.
Think about what you have
Okay, when they're
done.
spinning. Got this one. Can you do next spin, man?
Demerit points for you.
Should I just... I should actually AoE them?
Oh, yeah.
Time dilation.
Fucking...
1 sec.
On this.
Demerit points for you.
Yes, I am AoE.
Storming is the worst Avix kites.
Learn from this.
Kick.
Can't get them now. Oh, I can't get them.
Go to the corner.
You have to taunt the restorer.
Poor marks for poor
I'm
students.
not sound for that. In 3 seconds I will.
Run, Carol, run.
Got him.
Think about what you have done.
Yeah, storming is... Actually, I can play like that.
Demerit
It's so annoying.
points for you.
I don't have stuff.
You will not pass the semester. Demerit points for you. Learn from this.
How long is this buff?
Demerit points for you.
Oh wait, it's gone. Okay.
You will not pass the semester. Demerit points for you. Think about what you have done. Demerit points for you. Go to the corner. Demerit points for you.
Pressing 40.
Learn from this. Poor marks for poor students.
Nope.
You will not pass the semester.
I'm gonna drop
Poor
4.
marks for poor students.
Control.
We can rise in 10 seconds.
Think about what you have done.
Okay, Ballsy.
Demerit points for you.
We'll do it after the vacuum.
Yeah.
You will not pass the semester.
Let's go entrance here. On me, I'm gonna drop the thing.
Demerit points for you.
Wait, spell you here?
Yeah, you can. Control.
The elements answer to me.
I'll pull out this. Much balls.
We have left in 30 seconds.
On me.
Demerit points for you.
Again storming balls, really? What is this?
Yeah, Storm. I can see that being really annoying if you're not like a super mobile class.
Left in 9. Do I left on CD or do I wait something?
Lost on city.
Poor marks for poor students.
Oh wow.
Go to the corner.
We need to move a bit from here. There is too many ships.
I will go entrance more.
Demerit points for
Find
you.
Stuck here. Open.
Learn from this.
no shot.
Maybe?
Go, go, go.
Yeah, we can now. We
Poor marks for poor students. Go to the corner.
Shit, I had to clear. I was scared I'm gonna die.
Take touch of that.
Demerit points for
Die
you.
for Grease Torch?
Well,
No.
Shit.
Think about what you have done.
Yeah.
Protonate.
Demerit points for you.
Shit.
Actually,
Close,
like
close. Well,
nice storming.
storming actually hardest affix.
Confirmed.
For Palatank, yes it is. Yeah, we made twice, but I could manage to bubble one of them. First one, I didn't have it.
We have 2 grips, I guess, so maybe like if it's a really bad storming, you can ask for a grip, maybe? I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, it's a big call actually, but I was on a horse and I thought that was okay, right? But
Oh,
then
yeah.
I was like, okay, I'm fine, I just get out of it.
Tracy, I'm good. How are you doing? Yeah, all good. Just playing some Plus. I think I already got my rank 1 title, hopefully.
What we played felt slow as well, maybe.
So that's cool. And I'm excited for the new patch.
What can we change though?
Well, the big patch, because the small patch that is coming tomorrow or today is not going to be that great, I think, but better than nothing.
So we can.
Can't complain. You're prepping for Ursula first again. Yeah, it should be soon-ish.
Saving time would be like to snap.
In
them,
like
can't do
1.5 months, 2 months.
Yeah, that's what I was
Still
thinking.
gonna be
Like,
casting
we're
the
kinda limited
MDI Global Final
on it.
next weekend. That should be pretty fun as well.
The last series is good.
Yeah, it's a big year for races actually. So much stuff going on. I'm glad Dragonflight is a good expansion so far, at
Can we
least.
try again here? I think we can.
Unfortunately, we depleted our 25 Academy by 11 seconds, though. Sad. Is it worth soothing all the time in big packs? Yes, but like I think soothing is important, but you should only soothe the mobs that are actually important to soothe. Like you need a little bit of knowledge on which mobs you should be soothing and which you don't.
The only thing maybe we could try is like I do that ninja parkour to bring mobs from upstairs.
Because there's just certain mobs, if they only do tank damage, like with melee swings or whatever, then soothing them isn't really that relevant. But there are some mobs that do random damage to your group, and soothing those is more important.
You know.
And
skip the double
there's still some mobs that you want to soothe even if it's tank damage, if it's like insane tank damage. Like I like soothing the battle axes, for example.
Cooldowns, right? The cooldown
So
does,
the bleed
we
doesn't
do one
kill the
small
tank.
push, and then we go double.
What do we skip then?
I mean, we can skip double pull after Veximus. Pull 13.
The bridge? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but we need to have potions to skip. Let's try that actually.
Joe Lokek. Oh man. Did Naguura really kill Makes? Not yet. I'm working on it. I'm playing Star Reaper because I personally think it's better. For the keys that I'm playing, with the people that I'm playing with. Now I'm until Disco Ball? True. We're getting drops in 10 minutes, right? Let's go. Let's put the drops in the title, guys. We're legally allowed to do
yeah, sure.
clickbait now.
26 or
right? We're legally allowed to put clickbait in the stream title now.
6 is happening. We need
because we already had the
exclamation mark drops.
We had what 4 minutes left when we did 25, and we did.
I have no clue what to do. That's why, because I can't really do
what
stuff.
you said about playing the first Ravager and skipping the double back on the second bridge would be cool. I
Yeah,
guess,
but
even that
it's
part,
always
we made
scary.
it disappeared.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know,
why,
30
right?
seconds.
Yeah. Not sure. I have no idea like how it can be faster. Maybe last part we just kill the casters and go all the way. That's the best we can do. But if there's a bad patrol, we can't move it, you know.
I can snap group 14 onto the mini boss if that helps for anything.
Oh really? Can you? Why don't you tell me before?
I don't know.
Oh my.
But I can only do group 14. I cannot do the foragers.
Yeah, no. We just need that though. Oh my god. Why don't you tell me before?
I don't know.
Jesus. Okay, then we're saved. Okay.
Well, the last time it would have been bad anyway because I got sent back 4 times. So.
I mean, if you fail it, I can jump down. It's fine. Did you reset?
No. I'm checking NDT. I mean, it's still we still do the double pull though. So we snap, but what we lost only foragers. Let me see. There's down.
I'll be right back 1 second. I'm gonna have to talk to my boyfriend to see what we're gonna do with makes later. I think we might have to like call a restaurant or something. I'll be right back.
What did you do, Ricky, when you have that much timer? Do you have the MDT for that?
I don't remember. I tried to remember and I failed at it.
Yeah, I mean, wait, let me see. I mean, maybe you could just kill the Ravagers. We kinda can't.
Did you reset? Oh, yeah.
Yep. Let's remark everything.
All right. Okay, what's the time now? We go for dinner at like 7:30, maybe? Hey, Joey. Sounds like a serial killer. Yep, that's me. Academy is just a really tight timer, honestly.
Right?
Tyrannical.
No idea.
If you pull the mini boss, it doesn't immediately put me in combat, right? Or does
No,
it?
You need to hit it before you are in combat.
Okay. I'm facing you, Satsu makes. Appreciate that. Read my chatting. I'm reading your chatting. What time should I come by to gank your stream? Is still your way for dinner? You can come whenever. Whenever. You should probably talk to Philip because he's playing Warzone right now, and he needs to probably open your door if I'm in the middle of a key. So whenever he's ready. And I think he still has to call the restaurant. I think we probably reserve it like 7:30. So whenever Philip is ready, you can come over. I'm playing this key, and then we can hang out and you can gank my chat, okay? Sounds like a plan. Naguura is going to eat you? Yeah. Don't tell her, guys. What the hell? Now she's not gonna come. You're ruining my plan. Jesus, guys. I thought you were in on this. Can't just sabotage me like that. Okay, guys, now I have to snap a group. I've never snapped it from when we go lashers first. I mean, it should be the same thing, right? As long as I'm gonna come it too early for some reason. So we should be fine. But if I fail, it's gonna be really funny. I can show you my Garia. It's fucking naked night elf. Close your eyes, guys. Close your eyes. What do you mean? I constantly get roasted by Kuros. It's an everyday occurrence. Wait, it buffed it by 25%? Wait, so it's still bad, yeah? So they buffed it and still bad? Oh my god, perfect. So that just means they buffed the ring a little bit, right? The 10-point open 7 ring. So that means it's just better for Rogue now because it was already good for Rogue. And now it's going to be better for Rogue. So it's a Rogue buff, basically. Yeah? The ring buff. It's a Rogue buff. Doesn't buff any other class. Doesn't make them use the ring. But Rogue's a little bit better now, so that's great, I guess. Good for Rogues.
I'm back. Let's game and see, I think.
Let's do this. Are we doing 26 or 25?
5, 4,
26, right?
3, 2,
Good luck
1.
and fun. Why are we buffing Rogue? Oh, it's 25. Okay. Also, to be fair, we did just deplete at 25. Maybe we should start with
try
that.
to skip both Ravagers. Let's see what happens. Maybe it's a bait to play one.
Welcome to Algathar Academy. I am delighted that you received our invitation. The school is a touch behind schedule, but I have
new students.
Do this as well.
How wonderful.
It's the plan.
It
if
has
it's
been
gonna happen,
some time
I have no idea.
Academy has been
Oh no!
We
have 2 attempts. You can try and I can
take a
try.
moment to set up for a new lesson.
These lashers must have grown wild
This is the
while
last
we were
one.
away. Please,
You do it
if
first
you
try
could,
for the champ.
clear them out
can't
while
pull
we
now, Naguura?
realign the life magics of this place.
Marked by lightning.
Oh my god, it's lagging so much.
Yeah, okay. My PC is exploding.
I need
4,
blue friend.
3.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm here.
PD.
Sorry.
We can run this on them.
We're so much slower this time. What happened to my damage?
I swear it's illegal too. Need a new PC.
Perfect.
It
We
might
are
be my
just
nature's
about-
vigil, but I'm not sure.
Wait.
It has to be Boomy related
Straws.
because I've only
There's
had this.
too
with
much
Boomy.
life
It is.
magic.
It's
What are you doing?
No, it's Starfall.
There is too much
Maybe
nature.
Starfall, yeah.
What are you doing?
Can you stop
is that
starfalling,
thing?
please?
This is your fault.
Okay, go 15.
Absolutely.
Yeah, actually.
Okay, go.
Help us,
She's
new
just
students.
stealing the funnel.
Who? Yeah, my funnel.
Oh,
Hello.
there we go again. Oh no.
Tank lives
5,
matters.
4,
Kill him.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, I will Zephyr this.
Zephyr.
Kick.
Cauterizing flame.
Where's my tank? Here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Only palace to clear if something happens in the same time.
I was just waiting for the care. Oh, yo, I got. I think
Oh.
I got him. I got his better self.
TD, a dispel.
Yeah,
Oh
I did as well.
shit.
It's fine.
Naguura, can you dispel him next?
In 2 seconds.
I'm fine, I'm
Dispel now?
5, 4,
I have the next.
2, 1.
A dispel, no.
There's instance in the
I
front.
lay.
What are these spawns?
We're gonna need to kill all the Smolly. Can you bring back the boss?
Yeah, one second, I have to live first. I can't really move as a Pala like always.
Focus to go.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yo, what's that?
Imposter.
You can TD me on those.
A dispel.
Yeah.
TD is on.
Nice. I dispel them. You dispel next. Okay, sure. You
5,
can do next
4,
like 20.
3, 2, 1.
Kill him.
Oh man, survive that shit.
The elements answer to me.
Cauterizing flame.
What the fuck happened to Ricky?
I'm sorry. No,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yo! I have the horse.
I TD no.
Yeah,
I
you
dispel no.
I'll dispel the next one.
Naguura, you do next.
5,
Yeah, I do now.
4, 3,
I
2,
have the next.
1.
Well, that's stacking a little bit saucy.
That's okay.
I'm gonna kick for that. Light.
The elements answer to me.
It appears some new students
Okay, wish me luck.
after you.
We killed the exam
They
same
seem
second.
interested in our sports
good luck.
team.
I hope you live. I hope you
Sort
live when you
out
come back
clearing
again.
the place.
Good luck.
Because you will have aggro and everything.
Yeah.
Easy, easy.
Can I go?
Yeah, I'm waiting you to go. You go and I'll pull.
Oh, that was really close.
Okay.
I'm staying out of combat for a bit.
Just TD me now. Trying to get them. I think I got him.
What? Oh, the
Bleed on
bleeds.
you?
Shit.
Yeah, nice try.
Yeah.
Just release and come back.
Yeah.
Make sure we get fixed though.
Well, at least we snapped him. I'm not
Can
sure
you
it was
do next
faster,
up?
but...
I
Okay,
just
so wait.
One after this, yeah, okay.
Yo! Over there in melee! Oh, I'm supposed to kick now.
We did stop them though, so... Hey, wow,
don't
Grandma!
like this
What's
at
up? How are you doing?
Yeah, me neither, sir.
All
And
good?
storming actually makes it rough up.
I saw you were doing like a super long stream. Some days
You get a
ago.
Double treatment.
I checked it out for a little
I'm
while.
running after all of you. It's like fucking mess.
I did die. Thank you, Sebla. I didn't notice. I'm
dead
glad
super
you're letting me know.
Yeah. Need to do some stuff, man. For minus. I got him, man. This is horrendous.
Oh, I didn't see that animation. No. I just came
I
back.
can't.
No.
This is Reef.
I can't.
Run! What the fuck?
Okay, it's not a good idea to snap it.
It's fine, I'm alive. Oh, no.
You're not allowed to die.
Ja, alltså kan man göra med en stream.
Oh man.
Holy shit, dude.
Shambles.
What can I do?
Ja. Wenn der...
I'm just flying, dude.
Was?
24 hours.
No, I'm going food.
Wenn du schon
I'm going bed.
Okay.
You going where?
En mag om 7:30
I'm
har
going
jeg
bed.
sånn, nå kommer så.
Bed? At this time?
Maybe
I should reset the day and get the reset, you know?
If Naguura wants to play Herky, we have like Shadow Mountain before.
Sure, I can do. I don't mind.
Oh, we also have Card 24.
Yeah, you don't see the circle. I remembered as I died
down
that you
to
don't see the
play, but I need
animation.
a break.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a break as well.
Like, because I was just focusing on the fucking raging mobs, and I was like trying to interrupt the mobs, and I forgot that the circle is invisible.
Sure.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb. It's like it is actually invisible. Yeah. Is there any way you can make them like evade for less long? Not really, right? When they snap.
I don't think so. Maybe there's a spot they use
I
the
don't
snap.
know, you would
no?
have to watch MDR or something. If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
I can snap them too.
It doesn't matter who snaps them, you just need something to survive, I guess. Like either bop or evasion or whatever.
Yeah, I'm snapping them again.
Yeah, you can set them probably with like some totem, I guess.
Oh.
Run!
Who is drowning?
No.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you gone.
Oh god. This is a no tank key.
We don't need tank.
Yeah.
Oh well, GG's and later friends.
Later.
GG's.
GG, see you later.
Dude, what's the range on this? What the hell? This fed like an outlaw rogue.
Ouch! I'm running.
Just one hand, you know.
Yeah.
The Fiat run, let's go.
Like a double buff, I'm gonna pump him. Okay, I'm dead. Okay, I'm not.
Oh!
Are we getting stunned? No.
Okay.
This guy evading? Oh yeah, it is. What's the range on this surge cast?
Well, see you later for people that could be here. Have a good day.
Yep.
You too. Oh. Sorry, I'm. This is important. I'm trying to solo a plus 25
The elements answer to me.
group. I have to catch them so far that they're literally running out of my Starfall range, though. Fuck. No. Well, shit. No.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, well, we tried. Alright. Who's calling me? One sec. It wasn't Makes, no. Thanks for 2 months, Mini Ninja. Thank you. Alright, well. Now we can wait for Max to say hi for a little while, and then we're gonna go for dinner. I think that's the plan. I think. Thanks for Prime. Deluxe Valorant, thank you very much. I did get a little bit of score today from the 26 Court of Stars. So not too bad. I'm sad we didn't time the halls though. Got hit by that stupid sun orb. So I'm bad at the game. Thanks for sub, Mika. Thank you so much. Thanks for 5 months, the sun run. Yeah, we have to patch soon, the halfway patch, the ring patch, I guess. There's gonna be some content for some people, at least. Did they post anything about the ring buff on Wowhead? I don't think so. Was it data mined or like, how do people know about this ring buff? Hey Sim, thank you so much for gifting us up, appreciate it. Welcome to Almighty Witch Doctor, thank you so much. Hey Horrortrip. Ooh, we were doing an escape room, by the way. So, you guys know that Makes is here, right? Well, not here, but like at my, like in my town. And we were going husky sledding yesterday. And then we went for an escape room. It was really cute. I took a super cute picture of Makes. Look, isn't she the cutest? This husky here was called Elliot. I don't remember this husky's name. Something with L, I think. I don't remember though. They were super cute. And then we saw the pretty mountains. There was so little snow though, it's crazy. I mean, I know it's the end of March, so usually there isn't that much snow, but the husky place, or where you do the husky sledding, is at like 2K sea level. 2,000 meters above sea level. And usually there's a lot of snow even at this point. It's just kind of crazy that there was so little snow. I mean, obviously there's some snow here, right? But you can still see, like you see the grass and stuff. There's no snow there. Wait, I'll show you. You see this area here? There's no snow. And usually there's snow here, even even in March. It's just kind of crazy. It's way too warm. It's actually not just about it being warm, because it is really warm, but it's also about the fact that it just really didn't snow much. Like it wasn't raining basically for like months and months. It was really, really dry. So no snow anywhere. No snow. It is in Garatalia, in South Harrell. Yeah, it was really funny because there's a part, like we were doing like this road trip where we went to different kinds of countries in Europe. Like we went to, I don't know, like Luxembourg and Strasbourg and some German cities. And when we drove back from Trier, from the German city, all the way down to where I live in South Tyrol, we drove through like a part, like the bottom part of Germany, like all the way to south of Germany. And it was like heavily snowing while we drove through. And it was like winter wonderland, you know, like everything was like full of snow. And then we drove back down here and there's nothing. It's just because it hasn't snowed yet. I don't know, it's just really dry. It hasn't been raining forever. Hey, Gamer, what's up? the US really does have beautiful mountains as well. As beautiful as the Dolomites, I don't know. Thanks for Prime stuff, keep appreciate that. We also visited Praxavilse, which wasn't fully... Actually, oh, it was actually an interesting thing, because usually we have a lake here, like a mountain lake. It's really pretty. It's like called the Instagram lake, because people go there to take pictures to Instagram. Thanks for Prime, keep up. And usually in the winter, it's like fully frozen over, and there's snow on top of the frozen lake, so you cannot even see that there's a lake, right? And people are walking on top of the lake in the winter like it's no issue whatsoever. But because it's so warm right now, the ice is actually not very stable at all, and there has to be like there's a policeman constantly at the lake, constantly telling people to get off the lake because people think that the ice is solid, but it's not. So there's constantly like a policeman is like yelling at people like, get out the fucking lake, you know. And apparently last year at the end of winter, it was also like warm and the ice wasn't that thick. So 2 people actually fell into the lake. Like they fell through the ice last year, even though there was a policeman like telling them to not go there. But, you know, people. Thanks for tuning in, Base Galadriel. Thank you so much. But yeah, it's kind of hard to see because it's like there's usually ice and then snow over the ice, right? So I guess it's... So for some people, I guess it's just like hard to see or hard to understand that they could fall through. I forgot my Instagram password. Shit, what's my Instagram password? Huh. I do not have a dog, no. Fuck. Shit. Now I forgot my Google password. Man, this is such a struggle. It's not this. Fuck. I mean... This one I don't know anymore. Oh, there we go. I remembered my old password at least. But I don't have my Instagram password saved. Oh my, what's wrong with me? God damn it. Dude, what's my Instagram password? I have no idea. Thanks for 4 months, QN. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Huh. Well, I'll figure it out. Maybe I don't. Oh, I actually found it. I think. Oh, I did find it. Let's go. Okay, now just to figure out how to look at my old stuff. How does that work again? Man, I don't know what's... Instagram is just so weird. Do you still use Instagram a lot? I feel like Instagram is a bit messed up right now. It used to be a nice like social media, and now it's just like, ugh. Everything about it is just messed up. Why can you not watch highlight stuff on your PC? Why is this so difficult? Oh my god, I finally found it. Oh wait. Okay, it took me 20 minutes, but I can show you the pictures that I wanted to show you in just a second. Okay, I did it. Now I just scroll through the stories. Oh, I can show you the before and after. Look, so it's this lake that I was talking about. Yeah, it's kind of small. Sorry, I can't make it bigger. It is what it is. So it's this lake. Yeah, you see this in the summer, and this in the winter. And obviously you can see there's people on the lake and stuff. That was like some years ago. We were still frozen. And now I just have to scroll through these stories. Give me a sec. See, this was 2 days ago when I was there with Makes. You can see there's still snow like on top of the lake. Like this is in the summer it's a lake, right? But it's not like that snowy. Like there's also some parts here where there's just nothing. You see it? So yeah, and then there's like this policeman that like yelled at people because you actually saw him there at the end. Like here at the side, you can see the police car at the very end. You see it? It's here. There, it's the police car. Thanks for one of your big rogue. Thank you, thank you. And then we went for lunch with this beautiful view. Wasn't it nice? To be fair, my phone has like a fish lens thing. So like this was very much like a fish lens thing. But this table that we were sitting on was like a round table. So the view was really, really nice. The fish lens just makes it look like... It definitely makes it look a little bit different than it actually looked. I mean, it was very pretty, obviously. It just didn't look exactly like this because it was like... It's not fish lensy in real life, obviously. Because the ice is a lot thinner than people thought. Yeah. Basically, yeah. It's because the ice is covered on, like, there's snow on top of the ice. So I guess some people don't know where the lake starts and where it ends. Right? Because there's snow. And then people don't know, it's like, is there grass underneath? Or is the lake underneath? Like, what's going on? So people just, like, walk wherever. And then if they actually stand on a lake, then they might fall in, I guess. Which is not ideal. This was the other side of the mountains. So first we drove on this side, yeah? We basically drove over the mountain range. And this is like the northern side, I guess. Yeah, this is the northern side of this mountain range. And then when we were on the other side, I took another video because it looks really cool on the other side too. And this is the other side. It's cute, right? Mountains. It's in South Tyrol. Where the people speak Latin. No, it's not Latin. It is a language called Latin. It's weird, I know. It's weird. Hey, Filner, what's up? I was just skiing in the Dolomites compared to other places if you had the opportunity. It is very nice. Like, people say it's super pretty. Like I would definitely say if you go to South Tyrol for skiing, I mean, it's pretty everywhere, obviously. Like mountains are always pretty, I feel like. Like no matter in which mountain range you go skiing, it's always gonna be pretty, I guess. But I do personally think that the Dolomites are like really pretty, like extra pretty. So I would kind of go on a skiing range there. A lot of people talk about Saisa Alm, which is really nice. I personally have never been there actually. Um, I've only been to Sella. Like I made the Sella round, which is basically like there's a mountain area called Sella, and you can like do a round. Like you start at one place, you kind of like go around the mountain, I guess. And that one's really pretty as well. That's what I did. It's really nice there. But yeah, they have this really famous mountain. I'm not sure if you've ever seen it before, but it's like this mountain that is like goes up like this. This one. You see this mountain here? It's kind of famous. Like people take pictures of this all the time and put it like on Reddit or whatever. Because it just this mountain. They usually take these pictures like in the summer because there's grass on top of this mountain, and then it goes down. You know, it's like a cliff on one side, and it looks kind of freaky. And people like take pictures of it. Maybe I can find a picture of this of summer, so you know what I mean. Maybe I could find a picture if I knew what the mountain is called. But I do not. I don't know my mountain names. I know. But yeah, it looks kind of nice. It's just like this mountain looks nice. It's just like this like really... It looks like it comes out of nothing. It looks really cool. It's just like nothing and all of a sudden mountain. It's cute. Why is this song so sad? There we go. It looks like it comes out of the ground. I don't know how to explain it. But sometimes these mountains just look like they don't belong there. You know what I mean? It's like they don't fit. It's like all of these other mountains that look totally normal. And then there's these like special mountains that look like they don't fit in there. It looks like it's CGI, you know? It's like somebody put them there. It's what it looks like. Especially when you see them in real life. Like when you are there in real life, it feels like you have all of these normal mountains. And then there's like just really fucking just like completely made up mountains that a kid drew and somebody like 3D printed them and put them there, you know? Thank you, Crows. Alright. So while you guys get your drops, I'm gonna go AFK for a second. Is there any way I can get my character to 70 and 10.1 or have to level from beginning? Usually they don't give you level boosts until the very end, until pre-patch, right? So I assume you can't get it just yet. But I don't know, I'm not sure. Be right back 1 second, guys. Alright, I brought a tiny little thing for Mix to sit on, so she looks smaller next to me. Oh yeah, the add-on change. I haven't even talked about that. Yeah, they're changing add-ons to be less, like they basically nerfing weak auras. It's pretty interesting. But I don't know, I don't know what they do exactly. I think they just, want to make it more difficult to read buffs and debuffs, right? Which, in my opinion, is a bit weird. Because I always felt like that's not necessarily that much of a problem, especially because a lot of the debuffs and stuff are kind of hard to see from like a visual, like on the character, you know? Like, yeah, of course you can see buffs and debuffs here in the buff frame and stuff, but I always felt like the visuals are a bit weird. So the fact that that they won't allow weak artists to read them anymore is a bit, Thanks for 3 months, Starwolf. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I understand what they want to do. Like, they want the weak artists to not be... like, these weak artists are basically, like the jailer bombs. But then at the same time, like, how do they want us to solve the jailer bombs without the weak artists? Like, I guess they're just not going to make an ability like that anymore then. Like, I guess they have to change the way they do bosses and stuff, because they can't do jailer bombs without a weak aura for it, in my opinion. I don't think you could have solved jailer bombs without, like, weak auras, at least not in a good way. You just have a rule of thumb and then pre-position. Yeah, but some of them were, like, really tight, you know? Like, there were some bombs where you had a little bit more time, and other bombs you really didn't. And I'm mainly talking at the start where you really were not able to do 2 bombs in one hole. Like, later on, when you were able to jump into one hole with 2 bombs, okay, whatever. But if you actually would have died or killed each other with 2 bombs already in one, then it would have been, like, a super big mess, I think. I know. Maybe if there were less bombs. If they only had, like, 3 or 4 bombs, then maybe it would have been fine. Thanks for 8 months, Amarandra. Thank you so much. I mean, the problem with communicating is also the fact that it's... like, of course, I understand that communicating is not something that should be too hard, right? But you have to consider that there's a lot of people in a raid. In World of Warcraft has big raid sizes, right? It's not that there's 8 people like in Final Fantasy XIV. There's 20 people in a raid. And asking 20 people to communicate with each other is a bit I just feel like it's a bit difficult when there's many people that have to talk to each other. If there's 3 or 4 people that have to communicate with each other, it's fine. But as soon as there's like 6 or more that have to talk simultaneously, then how is a person supposed to... like, how is a person supposed to understand 6 people talking simultaneously? Like... if one person can call it, that's another thing, right? If you can have a raid leader that calls it, fine. But I think a raid leader cannot necessarily, like, call multiple people's position, right? But the jailer bomb is maybe a bad example, because I don't think that Blizzard would even create an ability like the jailer bombs if weak auras don't exist. I don't think they would even create the ability, right? So... Roddy, you're not wrong. Sounds like a cutting edge problem, not a game design problem. It's literally the opposite. It is literally the opposite, because a cutting edge group will be able to play around it. They have more tools available to them, right? Like, technically speaking, a Raceable First Guild can have multiple people sitting outside the raid and call things with separate, like, whisper channels or something. Like, I always feel like that these kind of things, like the thing with the Weekera change, will affect the top raiders the least. Because they have so many tools available to them to play around these things. They can even write a third-party program and just play with that, you know? But, like, I'm not saying that I think it's a bad idea to reduce the effectiveness of add-ons. I'm just wondering if what they're doing is gonna have the desired results. People forgot how to effectively communicate in Rage. Just used to be dependent on add-ons for way too much. I mean, I'm not sure that's true, right? Like, I think... I think WoW rates are just really big, and saying that people should just communicate is a little bit easy to say when you've never had to actually communicate something very complex where multiple people have to speak simultaneously, right? If, you know, if a raid leader can call things, that's one thing, right? Because then you just have your raid leader that calls things, and then you listen to your raid leader, and it's fine. But if things have to be quicker and they're more random, so if there's more RNG involved and people have to react really quickly, then at that point, communicating is not necessarily something that you can just do, you know? Aww! It's Riley's 14th birthday. Aw, happy birthday, Riley. That's awesome. I hope you have an awesome day. I hope you get lots of presents and gifts. Happy birthday. Everybody say happy birthday to Riley. Doing the bomb things in Mechatoric in BOD was mental just using... Yeah, that's a good example, I guess. Mechatoric, BOD, you couldn't necessarily use Weakers that well for what you had to do. And that already felt like it was a little bit of a mess. And there wasn't even that many people that had to talk, right? It was possible, of course. But it was... Imagine there would have been more people that had to talk. But I guess... as I said, I think if Blizzard actually wants these Weakers to be less impactful and they change them to be to work on less stuff, then they can obviously also just change the encounters to match that, right? They can just say, hey, we're not going to create something like Jailer Bombs anymore, or we're not going to create a Mechatoric where there's like 6 people that have to like yell stuff at each other, right? I'm sure Blizzard can keep that in mind and like actually design bosses around it. But another good example, I guess, is Thundering. I think Thundering is like a really good example for Weakeras really carrying that ability. Because because of the visual, right? Like the visual of Thundering, in my opinion, is really hard to see. So if you don't have people spam say chat with symbols, it's really hard to see who has blue and who has minus, right? So in my opinion, they have to be a little bit better as well at designing visuals for people to see if they don't want us to solve them with Weakeras. So I do think it's a little bit on Blizzard as well to like change that and to adjust their stuff a little bit, you know? Because some of these things are not necessarily that the Weakeras are like completely solving the mechanic for you, but they're just making it more visible, right? Because the Thundering Weakeras, in my opinion, the biggest reason why Thundering Weakeras are so good is because they help you see which people have the other debuff. Everything else about the Weaker is kind of whatever, but if you don't have any same messages spamming like the opposite thing, it's kind of hard to see, and that's something that Blizzard would have to like adjust in that case, I guess. They would just have to make it more like easier to see without an add-on being even required. Also sometimes, and this is like a different story, I guess. This doesn't necessarily have anything to do with weaker-S per se, but I mean, sometimes animations in the game are really hard to see when it comes to like the edges of things. Like the amount of times you have some swirly on the ground and you just do not see exactly where does this end, you know? And a weaker I can't really help you with that anyway. But I think it's, you know, like sometimes if it's, just make it better, you know? Can I please see where this ends and where it starts, you know? It's similar with certain, like, frontal mechanics as well. Like, when a map has, like, a frontal, you can see where the frontal is going, but only if you look at where the map is facing. And that's another issue where I always feel like, come on, like, they could make that a little bit more visible. Because sometimes the only way to see a frontal is by targeting the map and literally, like, looking at this tiny arrow on the ground to see where they're facing, right? Like, that's, like, the only way you can even see it. Like, you have to target the mob, see where this tiny arrow is. And otherwise, you're just lost. Will she repair? Guys, why do you have to repair? I'm literally being AFK. The amount of people that are telling me to repair when I'm doing nothing. What do you think is gonna happen? There's an arrow. Wait, did you guys not know? Some people, I guess, didn't know. Ooh. Yeah, you should really look at that, guys. If you don't know about the arrow, it's really important. If you have never looked at the targeting arrow, you definitely have to keep an eye on that. It is so nice to see for frontals. Yeah, every map has that. If you target a map, you always see where they're facing. By this tiny little arrow, you see it? Sometimes it's just really hard to see because sometimes the arrow can be covered by mechanics. And sometimes the model of the map is so big that you have a hard time seeing the position as well. For example, with Rasagath. Rasagath is sometimes kind of hard to see where the arrow is because she is such a big model that it can be hard. But Rasagath, I almost always look at the arrow when she does the frontal. I never look at where she's actually facing with her mouth. I'm almost always looking at like the ground arrow, right? Like this thing here. But not seeing Rasagath's face nearly impossible. Well, it depends if you're really close to the mob, right? Like if I'm standing here. Oh, this is not a good example because this dragon is smaller than Rasagath. But like, let's say this is my point of view on Rasagath, right? For me, it's like easier to see the swirlies on the ground because then I want to move my camera up to see the ground because there's like these blue swirlies, right? So when I have my camera like this, so I can see the ground, and then additionally I can just see this arrow here instead of looking at where she's facing. Wait, she hasn't done 100% of the quests. I've been dodging frontals forever now, and I never had to zoom in so much for that little arrow. I mean, it depends, right? Sometimes you just look at the tank's position. Like when you, for example, when you play in Plus, and there's like 10 mobs, and they all have a frontal, then you're not gonna click through all of the mobs and look where they're facing. You're gonna have like a marker on your tank, right? And then you just look where the marker is, and then you know that all of these mobs are gonna be facing the marker, right? I feel like Bliss's goal is that the character model is clear enough that you can tell where it's facing by looking at it. Well, if that is their goal, then they're not very good at actually reaching that goal. Because there's an insane amount of times where frontals are super hard to tell by looking at the actual model of it. I can name quite a few mobs where the actual front, like the actual facing of the mob is really, really hard to see. Like, the best example, I guess, is that, like, in the other side, these, what were they called? Oh my god, what were they called? Deaf speakers? Yeah, these guys. They had this like really big frontal erupting darkness. And it was this animation that was in the air. It wasn't even a ground animation. It was like an air animation. And you had just absolutely no way of telling where this mob is facing by actually looking at the model itself. And the animation was also like really hard to see. It's like this purple like air animation. It's like, is it like facing towards me or like I don't fucking know. So this mob, I almost always looked at the point on the ground. Because yeah, those guys were just like, I don't know. Yeah, this mob was something. There's also somewhat of a similar mob. Oh, the eagles are also hard to tell sometimes. The eagles in Academia? They sometimes have a similar issue. Because their animation is like this windy, white kind of animation. And the boss is the same, Croth. Like, I think sometimes they're really hard to see. Especially if they're like, if there's elevation. Sometimes the alpha eagles already cast their frontal while they're mid-air before they hit the ground. And then it's literally impossible to tell where they are unless you look at like the arrow or the whatever. Like, it's really hard to see. But the birds at least have like a floor animation, so it's not, at least it's not an animation in the air. Because I think floor animations are almost always better than air animations. Because if the animation is literally just like floating in the air, it's like depending on how you turn your camera, it might look really weird. Ooh, another really good example is Freehold. This is going to be a season 2 problem. In Freehold, first boss. Oh wait, is it in here? Yeah, Freehold's first boss. You have these like birds, yeah? There's this bird that flies in the air and then it lands on one side of the arena and it charges straight through the arena. But it's, in my opinion, it's really hard to see where the bird is charging. And you cannot target the bird, but it's untargetable. So you cannot even target it to see where the targeting arrow is facing either. So you just have to like take a wild guess, in my opinion. Because you can see where it's facing like approximately. But I always feel like it's really hard to tell exactly where it's going. And that is, if you're really far away, like on the other side of the bird, then sometimes it's just like really hard to see. Like I always had a really hard time to see where that one's facing. No, the bird doesn't always charge through the boss. It's random. Like it just lands somewhere and then charges like straight through wherever it's facing. Oh, and I guess another example would have been in Shrine. Yeah, wait. In Shrine, the charges of the boss on the first boss, yeah. When the boss was splitting up and then the elementals charge through, that one I always felt like it's hard to see where they go. Sometimes you're like sure, you know, and then you just don't. Ooh, there's a Freehold clip. Well, to be fair, he didn't even look at it. It was behind him. He did actually just not look at it. It landed right here behind him, right? Thanks for 1 year, Panther. Thank you so much. Right on combust. That happens. Thanks for Prime, Sanji. Thank you so much. I hope they add arrows and endpoint markers to judges like that. Yeah, I would love if they do that, yeah. Yeah, like the Thea is a good example where they have the tornadoes, but you see like an arrow on the ground where they're going. I like when they do that because it's just, I don't know, it just makes it more clear. Because the worst thing in my opinion is if you're aware that an ability is happening and you think you're like, you see it, but then you still die. Like I think that's the worst kind of, it's the same with swirlies, right? If there's a swirly in the ground and you move out of the swirly and you think you're outside, but then you still die to it, at that time I always feel like, oh my god, like I literally played the mechanic the way I thought it should be played, and then I still die. And at that point, I would like that just gets really frustrating. It's the same when you don't see the direction of something, where you feel like, oh, I'm dodging it, but then instead of dodging it, you walked into it because you didn't know exactly where it's going. Ooh, another good example is Moth Soul's second boss. Second boss of Moth Souls, that guy was like throwing like his scythe. He was like facing some direction, and then he threw his scythe across the floor. And in my opinion, it was always really hard to see where he's facing. You could play around it by stacking up your whole group, so you know that it was going that direction. But sometimes it wasn't that simple because you had to kill the Ats, so people were automatically a little bit spread, and then you didn't know, like, is it going on me? Is it going on this other person? Like, what is going on? And all of the animations were purple. So it was like purple and purple and purple. Yes? Hey, Kevin, thanks for 71 months. Hello. No. One moment, guys.
Hello guys, I'm back. We're gonna talk about Moonkin things. I'm gonna be really good in Mythic Plus. Hope you're all excited. Naguura is never gonna come back. Yeah, guys, be very sad. You have to all be like very sad. She's reading everything.
She's still alive too, look. Proof that she's still alive.
This is a crossover episode. But yeah, wieso habe ich Englisch? Das ist for gamer cred.
Du musst, wenn ich Subs bekomme, musst du dann Danke sagen?
Oh, yeah, guys, thank you so much for the subs. Prime Gaming is a free sub. You can use them now.
Also, I got you this tiny chair, so
Oh,
I look bigger
thank
next to
you.
you.
That's very,
That's
very
class.
considerate. I'll sit on my tiny chair.
Hey guys, I told her she should sit on a tiny chair now, so. Naguura is better than like. Hello, excuse
Hello?
me. Wait. Okay, what do you? Oh shit, my thing doesn't work anymore.
Your what?
My room usually is like a heart,
Oh.
but when the power is gone, then it resets the clock. So it's not cute anymore.
Oh. No heart for me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
sad.
I changed it specifically because you're coming here. You want to give me
change
a heart
it away from the heart. Oh, she thinks I like her.
Thanks for 41 months next, and the 10 months of appreciate that.
Yeah, that's the Prime Gaming.
Prime Gaming.
Prime
yeah,
Gaming.
because of you. Thank you,
Prime
mate.
space.
Baiting the subs.
Got you. Please don't poison me.
I'm trying my best.
The shrine told me we can't go for dinner because you're gonna poison me.
Yeah.
I told them we've been for dinner 6 times and so far I remain unpoisoned.
It's the 7th time that I was planning on. I can't believe they're just like telling you this.
Oh, so rude.
It is Makes. You have to follow her on like socials and then
Yeah,
Twitch.
yeah, big
Wh-
streamer.
Which social you
sometimes.
want them to follow you? They'll do it.
Probably Twitter.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Her Twitter name is actually it's not an @ right? Twitter.tv/Makes.
.tv/.
Twitter.tv/. Sorry, this is difficult, okay? Social media is very hard.
But yeah, chat is telling me you should repair your gear, Naguura.
They've been telling me for the last half an hour, even though it was AFK anyway. Twitter.com/Twitter.
What are you doing?
I'm speaking
Oh,
and
it's
typing.
Makes _, because I'm not cool like
Oh,
you. I don't have my real name. on
Makes
Twitter.
_ Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, linking guys. You have to follow Makes.
Thank you. Yeah, so how have your keys been going?
I got scored today.
Oh.
Timed at 26 Court of Stars.
Wow.
It wasn't that hard. And then I
That's great.
defeated a
You
lot of
said
other
great.
kids.
Don't say that.
But guys, tell her about this. Oh, can you link the clip of Academy where I was going back and forth all the time?
You didn't what?
I'm sure she would love to see that clip.
I'm sure I would love that. Chat is like, why is this cup enormous? I don't know. Can you come here,
There you go.
please? Oh, is it an evoker again?
And
I've seen that happen before.
keep in mind, it's a 25 Academy, huh?
But what's broken? Is it a travel form? Maybe a travel form.
And then I came back, but I was about to die because this guy cast the AoE, you see? So he gripped me back. And then I had to walk away so my thundering doesn't kill them.
Yeah? And did it work then?
I think it worked now. There we
Wow.
go.
Holy, that's a good clip.
But yeah, that was
Put that on TikTok.
yeah, that's a TikTok clip.
TikTok clip.
Linking into my TikTok lady. Real quick.
Doing it as we speak. You know, now that she's in this stream, I'm suddenly not a big fan of makes anymore. I think this channel has soiled my appreciation for makes. Sorry? Florida, man.
Thanks to 3 months, Lorps.
Yeah, thank you for the subs. Keep it up.
Big
Big
girl was
crime.
trying to kill you all weekend. Don't tell her. Stop snitching.
Yeah, guys, stop snitching.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna leave because we have to go for dinner. And I have to poison Meg, so...
Yeah, exactly.
I have to get on it, you know? Otherwise he's gonna leave here still alive.
Oh man, can't have that happen.
So yeah, I know that you guys are here for the Twitch drop. But I'm gonna host you somewhere where there's another Twitch drop, okay?
Don't do that. The Twitch drop will be like online until like the 2nd of April.
That is
Just
also
tell
true.
them to leave a follow, and then next time you stream, they can finish it.
That also works. Guys, remember to leave a follow. I would appreciate that. For Makes, she told you to, so you have to. Thanks for 2 months to sell. But I will still host it to somebody else's drops, okay?
But come back
Because
to,
you're nice like that.
Naguura for your drop. Don't take the drop there.
Yeah, I will stream tomorrow again, of course, so you're gonna have to come back tomorrow. Who are we hosting? How about Roy Ben? Do you approve, Makes?
I approve.
Okay.
I recruited her in my old guild.
Really?
Yeah.
She's doing a 27 tyrannical.
Ouchie.
Halls of Valor. Wait, they actually timed it? Wait, I think they timed it.
I think they did.
What the fuck?
That's really good.
Damn.
Wow.
That's insane.
Is that the... The monk?
Yeah, they play with Gangam. Windwalker Monk.
Poggers.
I think it's one of the only groups that actually plays with Windwalker. He's not
But that's
that
really
great.
good. Doing a 27 tyrannical with a monk.
Yeah, and he was stopping the damage. Look at that.
Yeah. I mean...
Only because a Moonkin wasn't in the key, right? Otherwise the Moonkin would have stopped, of course.
Bird propaganda.
Alright, remember to follow my stream if you haven't yet. Check out my YouTube channel. I posted a video there. Surely I did some days ago. And yeah, patch coming out
Join
tomorrow.
Discord.
Join Discord. Follow me on
the
Twitter.
YouTube.
TikTok.
Put the clock, you know, on YouTube.
Oh yeah,
Do people
clock.
still say that?
I don't know, bell maybe?
Yeah.
Bell.
Ring the bell.
Mm.
I don't think they say that.
Like all my videos, comment below for engagement.
Yeah, yeah. Always do that. Retweet her tweets.
Retweets. Yeah. Do
Everything.
all of that for Makes as well.
Yeah, my YouTube.
Hi guys. Goodbye. Thanks for watching. Have fun watching Roy Ben. Say hello.